Hello. Guy fights sharks. Tate's final message to Sneeko. Wait. What? Oh, sorry, hold on. You lost a dramatic punch.
I'm gonna continue living the life. So, Sneeko, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this final video to your followers and fans. You know, God bless you. And
the moment you fart, but then you shart.
I'll be jumping on the stream soon. I'm gonna continue living.
Chills.
So he started dancing around with the gun, and he...
We've watched this clip like 3 times. True.
It goes, 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 guilty!
First I didn't know it was epic, and then I heard the music, and now I'm like, wow, this is pretty epic. Tell me the song in the background for Sneeko's tweet? I don't fucking know. You sound like a robot? You sound like a robot. More like a bot. Ooh. Ooh. This clip of Snake trying to flex on Critical is pretty funny.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips.
I'm sorry to be that guy. This is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile. You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These
Please
are
play
mags.
Dead Cells with the Castlevania
They're
DLC
mags,
smiley
not
face.
clips. You absolute fucking dumb. The same way that this is also a mag.
What's the worst possible?
Wow. What a great clip, guys. Anybody any more clips for us today that we haven't seen yet? I'll tell you what, we haven't seen a 900, bro. It's been a while since I had a 940 actually. Let me do that real quick. $914. I think that's what I said. $914. $914. New clip. Difference? Look, magazine. No one cares. Try talking about women.
The thing is like, look, I don't want to overcorrect and say women are liars, okay?
But
I don't want to overcorrect and say women I actually didn't mean to do that. Okay, I'll turn it off now. I totally forgot that was...
Bro, why don't I have a sick transition like that? Fuck. Who is Jay Aubrey? I don't even know. Why don't you run all your audio through a compressor so we don't get ear raped? My audio is fine. This should not be ear raping you. Fuck you. Turn your shit up, bitch. Is this? I think I'm talking to the lady that called me a rapist soon. They had a piece about you at 4:07.
Okay.
Oh fuck. This guy always wants to talk, but I don't usually care to do like all the atheist stuff. I feel really bad. I feel like he hates me because I just don't care that much about the atheist stuff.
For those who are not aware, there is a streamer by the name of Destiny, and
That's
he
me.
is one of the most, well, he's not on Twitch anymore, one of the most influential streamers, very big, very large political commentator, originally started out as a gaming streamer. And so he's, yeah, very influential, has a huge...
I just want to say thank you for Hassan for thinking about combining the idea of video games and politics, but paving the way for guys like me to do it, you know? Thank you so much.
Audience. He has recently gone to battle with Islam. And this battle has been playing out across Twitter since the beginning of this month. And Armin and I were like, we need to talk about this. So I have traced, now I believe which is potentially the origin of this battle between one of the most influential streamers across platforms and the Islamic community. And so, Armin, please bring up Exhibit A.
Exhibit A coming right up.
So Exhibit A, this I believe, based on my digging, I have gone through and found the origin of the beef, potentially. Or should I say pork? Wait, Armin, can you make it, don't zoom in so we can see the full the picture that he's commenting on. So here we see, I think this is a drag queen. The drag queen is saying, I love Jesus. I love any man that can get nailed for 3 days straight and come back for more. And then scroll up. So someone commented on this picture, or commented on the comment of the drag queen. He's saying, Christians, the amount of disrespect towards Jesus you're letting slide is pretty messed up. No wonder your community is flocking to Islam. And then Destiny quote tweeted that and say, yeah, we should be more like Muslims.
Bro, this fucking profile pic. I gotta change this. Hold on. Jesus, give me a second. I can't. Jesus Christ. What are we looking for? Private? Personal? No. Business? No. Collaboration. Photographs.
Attack them in real life when they make fun of our profit. I love how Casey Randy's like, damn, that's funny. So, I think so. On this tweet was on March 3rd, based on me digging through Twitter. I believe this is the origin of the outrage and scandal, and the fallout from this has continued for approximately 2 weeks now. And I have included a selection of tweets to help explain how this evolved and the rest of the unfolding of the drama.
Okay, I need a new banner for Twitter. Fuck the omniliberal shit. Or no, fuck the... Together we can make a change. We're not about making a change, okay? We're about shitting on scrubs. Wait, does this not work? Hello? Hold on. Save. Oh, there we go. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Lighting. I think the stars are aligning. I'm feeling a connection.
No. I think you're tripping for sure. I would say like come over and like let's fuck.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me chew through these real quick. Sorry. I need to load my brain up, even if you guys don't like it. The FBI was aware prominent Americans, including Giuliani, were targeted by Russian influence operation. We ever heard some of this. The FBI became aware in late 2019 that Rudolph W. Giuliani was the target of a Russian influence operation aimed at circulating falsehoods intended to damage Biden politically ahead of last year's election, according to people familiar with the matter. Officials plan to warn Giuliani as part of an extensive effort by the Bureau to alert members of Congress and at least one conservative media outlet, OAN, One American News, that they face the risk of being used to further Russia's attempt to influence the election's outcome, said several current and former U.S. officials, all spoke on the condition of anonymity because the matter remains highly sensitive. The FBI became aware of the Russian information operation at a time when Giuliani was deeply involved with former President Donald Trump's 2020 re-election campaign and related activities in Ukraine to surface unflattering or incriminating information about the Biden family. The revelation comes as the FBI this week seized Giuliani's cell phone and other electronic devices as part of a long-running criminal investigation where the one-time New York mayor and personal attorney for Trump acted as an unregistered foreign agent. The plan to warn potential targets was separate from the Justice Department's ongoing criminal probe of Giuliani, but it reflects a broader concern by U.S. intelligence and federal investigators that he, among other influential American U.S. institutions, is being manipulated by the Russian government to promote its interests. Giuliani traveled. I think this is just a retread of the other article, basically. FBI spokesman declined to comment. The FBI last summer also gave what is known as a defensive briefing to Senator Ron Johnson, called hearing vague warnings from the FBI briefers in August, but he said Thursday there was no substance to their cautionary message and that he did not view the meeting as a defensive briefing on his oversight of the Biden family's foreign business ventures. Jesus. Give your take on the Willow project. I don't even know what that's about. Oh, this is on the hard drive shit. Oh fuck, this is a long one. Oh, is there a reader for it? There's no reader? What the fuck? Okay, we're just watching this for now. Guys, think of some crazy shit to do on stream that I can't do on YouTube, okay? Poisoning myself for my cake and my Rumble streams. I'm trying to figure out what we need to do, though. If I do stream on Kick or Rumble, I don't want to, like, do the same shit. We should figure out something crazy. I'm trying to think, should I, like, masturbate? Fuck, oh, no, fuck. Train won't let us do that shit anymore. Never mind. Cucked. First time watching a Destiny stream and not a clip. How long do you guys stay on? I have a bot that tracks you in my YouTube chat. If you don't watch for at least 7 hours a day, you get perma auto banned and my videos disappear from your feed. True fans only. Okay. Is the Ali Alex debate gonna? It's supposedly happening today, but I don't know what Ralph is doing. We agreed on today, but I don't know if he hasn't emailed me or anything, so I have no fucking idea. Bum 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 bum. Do you guys remember the the poo poo pee pee man? I don't know if this guy was like a fucking fan or what. He made 2 videos. This was so fucking random. He is a fan? He's something.
Here, have these farts.
He is from my friend group. We knew he was a good musician and sent him your club channel. Wait, really? We had a 3rd video you never watched? Wait, really?
Is he choking? Is he trolling? The lyrics are booking. It's Wednesday, Monday. It's Wednesday, and I've been at the bar for about 3 weeks. Now I'm back, and it's done. I'm very bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. Very bored. Guitar solo.
Windows for Guantanamo Bay torturees? Yeah, I don't know, dude. He made a 3rd video. Cover the entrance live performance. How did he get this cover the entrance meme? How did he even know about this?
Who is this guy?
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Okay, man, wow, that was just not enough of the source material. Otherwise, this could have been a possible winner.
What did I just say? Was this my most recent comp challenge, or was it a different one? Most recent? God, that was such a good fucking... Fuck! I'm never gonna make anything that good again. Hello!
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm live. Don't say anything, too crazy. No addresses, no social security numbers, no telephone numbers. What's up? Do you want to introduce yourself?
My name's Crystal. I go by, I think it's Crystal right now on Twitter.
Cool.
But other than that, I'm basically a nobody.
Well, how's it going? You think you call me a rapist? And, yeah, here we are.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'll apologize up front for, could have probably used a better choice of words. Let's just go with the rhetoric.
Like rape apologist, that works too, you know?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the rhetoric that I heard in that clip was very rape apologist-like. So instead of calling you a rapist, let's just go with that was rapist apology or rape apologist vernacular.
Okay, that works. Okay, so just to kind of understand the minds of everybody, before we get too deep into this, I'm curious in terms of like how you see things. So when you see a video posted on some place that's obviously like pretty edited, do you think for a second that like maybe there's something else here, or are you really in your mind just like, yeah, this guy just full on thinks that the reason why rape happens is because women and then some reason? Like, is there ever like a moment of pause, or just like think like, fuck it? I'm just kind of curious. This isn't like accusatory. I know a lot of people judge, but I'm just kind of curious.
It's a little bit of both, actually, because, you know, I could tell that there was jump cuts, but also, you know, I know that any content creator, they use jump cuts, and I did just kind of, I don't even know how I got onto your video. I think it was just accidentally clicked on when I was scrolling through Twitter, and then I listened to it, and it, you know, kept looping over and over and over again, and then there was some outrage. And then when I went to go like back out of the video and respond to it, that was my chance to pause because the video went away. And so all I knew was that your name was Destiny. And so I typed in Destiny and just started, you know, scrolling through the search and trying to find that video again. And then I responded. Okay, gotcha. Just curious. Yeah, but I am open to if there's definitely some context missing. I'm open to hearing you out on that, and I will backtrack on calling you a rapist. Sure. Well, it's okay. Because obviously,
it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so I'm curious because my biggest worry is that we disagree on everything, and then it's like the way that it was cut just makes it dumb. But I think when I initially did that conversation, the question I was asked was, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit because I don't have the original video, but it was like, what do you think is like the biggest cause of like rape in the United States? And when I think of rape, I'm using a really expansive definition because a lot of people seem to use it. So for instance, I might include like meet a girl at a bar, get her maybe a little bit more drunk than she should be, get her to go back to your house, and then have sex with her. And it's like, maybe it's not like prosecutable rape, but it's like kind of on the spectrum of like kind of weird. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my response to that was, I feel like the biggest contributing factors here are that men are socialized to chase and be very aggressive, and women are socialized to be very passive and just give in and not assert boundaries. Those are like the two parts that I usually come at it from. Now, the first half of that answer was chopped out, so just the woman part was in. But in the broader scheme of things, I feel like that the way that men and women are socialized basically puts us in an environment where these types of things are going to continue to happen until something significantly changes.
And I would actually agree with you on that because, you know, it does come from both sides. I don't exactly subscribe to the notion that, you know, the owner, like kind of how, what is her name, Farah said, that the onus should only be on women.
Which I agree, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I do think that there is a proponent there where if women were able, you know, or did establish more boundaries and be upfront with that could thwart some assaults or stop some miscommunication leading into an assault. or where one is perceived, because it's more expansive than the he said she said of it. So I will agree with you there. And so I guess when she cut out half of your answer, the outrageous part is, oh, well, women just need to assert their boundaries more.
Sure, because that's in not all cases will that be the case, and I mean it takes there's generally a raping party if sexual assault is happening, and obviously the onus would be on the guy as well to be a little bit more cognizant of what's going on in the situation, right?
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people do just kind of throw caution to the wind on both sides, and then it ends up leading into a situation that's not really desirable. And I'm not sure if I'm live right now, and I'm not going to get too personal about this.
Yeah, hold on, I'm sorry. I'm live streaming. I think I said that. I'll reiterate that, yeah. So you don't have to say anything like super personal or anything, yeah.
Well, and I mean, this I don't care about. I share it on occasions, But some of my experience, and this wasn't rape, but it would have definitely led there, is that I was, over at my boyfriend's house. We were sleeping in the same bed. I was pretty pissed off at him from the night before, so I was just kind of like, don't touch me. But he woke up and started grinding on me. I made it very, very clear, like, I don't feel like it. I'm not in the mood. I, just don't. And he immediately was like, oh, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to snuggle, blah, 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 blah. And at first I was like, okay, well, I don't really want you touching me. Like, I'm super annoyed with you right now. I would prefer it if you don't. But then immediately started grinding on me again.
Yeah.
And so I got pissed. And I tried to get up and leave the situation. And he ended up smashing my face into a wall.
Okay.
Because, his bed was up against the wall. I was on the inside. He was on the outside. And of course from there, it's like, oh, okay, we're done. I'm leaving. And he pins me down and doesn't let me leave. Now, eventually, he was also on probation. So, I only had to make a couple of threats to, call the police, send him back to jail.
Yeah.
So that would be like one instance where it's, I did everything I was supposed to. I asserted my boundaries. I tried to push him away. I tried to get out of there, and I wasn't able to. And so I think that's what actually triggered it, was when you were just like, oh, just, be upfront with your boundaries. If it continues, try to get away physically. And so when we're talking about the concept of trying to, avoid rape or, the cause of rape, and then to hear you put that responsibility on the women, I was like, oh, can I cuss?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, fuck no.
Sure. Okay, so, all right. This is kind of a challenging conversation, and I understand if this is a little personal. So if you're uncomfortable pursuing this, I'm totally okay with that. We can always back out to something less personal. I feel like when it comes to rape and sexual assault, it's one of the few things where it seems like it's impossible for people to say anything without people bringing up an exception. So, for instance, if I were to say, when I drive my car, I think it's a good idea to wear a seatbelt. I think you should always wear a seatbelt. And somebody's like, okay, well, what if you wear a seatbelt and somebody T-bones you? Well, it's like, okay, well, I mean, that sucks, but I mean, I guess pay attention at stoplights. Well, okay, well, what if you pay attention at stoplights, but you get in a car accident because somebody else hits you? What if your car rolls over and you get trapped and there's a fire and now the seatbelt's locked you in? It's like, okay, I guess that could happen. Where it's there's something that is broadly true and broadly works, but every time you bring up that this might be a good idea to help people, encourage people to apply, people will always bring up these exceptional cases and be like, oh, well, what about this? And it's yeah, that can happen and that sucks. But it seems like even in your case, and it sucks that he attacked you physically, but I mean being verbal and putting up a boundary and saying this, it did work, right? It did keep somebody to stop from I think going all the way in that interaction. Whereas I'm guessing, if he didn't say anything at all, I imagine he probably would have tried to push for as much as he could have. Yeah.
Yeah, but all he did was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna wait a few seconds, like make her think that she's safe, and then try again.
Yeah.
Which is, and there, along with the seatbelt analogy, there's also, when people try to say not all men, like there is a reason why most women view men as these scary predator type.
Yeah.
And it's,
So
like if you get bit by if you see a tick, you're automatically thinking like, oh, I need to get away from that. I might get Lyme disease.
Yeah.
Not all ticks have Lyme disease or carry it. But there's enough cases of getting Lyme disease after being bit by a tick that the general consensus is ticks have Lyme disease.
Yeah, so okay, so I'll be candid about myself. I'm sympathetic to your position. For history, I'm known as like a streamer and all this shit. I got a pretty extensive hookup experience with women. I won't give numbers, but it's quite a few. With men, I've got significantly less. But I'll say that like of all my hookup experience with women, I think I've had maybe one like really push a boundary where it's like, I don't want to do this, like we need to stop. I think that's happened one time to me with a woman. For men, it's happened in half of my interactions, 50%, where when you tell a guy no, he'll keep going like 5 seconds later, or he'll wait like a minute and then he'll do the same thing over and over and over again. So I'm sympathetic to your position there. But I feel like based on my personal experience and based on what I hear other women say, I feel like when people talk about how these encounters go, it makes me feel like it's even more important to stress the importance of being able to verbally or even physically assert a boundary. Because if you only do it one time, or if you make it sound like, well, it doesn't matter anyway, people are going to do what they want, then I think there's a lot of men out there that kind of rely on that idea that the girl will give up, or that if you just keep pushing, she'll eventually like give in and you can kind of do what you want. I think that's one of the reasons why I fight against that idea so much, that like, oh, you can't say anything, like guys will do what they want or whatever, because it's like, well, that's not necessarily true. Like a lot will stop if you say something, and sometimes all you have to do is say something, and even the creepiest dude is kind of just relying on you to give up, but if you actually say something, they'll fuck off.
Yeah, and I think that, and I don't disagree with that at all. It probably could stop some assaults from happening. And it's definitely worth a try. But when you're looking at it from a victim's perspective, they're doing what they know how to do to survive in that moment. Oh my god, my dog is barking.
Oh, you're good. I can't even hear him, but...
Okay. And so, that clip may have been taken out of context where it's just talking about like, oh, women just need to, set their boundaries, and that'll significantly reduce their risk of being raped.
I do agree with that. I do think it does significantly reduce, like by like 80%. In terms of like getting rid of just like creepy pushy guys. Like obviously there's going to be like a contingent of people that are like very, 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 very aggressive, but I feel like when we talk about our culture that exists today, that's kind of the minority, that most guys are just kind of like pushy and creepy and are relying on the girl to kind of like break down over time, rather than actually like, I'm going to hold you down and like do things against your will. I feel like that's pretty exceptionally rare, which is why I usually push for the because it feels like you can only tell like a guy, like if you put out the message like, guys just stop being creepy, guys stop being creepy, like I don't know how many guys hear that message, right? Whereas for a woman, like at the very least, like there are some things that you can utilize to keep guys from being creepy and rapey against you as much as you can, at least.
Yeah, you can lock your doors to your car, but if somebody wants your car enough, they're gonna break in and steal it.
Yeah, but locking your door probably deters like 80% of people just walking through a parking lot seeing if the door is unlocked.
Yes, but in 80% is a high number, in terms of like ratios. And I'm sure those people who lock their doors are thankful for it.
Sure.
But also, like, say that you did lock your car, or maybe you didn't, just your car got stolen. And the first thing that people ask you is, well, did you lock your doors? Did you make sure that you didn't have anything valuable inside? Where was your car parked? Did you make sure that it was lit enough? What kind of car do you have?
While that is like really shitty, and I agree, that is the go-to response for every single time that happens, right? Like people basically do say that, like, well, why were you driving that car? Why'd you park your BMW in that neighborhood? Or like, you didn't lock your door? What a dumb fuck. Like people will victim blame you like almost instantaneously in matters of like theft or like burglary. Or at least that's been my experience, but maybe my family's assholes, but.
Yeah, but I feel like it's the same thing for women, you know, like you do come forward with these accusations. It's like, well, what were you doing? Were you drinking? What were you wearing? Were you in a lit area? Why were you at that bar if you know that, you know, there's creepy guys there? Like, don't you know that this can happen to you?
Yeah, I do agree. Like that kind of pushing is really shitty. I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and so, there, like when it came, like it felt very victim blamey, but also like there's this huge history of men always blaming women for men committing crimes, you know? And so I feel like we can say till we're blue in the face, you know, don't rape us, you know, try to teach them what consent is. They're going to keep making excuses and blaming the victims. And everybody wants to say that, you know, they're against rape, and that they'll stand by victims no matter what until the person that they know is accused of rape. And all of a sudden they feel this need to defend, or even attack the victim for hurling such a horrendous accusation at this person. There's no way that it could possibly happen. And, you know, I also want to say that false claims of rape are absolutely horrendous and deserve maximum penalties because you're ruining, you know, somebody's life, their livelihood,
but
everything.
in the grand scheme of things, they're pretty rare, right?
Very rare. But, you know, I think it was in that thread from, you know, my tweet that people were being like, well, what about the false accusations? Because I was talking about like, well, if we want to deter rape, we need to make the consequence for it much harsher. Because, you know, I know 2 of my friends personally, well, 3 technically, but 2 instances, where they did everything they were supposed to do. They asserted their boundaries, you know, like these were people that they knew and trusted and felt comfortable drinking around them, and then ended up getting raped by them. And they tried to press charges. And one of them, the most recent one, he ended up walking away with, I don't even know I think they reduced it down to almost like kidnapping. I forget what exactly it's called, but holding somebody against their will.
Okay. I don't know the formal name of the charge, but okay.
Yeah. So he ended up getting away with a misdemeanor, slap on the wrist, no probation, did not spend a day in jail. He pled down. And I don't think that should even be an option. Like, she did everything that she was supposed to. You know, he was walking with her to a party. He drug her behind a gas station, raped her, and then she had to run out into the middle of the street with no clothes on and flag down a car to take her to the hospital.
Sure. I think I think the thing that sucks that makes rape and really all like domestic violence stuff so difficult to deal with is that when it comes to like prosecution for like criminal charges, all of it ends up kind of being like a he said, she said. And for criminal stuff, it's really, really, really hard to actually convict somebody on that. That's the issue with like domestic violence stuff too, is that like even if a woman comes in with bruises and stuff, if the woman doesn't want to say anything about the man or cooperate with the police to press charges, or even if she does, sometimes it can be really, really difficult to actually secure like a conviction, you know, like that beyond reasonable doubt for somebody doing something.
Yeah. But even in the case where like all the evidence is stacked against him, he got away with a slap on the wrist. And the same thing, you know, this was 15 years ago now, happened to my other friend, where she did the exact same thing. She's the one I mentioned in that thread where she almost died because the jock of the school, he was like the quarterback, you know, in high school, super popular. And again, I go to I live in a really small town, which is why I'll try to keep things as vague as possible.
Sure.
But very small town, everybody knows everybody. And so when they found out that my friend was pressing charges against this guy, they set her house on fire. They set her parents' car on fire. She got jumped every day after school, and I forever will admire this girl for just the tenacity that she had to keep trying to go to school. Eventually she did drop out. But how long she went on before, finally deciding this isn't worth it anymore. Just trying to carry on a normal life. And she did 2 years of trial. Initially, when she went to the hospital to get the rape kit and the cops came to take her, statements and stuff, she actually got a copy of the report where it says, "I do not believe her because she has a smug grin on her face." And it's when, I don't know about you, but when I'm uncomfortable, I kind of have a weird smile. When I'm talking about something that is, kind of, makes your skin crawl.
Super common. It's nervous laughter and stuff. Yeah. A lot of people see people in really awkward or really uncomfortable situations and they're like, oh, this person's laughing. They think it's a joke. And it's no, they're probably nervous. There's a lot of, that's a pretty common human response. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And, describing these vile details, it's a normal reaction, and the cops just aren't trained.
How about we give some
well
advice to
enough
stop an accusation similar to
to
that? 22 where a
spot
person
those,
lies there and then blames him for it.
little
If you don't-
details and, not necessarily overlook them, but, take it with a grain of salt when somebody's explaining, what happened to them.
Yeah.
And so it was really hard for her. They declined to press charges. And so, she had to go to a prosecuting attorney. She had to get her own attorney just to push for charges to be made. And then after 2 years of trial, he was found guilty and he got put on the sex offenders list. But again, never had to serve a day in jail. Did not get any probation. Just had to put himself on the sex, offender registry. And he still to this day has not done so. And they do not impose any consequences for it.
Sure.
And so, I guess my answer, besides the obvious, don't rape women, when it comes to, what can people do to, make rape stop or, to kind of resolve the situation. It's that I don't think that it needs to be so much women need to assert their boundaries. Yeah, that helps. And it might significantly reduce the risk. Same thing where, if you're getting attacked or if somebody comes up and chest bumps you and they act all tough, as soon as you do it back, they tend to back down.
Sure.
Because you're okay, I'm down the fight. So but it shouldn't even get to that point. We shouldn't have to feel we're, in that fight mode. And I definitely don't think that it's anybody's fault if they don't resort to that. So if they don't assert their boundaries, they still got raped.
Yeah, I guess so here is kind of on a broader point. I don't know how politically active you are or anything like that, but
not very.
Okay. So do you mind me asking how old you are? Are you comfortable saying or no?
I'm 30.
Okay, gotcha. I'm 34. I think on a broader point, it feels sexually, we've had kind of this opening up of women being able to explore options sexually outside of marriage because of access to things like birth control. And then the fact that women can work. So women can have sex with people without necessarily getting pregnant, and they don't have to have a husband to survive because they can work their own jobs. Two things that I'm grateful for. I think these are good things. But I feel with all of the new access to sex, it feels there's a lot of kind of new responsibilities. It's kind of a loaded word, but there's a lot of stuff that goes along with that to make sure that everybody is kind of safe. And it seems we are having a really hard time having those conversations. And I've heard over and over and over again, the men need to stop raping, men need to stop raping. And it's yeah, that's true. But it only goes so far to say that. And it feels sometimes there's a whole lot left on the floor in terms of, I guess in terms of people taking reasonable steps to keep themselves safe sometimes. Or it feels like, I guess it feels like in some ways, so I guess in some areas those conversations aren't happening enough, and then in other areas those conversations are happening too much, depending on, I guess, who you're talking to. Because like you said, there are going to be some people, I guess especially if you go down to a police station, where the officers there are trying to figure out if anything illegal happened, so they're going to be like roasting the fuck out of you or grilling you really hard to see if you did something to kind of, you know, lead the guy on or something. But
yeah, and I can definitely see that. And I do agree that there needs to be more conversations had. And kind of how you were mentioning that where there is that sex education where they emphasize on consent more, that women are safer and less rapes happen because both parties, not just women, understand consent. And they better know how to assert themselves. Unfortunately, I went to a school on an Indian reservation that had a very poor curriculum.
Yeah.
So I envy the people who got to have that discussion at such a young age, because it probably would have prevented some of the things that happened to me. It probably would have prevented some of the things that happened to my friends. And more importantly, like, I do think that, you know, yes, women can assert their boundaries and help with that, but men also need to understand consent better and understand rejection. And maybe there needs to be some like therapy that goes on there where, you know, when men are rejected, that they learn how to deal with it in a more healthy way. Because a lot of the times, like, if they're denied that sex, that they feel like, you know, they're like, well, I'm a man. This is just my primal instinct. You're hindering that. And, you know, try to get more aggressive about like they need sex, like it's part of their survival.
Yeah, I've heard like there's a lot of like stories of like a guy's like, oh no, like I'm gonna get blue balls. This is like a medical condition, and if you don't do something, or like the weird guilt trippy shit, or if somebody says they're not comfortable, you know, it's like the guy starts arguing or debating. Like, yeah, I hear about this type of stuff all the time. Yeah, for sure. Or like women ghost guys instead of letting them down, because if you try to explain to a guy that you don't want to see him again, then the guy like takes it as like this huge insult, and there's a huge argument and fight over it and everything. Yeah, and
like I don't know much about you. I've heard of you on 3 occasions, including this clip that's floating on Twitter.
Nice.
So like, and I do hear about you from the commentary bros. I'm not really in that community. You know, I pop in on some streams from time to time just to see if I can learn anything. Honestly, there's a lot of guys in there that are just like Augie and Nicholas Diorio and them. Like, I'm not sure what to take seriously. Even
Hold on.
Edwin.
You came from
right
that
now.
community, and you think that I'm the. Never mind. That's not a real name. Never mind. Oh, I know what you're talking about though. Those guys are pretty extreme, though, aren't
You have a good point, though. You do have a really good point, and I like from that community. I have heard about you being the more, what do they call it, like blue pill. Like, you're very left leaning on things. Which I guess why your name implies omni-liberal.
Sure.
So I guess I could have put that together. And like, I think that's part of the thing that also sparked some of the outrage, is because of what I have heard about you, you know, being so left, being, you know, for feminism and standing for that kind of stuff. And then to hear the way that clip was put together, it like honestly shocked me. Not that I know a whole lot about you.
No, yeah, I don't disagree. I guess because I ended up listening to it because then I heard it was picking up stream, and then I listened to it. I was like, I don't think I said any. Like, obviously, anytime there's a conversation on these topics, it's pretty contentious. But then I listened to it, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of sound like a rapist. But
yeah.
I guess the thing that's crazy to me is that, like, I look at it. Maybe I take it for granted because I've done so much online content. Like, it's very obvious in looking at the clip where I'm like talking, and it's like, obviously this has been like cut like pretty hard. But I guess people just see it and they're just like, oh yeah, like he definitely thinks that like women are the reason why people get raped. So it was just interesting to me that so many people like took it at face value and just like ran with it, despite the fact that like the lion's share of my content for the past 6 months has been fighting against like red pillars and like crazy shit like that. So it was just interesting to me, I guess.
Yeah, and because I don't, you know, you don't ever show up on my timeline for anything unless it's, you know, one of the commentary bros just mentioning you in passing. And then I think there was, do you have a TikTok? Because I think I might have seen something on TikTok when the whole Roe v. Wade thing was going on.
Yeah, I have a few fan channels, and then I've got my thing, yeah.
Okay. Because I think I saw something on there that was talking, and you have the right stance. Like, I agree with you, but I think that, and this might be part of like why you got into this situation where you were clipped out of context, is that it was in, sometimes it isn't cut and dry, but you expanded on it too much and left some room for things to be, clipped out of context. And, as far as, you were trying to play both sides, I can kind of see it where you're like, yeah, women do need to assert their boundaries more. And that can prevent some rape, and it doesn't prevent all of it. There's always, like, no matter what, same thing with the car thief analogy. There's always going to be those people that just take what they want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then, for not to like jump topics a little bit, but kind of, but with the abortion thing, it's like, okay, I understand that, like, it kind of seems like, I don't want to call it fence sitting, but I can't find a better word for it at the moment. I'm also like super sick. I've been up since 3 a.m.
Yeah, you're fine.
So I'm tired. But I believe the clip that I saw on TikTok was that, like, oh, you can't say that abortion is wrong because you're not a woman and you'll never have to carry a child.
Did I say that?
That was like the consensus. Again, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that is kind of, in paraphrasing, that is what you said, was like that you can't carry a child. That's never going to be your decision to make, and so you can't speak on it like one way or the other. Was the clip that I saw?
That sounds really weird because I hate that argument, and I talk about abortion all the time, and I can't carry a baby. So yeah, that's an interesting. I wonder what that got. I wonder what the context of that clip was. I'm super curious, but because I usually fight against people, because a lot of people on the left will say like, oh, like men can't talk about this because it's not your issue. And it's like, well, we have to pay child support, and I mean it's kind of an issue, but and it's important anyway. If you think it's like murder or whatever, if you're a conservative, then obviously everybody should have a right to talk on it. I'm curious where that clip came from. Maybe I'll go find that sometime, but yeah, it might have been.
And I'm not sure if it was on your channel.
Yeah, I do make the joke sometimes that like I think that if men could get pregnant, I think that abortion rights in the United States would look a lot different. That's a joke that I make pretty often, but I don't think I would ever say like, oh, you can't talk about this because you're a man. That seems like something I wouldn't say, but I don't know. I'd have to see the clip, I guess. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah. But that was where I was kind of like, okay, like, you're not really like, it was like you were not taking a stance, but you were trying to appear as if you were taking a stance on it.
Weird. Okay.
And so that's where I was kind of like, okay, like, whatever. I think I might have like said something about being pretentious. Like, I did reply in comments to that clip. It was just like, whatever, this is like super pretentious. Like, but it was another one of those things where, like, I'm not going to say that there's one clear answer, but there obviously is, and it's the right answer, and it's my answer.
Of course.
But, just that it all comes down to bodily autonomy. Even as a male, like, you would probably think that your rights were violated, and, your civil rights were violated if somebody else relied on you giving them a kidney, a piece of your body, in order for them to live. And if you didn't, if you refused that and they ended up dying, that you would be charged with murder.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'm not actually sure. That goes into...
You're saying that if the government told you that there is somebody dying in a local hospital near you right now, we've looked at your records, you've had your blood drawn before, you've had all these labs done, you're a perfect match. This person is going to die if you don't give them a kidney.
Yeah.
And we will charge you with murder if you refuse. Despite, the recovery that you would have to go through from major surgery, the fact that you live without a kidney for the rest of your life, none of that matters because somebody else's life depends on a piece of your body.
Yeah. So the thing that makes this really challenging for me is there's one part of this analogy that's not fitting, but when you make it fit, I think a lot of people view it in a much different way. I might be a little bit biased here because I don't know if you have any children, but I've got an 11-year-old son. But if
I have a 15-month-old.
If the person in that analogy was my child, I really don't know. That'd be really hard for me. If somebody had a child and their child had kidney failure and a parent had a matching kidney and that child was otherwise healthy, if they got the kidney, they'd be guaranteed to live and all that, and the parent was like, no, I'm not going to give it, I don't know if I think something like that should be mandated or if I'd view that parent as like a murderer or not. I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I would have to. There's no way if my kid needed a kidney, there's no way I'm ever even thinking about, like, of course, yeah, you're going to have my kidney. You're my fucking child. I'm not going to let you die.
Yeah.
So I think that when it's a stranger, when it's a stranger, I agree that it's
my
like
life and limb for.
Yeah, but so I think that's why typically when I argue for abortion, I don't think that the fetus counts as like a human being, because I think if you count it as like a full-fledged baby, if you give it all the same rights, I feel like the autonomy argument is really hard because, I don't know. It's hard to say like, well, it's a baby, but I'm going to murder it because it's using part of my body. When I think in other circumstances, I think we would give in a bit, but it's a pretty complicated argument, yeah. But I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, and at least you get like where I'm kind of coming from with that. But like for me, and like honestly, it's my decision. It's not anybody else's, and I don't think that anybody else should have control over my choice over my body. And I think that's where some people kind of get where they can argue that, you'll never get pregnant, and so you don't deserve a say in this. And it's like, well, some old men already currently, do make those decisions for us.
Sure.
And so, yes, you need to be part of the conversation.
Okay.
So I don't agree with that at all. But yeah, that was just to say, like, that's the only other time that I had like heard of you. And so I was like, oh, okay. Like, it was very, very wordy for something that could have just been like, the bodily autonomy argument.
Okay.
And so, yeah. And then other than that, commentary bros, and then the Twitter video, like now that, and especially,
I
sorry, my
hear your
husband just
dog.
walked in.
Oh, sorry, that was your dog crying. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now that, and especially because like people were calling me a clout goblin. If I would have known the amount of responses that I would get, and I guess like I probably, like, it's the internet. The internet's going to internet, so I could have foreseen that circumstance. I just thought that it was highly unlikely that it would get any traction at all. And like my notifications are probably still blowing up.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so I had that response, and like honestly, I thought that I was just going to be able to say my piece. You might have seen it. Like I wasn't expecting you not to see it. It's not like I was trying to like
hide behind yeah, I understand.
Yeah, hide behind anonymity or anything like that. And I will apologize for calling you a rapist.
No,
but
it's good.
like,
You're all good. I was just curious where the sentiment came from, but okay.
Yeah, but if anybody was like, especially me not knowing who you are for the most part, if any other guy was to say that exact same thing, like the first thing that would pop into my head is like, oh, like you've probably like had inconsensual sex before.
Sure.
Like that sounds exactly like something somebody would say if they were trying to justify themselves getting accused of rape.
Okay.
And there are situations where like I'll concede that, where girls do lead them on and then they have regrets the next day or they're embarrassed by their actions. And so it's easier for them to say that they were raped than, own up to just like, oh yeah, that's not like my best move.
Sure. Although I would say that like those cases are going to be exceptionally rare as well, right?
I would say that there are, because I've been there in a few instances, these were people that I went to school with. And for instance, there was a girl that I was in high school with. We were at prom. Small school, like less than 300 people for all 4 grades. So it got around that she had slept with somebody. And like we were there, we were watching it happen.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
And she tried to say maybe like a week later when, you know, she realized that everybody was talking about it, that it was not consensual.
Oh, sure. The kind of like the informal rape thing probably happens a bit more. I was thinking of like somebody goes to the cop and they file, like the police station, they file false rape charges is probably pretty rare. But people talking shit among friends are like, oh no, like I didn't even want to, like he forced me. That probably does happen a bit more, unfortunately. Yeah.
Quite a bit more.
Yeah.
But again, like, and this is where my internal misogyny might, like, I'm not one of those like, you're probably more of a diehard feminist than I am.
Sure.
And maybe it's because there's just like there's women and they talk and it just makes my skin crawl for whatever reason.
We've got a few of those, don't worry.
There is no reason. But I just like, I don't have a good vibe from them. And so I'm just like, oh, whatever. I'm going to disregard everything that you say.
Sure.
And so like, it's probably happened to me when somebody has like said like publicly that they were raped. And I'm just like, oh, whatever. Like, I don't like you. So you probably, just regret sleeping with somebody.
Jeez.
I'm trying to change that. I know it is a fault of mine. But, those thoughts do pop into my head. And I think because I realize how disgusted I am with myself, that when I hear it come from like other people, that I feel like I have to be extra defensive.
Okay. Interesting. Gotcha.
Does that make sense a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then that probably, I know that there's probably a lot of facets that played into my reaction. And, I will like also admit that, yeah, like that clip was probably taken out of context. I honestly probably don't believe it wasn't out of malice.
I hope not. I don't think so. Yeah. I think she's used to cutting videos up of just herself doing skits with herself. I don't think she's normally used to another person being on the call, so she wasn't really thinking of like, does this make you look like a rapist? She was thinking like, I just want to respond to this part of the argument. But yeah.
Yeah, and that like, I think that you're being very charitable with that. Yeah. And maybe you have to be like, you don't even care that somebody called. Well, you do care, obviously, but you're not as defensive as I thought you would be for being called a rapist. You even admitted, I think somebody linked a clip where you were like, hey, yeah, like I did sound pretty rapey. And like that, like it painted me into like a different light.
Sure. No, yeah, I understand. I don't necessarily care. Like I'm a super inflammatory motherfucker, and I understand that sometimes. I guess and I don't even care if somebody listens to a clip and like, man, this sounds real bad or whatever. But I guess like there's so many people that I hate online. But even for the people I hate, when I hear, I don't know who you watch. You said commentary people. Like typically when I hear something crazy about somebody, my first thing is usually like, damn, like that looks insane. Like I wonder what happened, and I'll try to like dig around to figure it out. But it seems like people sometimes are very keen to see like one clip and like, oh yeah, this guy definitely a rapist. And it's like, damn, I've been doing online content for 12 years. I feel like if I would have raped somebody, it would have gotten out by now. But yeah,
and I did take that into consideration too, that like the stuff that I do hear about you, I'm not gonna say that it's good, but also the people that I'm hearing it from are people like Augie.
Sure.
So I'm just kind of like like I don't bother to look into it because I'm not that curious. But I'm like, oh yeah, whatever. Like Augie's also like hella, misogynistic and hates women, apparently. I don't know if that's like a bit that he does.
Oh no, he does. Augie and the Nicholas guy, they hate women. Those aren't bits, okay? Careful around those ones. Okay.
Good to know. And I mean, like, it doesn't deter me from tuning into their content every once in a while, but I guess it depends on what they're covering. It actually, like, the only reason why I know any of those people is because they're covering something else not related to the commentary community that I'm actually interested in. And so that's been I would say that Edwin is probably the one that I've watched the most, even though with all that recent stuff that's going on with him, I'm kind of backing away with that because I don't, again, like it might be my internal misogyny, but I don't know what to think about it because I wouldn't say that I adored or like admired Edwin at all. But there was a few times where he let me actually like get onto a stream and like discuss my point of view on something, and I respected him for doing that. In a way, I was like, oh, I actually appreciate you, like, you know, bouncing ideas off of your audience and like kind of integrating us into your show. That's really cool. And so, you know, I had that kind of attachment to him. And then when this whole salvo thing was going on and he was going to Ohio or whatever, and I saw that girl at Babs, you know, I was like, oh, I don't have a good feeling about her. And I'm not sure if that's just because like my girl brain just decided she's an enemy.
Sure.
And so I just like from the get-go preconceived notion, I'm just like, yeah, this is not gonna go well. And I actually hoped that it didn't go well, not for him but for her.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, again, I'm not proud of it, but I'll admit to it. And a lot how like you know, there's unsavory things that get clipped about you. And I'm not saying that you don't care, but you do own what you say, even if it was abhorrent in the moment.
Sure.
So I appreciate that about you. And like, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, you're good. No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, well, do you have any other closing words or thoughts for us, or?
No, but I do appreciate you hearing me out.
Cool. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming on to chat. It's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely subscribe. Not sure how often I'll pop by, but I don't know. I'm curious about your brain now, so
yeah, no problem.
I think I'll tune in every once in a while.
It's gonna be a shock and awe, but thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just don't boot me for being inactive for 7 hours, okay?
Okay, I'm just kidding. I don't actually do that. Okay. Have fun.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. Have a great night.
Fuck. Fuck, I think the clip was like so egregious. I'm not even gonna get a good discussion out of it. Because I think once you hear the full take, I don't think you can really disagree. Fuck.
Familiar? This is the
Uh-oh. Wait, new. This is 19 hours. Oh my god, wait, is this brand new?
same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom.
Hold on.
3 months, you have continued to melt down about this. And melt down about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there. Skin in a big, waving his gun around and dancing.
Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this clip yet, guys?
These are the only clips I'm watching, you are?
Now, the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream, I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now.
Wow. Hilarious. Okay, sorry. Why does it say live performance? Is this actually a live performance? This sounds like the same recording as the one on the comp challenge. Damn, wait, how many instruments does this fucking guy play? Jesus. Okay, where were we at? What were we doing?
This meme on the internet, and I would love you to steel man the case for it and against, that Trump broke Sam Harris's brain. That there's something is disproportionately to the actual impact that Trump had on our society. He had an impact on the ability of balanced,
Fuck, should I watch this?
calm, rational minds to see the world clearly. The following is a conversation with Sam Harris, his second time on the podcast. As I said 2 years ago, when I first met and spoke with Sam, he's one of the most influential, pioneering thinkers of our time. As the host of the Making Sense podcast, creator of the Waking Up app, and the author of many seminal books on human nature and the human mind, including The End of Faith, The Moral Landscape, Lying, Free Will, and Waking Up.
With Sam
In this conversation, besides our mutual fascination with AGI and free will, we do also go deep into controversial, challenging topics of Donald Trump, Hunter Biden, January 6th, vaccines, lab leak, Kanye West, and several key figures at the center of public
Kanye
discourse,
West?
including Joe Rogan
Did he
and
just
Elon
dead name
Musk,
him?
both of whom have been friends of Sam and have become friends of mine. Somehow, in an amazing life trajectory that I do not deserve in any way, and in fact believe is probably a figment of my imagination. And if it's all right, please allow me to say a few words about this personal aspect of the conversation, of discussing Joe, Elon, and others. What's been weighing heavy on my heart since the beginning of the pandemic, now 3 years ago, is that many people I look to for wisdom in public discourse stop talking to each other as often, with respect, humility, and love, when the world needed those kinds of conversations the most. My hope is that they start talking again. They start being friends again. They start noticing the humanity that connects them, that is much deeper than the disagreements that divide them.
Damn.
So let me take this moment to say, with humility and honesty, why I look up to and am inspired by Joe, Elon, and Sam. I think Joe Rogan is important to the world as a voice of compassionate curiosity and open-mindedness to ideas, both radical and mainstream, sometimes with humor, sometimes with brutal honesty, always pushing for more kindness in the world. I think Elon Musk is important to the world as an engineer, leader, entrepreneur, and human being who takes on the hardest problems that face humanity and refuses to accept the constraints of conventional thinking that made the solutions to these problems seem impossible. I think Sam Harris is important to the world as a fearless voice who fights for the pursuit of truth against growing forces of echo chambers and audience capture, taking unpopular perspectives and defending them with rigor and resilience. I both celebrate and criticize all three privately, and they criticize me, usually more effectively, from which I always learn a lot and always appreciate. Most importantly, there is respect and love for each other as human beings, the very thing that I think the world needs most now, in a time of division and chaos. I will continue to try to mend divisions, to try to understand, not deride, to turn the other cheek if needed, to return hate with love. Sometimes people criticize me for being naive, cheesy, simplistic, all of that. I know. I agree. But I really am speaking from the heart, and I'm trying. This world is too fucking beautiful not to try, in whatever way I know how. I love you all.
Wow.
This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sam Harris. What is more effective at making a net positive impact on the world? Empathy or reason?
It depends on what you mean by empathy. There are at least two kinds of empathy. There's the cognitive form, which is, I would argue even a species of reason. It's just understanding another person's point of view. You understand why they're suffering or why they're happy, or what, you have a theory of mind about another human being that is accurate, and so you can navigate.
I think Sam Harris is like the biggest person that I think I could vibe with. Like Peterson would be a debate. Rogan would be like bro, I understand why you're open-minded, but like, why do you do this shit? Shapiro might be fun to like debate, but I feel like Sam Harris would be the one I would vibe the most with. I just in terms of like, because I feel like we've had similar trajectories, just like on the opposite paths, and then we seem to be in a relatively similar place in terms of state of mind. But
in relationship to them more effectively. And then there's another layer entirely, not incompatible with that, but just distinct, which is what people often mean by empathy, which is more a kind of emotional contagion, right? Like you feel depressed and I begin to feel depressed along with you because, you know, it's contagious, right?
Would you be stressed about Harris speaking slow? Sam Harris speaks kind of slow, but he speaks pretty purposefully, I think. I don't think it's a lot of like filler nonsense. Oftentimes my biggest frustration, if somebody wants to speak slow, but if every word is purposeful and they're conveying some sort of meaning in a highly intentional way, I'm okay with that cadence. The biggest kind of issue, I guess, that I personally, have, it's when somebody has like a, if somebody talks kind of slowly, but they don't really say much, even though they're taking, like a whole minute. Like, that's the type of stuff that drives me crazy. I think that when Harris speaks, he's kind of slow, but he's purposeful. Like, there's something being conveyed, so I'm okay. So when people are very slow and they drag and they do a lot of fill, it drives me, it makes me want to fucking off myself. I can't handle it. I actually can't handle it. But Harris does pretty good. He speaks kind of slowly, but he's pretty intentional. Same thing with Lex. Lex is very intentional when he speaks,
we're so close, and I'm so concerned about you, and your problems become my problems, and it bleeds through. Right now, I think both of those capacities are very important, but the emotional contagion piece, and this is not really my thesis, this is something I have more or less learned from Paul Bloom, the psychologist who wrote a book on this topic.
Oh, Against Empathy.
Against Empathy.
He wants understanding instead of empathy.
The emotional social contagion piece is a bad guide rather often for ethical behavior and ethical intuitions.
Oh boy.
And I'll give you the clear example of this, which is we find...
Or compassion is the word he uses.
Stories with a single identifiable protagonist who we can effortlessly empathize with far more compelling than data, right? So if I tell you, this is the classic case of the little girl who falls down a well, right? This is somebody's daughter. You see the parents distraught on television. You hear her cries from the bottom of the well. The whole country's...
Oh, if somebody can find me this. I feel like there was a study where if you ask somebody about certain characteristics or traits, and then you measure how receptive they are to those characteristics or traits, that if you read somebody a short story first with a protagonist having those traits, they're more favorable to them afterwards, just by having the story and a character to attach them to. I read about that study once, but I never saw the actual study, so I'm curious if it exists. If somebody wants to go find it.
Stops. I mean, this was an example of this 20, 25 years ago, I think, where it was just wall-to-wall on CNN. This is just the perfect use of CNN. It was, 72 hours or whatever it was of continuous coverage of just extracting this girl from a well. So we effortlessly pay attention to that. We care about it. We will donate money toward it. I mean, it marshals 100% of our compassion and altruistic impulse. Whereas if you hear that there's a genocide raging in some country you've never been to and never intend to go to, and the numbers don't make a dent, and we find the story boring, right? And we'll change the channel in the face of a genocide, right? It doesn't matter. So perversely, it could be 500,000 little girls have fallen down wells in that country, and we still don't care, right? So it's, many of us have come to believe that this is a bug rather than a feature of our moral psychology. And so
that I could save all the little girls.
Empathy plays an unhelpful role there. So ultimately, I think, when we're making big decisions about what we should do and how to mitigate human suffering and what's worth valuing and how we should protect those values, I think reason is the better tool.
And bring it back to my house.
But it's not that I would want to dispense with any part of empathy either.
And then call the police, guys.
There's a lot of tangents to go on there, but briefly to mention, you've recently talked about effective altruism on your podcast. I think You mentioned
so that they can come pick up the
interesting
bodies.
statement.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
That's
That's
quote
not
you.
Stop.
But that you'd rather live in a world, like it doesn't really make sense, but you'd rather live in a world where you care about maybe your daughter and son more than 100 people that live across the world, something like this. Or like where
Yeah.
the calculus is not always perfect, but somehow it makes sense to live in a world where it's irrational in this way, and yet empathetic in the way you've been discussing.
Right. I'm not sure what the right answer is there, or even whether there is one right answer. There could be multiple, peaks on this part of the moral landscape. But so the opposition is
Book reference
between an ethic that's articulated by someone like the Dalai Lama, right? Or really any exponent of classic Buddhism would say that sort of the ultimate enlightened ethic is true dispassion with respect to friends and strangers, right? So that you would, the mind of the Buddha would be truly dispassionate. You would love and care about all people equally. And by that light, it seems some kind of ethical failing, or at least failure to really fully actualize compassion in the limit, or enlightened wisdom in the limit, to care more or even and much more about your kids than the kids of other people, and to prioritize your energy in that way, right? So you spend all this time trying to figure out how to keep your kids healthy and happy, and you'll attend to their minutest concerns, and however superficial, and again, there's a genocide raging in Sudan or wherever, and it takes up less than 1% of your bandwidth. I'm not sure it would be a better world if everyone was running the Dalai Lama program there. I think some prioritization of one's nearest and dearest ethically might be optimal, because we'll all be doing that, and we'll all be doing that in a circumstance where we have certain norms and laws and other structures that force us to be dispassionate where that matters, right? So like when my daughter gets sick and I have to take her to a hospital, I really want her to get attention, right? And I'm worried about her more than I'm worried about everyone else in the lobby. But the truth is, I actually don't want a totally corrupt hospital. I don't want a hospital that treats my daughter better than anyone else in the lobby because she's my daughter, and I've, bribed the guy at the door or whatever, or the guy's a fan of my podcast or whatever the thing is. You don't want starkly corrupt, unfair situations. And when you sort of get pressed down the hierarchy of Maslow's needs, individually and societally, a bunch of those variables change, and they change for the worse, understandably. But yeah, when everyone's corrupt and you're in a state of collective emergency, you've got a lifeboat problem. You're scrambling to get into the lifeboat. Yeah, then fairness and norms and the other vestiges of civilization begin to get stripped off. We can't reason from those emergencies to normal life. I mean, in normal life, we want justice, we want fairness, we're all better off for it, even when the spotlight of our concern is focused on the people we know, the people who are friends, the people who are family, people we have good reason to care about. We still, by default, want a system that protects the interests of strangers, too. And we know that, generally speaking, just in game theoretic terms, we're all going to tend to be better off in a fair system than a corrupt one.
One of the failure modes of empathy is our susceptibility to anecdotal data. Just a good story will get us to not think clearly. But what about empathy in the context of just discussing ideas with other people? And then there's a large number of people, like in this country, red and blue, half the population believes certain things on immigration or on the response to the pandemic or any kind of controversial issue, even if the election was fairly executed. Having an empathy for their worldview, trying to understand where they're coming from, not just in the explicit statement of their idea, but the entirety of like the roots from which their idea stems. That kind of empathy while you're discussing ideas, what is in your pursuit of truth, having empathy for the perspective of a large number of other people versus raw mathematical reason.
I think it's important, but it only takes you so far, right? It doesn't get you to truth, right? It's not truth is not it's not decided by
committee,
democratic principles, and certain people believe things for understandable reasons, but those reasons are nonetheless bad reasons, right? They don't scale, they don't generalize, they're not reasons anyone should adopt for themselves or respect, epistemologically, and yet their circumstance is understandable and it's something you can care about, right? And so just take, I think there's many examples of this that you might be thinking of, but I mean, one that comes to mind is I've been super critical of Trump, obviously, and I've been super critical of certain people for endorsing him or not criticizing him when he really made it, patently obvious who he was. If there had been any doubt initially, there was no doubt when we have a sitting president who's not agreeing to a peaceful transfer of power, right? So I'm critical of all of that, and yet the fact that many millions of Americans didn't see what was wrong with Trump or bought into didn't see through his con, right? I mean, they bought into the idea that he was a brilliant businessman who might just be able to change things because he's so unconventional and so,
Hold on. People are saying Forson's on a run. Is he actually? He has 2 minutes. He's not even in the fucking
I moved on the
stronghold.
second eye.
Why do you guys... Is this Zelda 2? Why are you guys doing these stupid fucking links? He's not gonna get it, guys. Anybody want to bet me another $1 million? Anybody? I can't believe you guys are gonna be wasting my time watching this. He's at 18 and a half minutes. He needs to be entering the portal right now.
My only chance was for it to be ocean exposed, but I didn't see it anywhere here.
Wow, guys. Don't worry, 40 seconds to kill the dragon, guys.
I must have fucked up that. Fuck. I mean, this distance is kind of...
I never understood why you call yourself the God Gamer.
Water
But
Fortress,
now I
guys.
get it. Only
Water
the God
Stronghold, guys.
Gamer can do miracles, and your God Seed throws are more and more unbelievable. And for me, this is a true miracle.
Wow, we were really fucking off, huh, with the calculation. I've never been this off in my entire life. But someone said I moved there in the second eye. I didn't see it myself.
LAN World. % cheated into spectator mode.
Oh my god, guys.
Okay, here it is actually. We were like, what? 365 locks off-ish. Quite huge.
Banning Vatikus.
Yeah, if
generating
the
God
certainty
Seed
is
0%. Generating
bad. I
God
didn't
Seed
even look at the certainty.
generated Dream Seed.
Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. I'm not sure why.
Banning Vatikus. Generating God Seed reset. Generating God Seed 31%. Generated Dream Seed.
I moved on the second
Game
eye,
is
but why would I move?
LUL.
Why would I
Banning
move?
Generating
Okay,
God seed 0%.
how fucking stupid do you have to be to fall for shit like this? You'd have to be so dumb. Hi, programmers. Would you like to be incandescent with rage? The fucking audacity. I, 36-year-old male, am a web developer for many years now, and I have a lot of experience. About a year ago, my daughter, 9, suddenly decided she wanted to learn coding. She asked me to teach her. I declined and explained that it's complex. I don't have the time, and I'd burn out from doing that after work as it's tough, but she was free to learn on her own. We have a whitelist of sites she can access on her laptop, so we were not afraid of her searching the web. She did teach herself some C++, which is not a language I've used in years, and is a bit outdated, and not the simplest language to pick up. It's been a year and she calls herself Princess Programmer, and it's a little cringy. She likes to wear a nice dress or skirt while working on some simple games she makes. Recently, she overheard one of my work meetings and learned what code reviews are and asked me to do one on her newest game while claiming that Princess Programmer wrote it very well and expects it to be very good. I noticed many issues like bad variable naming conventions, code duplications, using if conditions, return instead of just returning the conditions, or using if condition return instead of just returning the condition. I told her the quality sucked and compared it to anything that could be production code, that it'd be easier to rewrite than to fix it. I told her if she wanted to learn more, she could rewrite it with my advice, and that programming is serious and not a game, and she should stop with the outfits and Princess Programmer stuff, maybe try an easier language than C++. She cried and threw a tantrum and is upset at me and says I was too mean. And my wife is now also upset at me and says I should have lied and said her work was good and told her how to make it better. My wife did do coding in college, but she doesn't do much of it in her job these days. Am I the asshole here? Okay, fine, I get it. I am the asshole. I'll apologize and make it up to her and focus more on the parts I was impressed about. Her game was decently complex, and everything she did worked, and the program did not crash, and she seemed to have understood pointers well. I can focus on that and tell her she can be a princess. This is the fakest shit I've ever read in my entire life. How do you get baited by shit like this? I hope it's fake. They did a great job hitting a bunch of outrage buttons for me. You're so close to figuring it out. Yeah. What? Jesus.
Oh, his heart is in the right place. You know, he's really a man of the people.
I will say, though,
gold-plated.
If that little girl is still trying to learn how to program, slide into my DMs. I'll get you connected to the hub. Woo, yeah!
Everything in his
where all the best content on the web is, if you know what I mean.
Life. They bought the myth somehow of.
Stop! GitHub! Guys, GitHub! GitHub! What are you guys talking about? Why are you being so weird in chat? Jesus.
You know, largely because they had seen him on television for almost a decade and a half. Pretending to be this genius businessman who could get things done. It's understandable to me that many very frustrated people.
Destiny, is that a girl's name? Anyway, should I watch Low Tier God even though I'm not racist? Low Tier God, listen, just he's a special guy. He's on Twitch now again. I don't know how he got him banned, but that's good. That's our canary in the coal mine. If he came out, our workers are coming out too.
Treats. People who have not had their hopes and dreams actualized.
I bet Destiny still calls his main branch Master. I do not call my main branch Master. Since everybody got all mad about naming conventions, I renamed it to Massa, okay?
Hey, Des, how is the counter manifesto to Max's article coming?
I'm working on it, okay? Also, my slaves, they're not named slaves anymore, okay? I renamed all of those branches, so it's Massa and... Sorry,
Destiny, is that a girl's
I don't know,
name?
my shit just glitched. Hello?
Anyways, should I watch Low Tier God even though I'm not racist?
Yes! Watch Low Tier God. He's a great streamer, okay? XQC destroying Hassan in a debate, by the way.
Dude, KFC's Double Down is back?
Double down, double down.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go on my day. I thank you for your time.
Wow, good one, guys.
If he DMs me, okay, I'm gonna give him a format, and if I'm not comfortable and I don't think he's gonna do what I think, I don't think we do it. But
sure,
I'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
All right.
take care, brother. Thanks for the explanation. Bye bye.
All right, no problem. Peace.
Bye.
Good one, guys.
Who have been the victims of globalism and many other current trends. It's understandable that they would be confused and not see the liability of electing a grossly incompetent, morbidly narcissistic person
Megalomaniac
into the presidency. Which is to say that I don't blame. There are many millions of people who I don't necessarily blame for the Trump phenomenon, but I can nonetheless bemoan the phenomenon as indicative of very bad
I'm moaning.
State of affairs in our society. Right. So there's two levels to it. I mean, one is I think you have to call a spade when you're talking about how things actually work and what things are likely to happen or not. But then you can recognize that people have very different life experiences.
What's up, Repsion?
And yeah, I mean, I think empathy and probably the better word for what I would hope to embody.
Compassion, understanding,
compassion.
Yeah,
right? Like really, to really wish people well, and to really wish strangers well effortlessly, wish them well. I mean, to realize that there is no opposition between at bottom. There's no real opposition between selfishness and selflessness, because wise selfishness really takes into account other people's happiness. I mean,
enlightened self-interest.
Do you want to live in a society where you have everything, but most other people have nothing, or do you want to live in a society where you're surrounded by happy, creative,
this guy's a DGGer,
self-actualized people
100%,
who are having their hopes and dreams realized? I think it's obvious that the second society is much better, however much you can guard your good luck.
But what about having empathy for certain principles that people believe? For example, the pushback, the other perspective on this, because you said bought the myth of Trump as the great businessman. There could be a lot of people that are supporters of Trump who could say that Sam Harris bought the myth that we have this government of the people, by the people, that actually represents the people, as opposed to a bunch of elites who are running a giant bureaucracy that is corrupt, that is feeding themselves, and they're actually not representing the people. And then here's this chaos agent, Trump, who speaks off the top of his head. Yeah, he's flawed in all this number of ways. He's a more comedian than he is a presidential type of figure, and he's actually creating the kind of chaos that's going to shake up this bureaucracy, shake up the elites that are so uncomfortable because they don't want the world to know about the game they got running on everybody else. So that's that's the kind of perspective that they would take and say, yeah, there's these flaws that Trump has, but this is necessary.
I agree with the first part. So I haven't bought the myth that it's a truly representative democracy in the way that we might idealize. And on some level, I mean, this is a different conversation, but on some level, I'm not even sure how much I think it should be, right? Like, I'm not sure.
Technocracy.
We want, in the end, everyone's opinion given equal weight about, just what we should do about anything.
God, he just bites those bullets.
There are many topics around which I don't deserve to have a strong opinion because I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Or what I would be talking about if I had a strong opinion. So, and I think we'll probably get to that, to some of those topics, because I've declined to have certain conversations on my podcast just because I think I'm the wrong person to have that conversation, right? And it's and I think it's important to see those bright lines in one's life and in the moment politically and ethically. So yeah, I think so. Leave aside the viability of democracy. I'm under no illusions that all of our institutions are worth preserving precisely as they have been up until the moment this great orange wrecking ball came swinging through our lives. But it was a very bad bet to elect someone who is grossly incompetent and worse than incompetent,
malicious, malevolent,
genuinely malevolent in his selfishness.
I'm in his brain.
And this is something we know based on literally decades of him being in the public eye, right? He's not as he's not a public servant in any normal sense of that term. And he couldn't possibly give an honest or sane answer to the question you asked me about empathy and reason and like how should we, what should guide us. I genuinely think he is missing some necessary moral and psychological tools, right? And this is, I can feel compassion for him as a human being because I think having those things is incredibly important, and genuinely loving other people is incredibly important, and knowing what all that's about is that's really the good stuff in life. And I think he's missing a lot of that. But I think we don't want to promote people to the highest positions of power in our society who are far outliers in pathological terms, right? We want them to be far outliers in the best case, in wisdom and compassion and some of the topics you've brought up. I mean, we want someone to be deeply informed. We want someone to be unusually curious, unusually alert to how they may be wrong or getting things wrong consequentially. He's none of those things. And insofar as we're going to get normal mediocrities in that role, which I think is often the best we could expect, let's get normal mediocrities in that role, not once in a generation narcissists and frauds. I mean, it's like just take honesty as a single variable, right? I think you want, yes, it's possible that most politicians lie at least some of the time. I don't think that's a good thing. I think people should be generally honest, even to a fault. Yes, there are certain circumstances where lying, I think, is necessary. It's kind of on a continuum of self-defense and violence. So it's like if you're going to, if the Nazis come to your door and ask you if you've got Anne Frank in the attic, I think it's okay to lie to them. But
no,
Trump. Arguably there's never been a person that anyone could name in human history who's lied with that kind of velocity. I mean, he was just a blizzard of lies, great and small, to pointless and effective. But it's just it says something fairly alarming about our society that a person of that character
could get
got
that
promoted.
far.
And so, yes, I have compassion and concern for half of the society who didn't see it that way, and that's going to sound elitist and smug or something for anyone who's on that side listening to me. But it's genuine. I mean, I understand that like I barely have I'm like one of the luckiest people in the world, and I barely have the bandwidth to pay attention to half the things I should pay attention to in order to have an opinion about half the things we're going to talk about.
Because he's playing Factorio.
So how much less bandwidth is somebody who's working 2 jobs, or a single mom who's raising multiple kids, even a single kid. It's unimaginable to me that people have the bandwidth to really track this stuff. And so then they jump on social media and they get inundated by misinformation, and they see what their favorite influencer just said.
Me?
And now they're worried about vaccines, and we're living in an environment where the information space has become so corrupted, and we've built machines to further corrupt it. We've built a business model for the internet that further corrupts it. So it is just it's chaos in informational terms, and I don't fault people for being confused and impatient and at their wits' end. And yes, Trump was an enormous fuck you to the establishment, and that was understandable for many reasons.
To me, Sam Harris, the great Sam Harris, is somebody I've looked up to for a long time.
He's going to say he's got TDS.
As a beacon, a voice of reason.
Here it comes.
There's this meme on the internet, and I would love you to steel man the case for it and against, that Trump broke Sam Harris's brain. That there's something is disproportionately to the actual impact that Trump had on our society. He had an impact on the ability of balanced, calm, rational minds to see the world clearly, to think clearly. You being one of the beacons of that. Is there a degree to which he broke your brain? Otherwise known as Trump derangement syndrome. Medical.
I don't even need to watch these shows, okay? The whole world is in my head. I'm simulating all of you right now. Do you understand? I'm not the main character. I'm the creator, okay? I'm simulating all of you right now. Do you understand?
Medical condition.
I mean, I think Trump derangement syndrome is a very clever meme because it just...
Trump derangement syndrome is the equivalent of, on the internet, Vosh saying, you're so obsessed, you're so obsessed, you're so obsessed. Like, you can use it to hand wave every single criticism.
Throws the problem back on the person who's criticizing Trump. But in truth, the true Trump derangement syndrome was not to have seen
how fucking
dangerous
insane he was
and divisive it would be to promote someone like Trump to that position of power, and to not, and in the final moment, not to see how untenable it was to still support someone who, a sitting president who was not committing to a peaceful transfer of power. I mean, that was if that wasn't a bright line for you, you have been deranged by something, because that was, that was 1 minute to midnight for our democracy, as far as I'm concerned. And I think it really was, but for
our institutions,
the integrity of
our institutions,
few people, that we didn't suffer some real constitutional crisis and real emergency, after January 6th. I mean, if Mike Pence had
tried to pull the election
and decided to not certify the election, right? Literally, you can count on two hands the number of people who held things together.
Federal judges too.
And it wasn't for want of trying on Trump's part that we
and the Supreme Court
to some real, truly uncharted catastrophe with our democracy. So the fact that didn't happen is not a sign that those of us who were worried that it was so close to happening were exaggerating the problem. I mean, it's like, you almost got run over by a car, but you didn't. And so, the fact that you're adrenalized and you're thinking, oh boy, that was dangerous. I probably shouldn't, wander in the middle of the street
wrong
with my eyes closed. You weren't wrong to feel that you really had a problem, right?
I'm going to do it again.
And came very close to something truly terrible. So I think that's where we were, and I think we shouldn't do that again, right? So the fact that he's coming back around as potentially a viable candidate, I'm not spending much time thinking about it, frankly, because it's, I'm waiting for the moment where it requires some thought. I mean, it took up, I don't know how many podcasts I devoted to the topic. It wasn't that many in the end, against the number of podcasts I devoted to other topics. But there are people who look at Trump and just find him funny, entertaining, not especially threatening. It's like it's just good fun to see somebody who's just not taking anything seriously.
Sam Harris has
and
titty
is
ass.
just
Titty
putting
ass.
a stick in the wheel of business as usual, again and again and again and again. And they don't really see anything much at stake, right? It doesn't really matter if we don't support NATO. It doesn't really matter if he says he trusts Putin more than our intelligence services. I mean, none of this it doesn't matter if he's on the one hand saying that he loves the leader of North Korea, and on the other threatens to bomb them back to the Stone Age, right, on Twitter. It all can be taken in the spirit of kind of reality television. It's like this is the part of the movie that's just fun to watch, right? And I understand that. I can even inhabit that space for a few minutes at a time, but there's the deeper concern that we're in the process of entertaining ourselves to death, right? That we're just not taking things seriously. And it's a problem I've had with several other people we might name who just appear to me to be
name them, Sam,
goofing around at scale, and they lack a kind of moral seriousness. I mean, they're touching big problems where lives hang in the balance, but they're just fucking around. And I think they're really important problems that we have to get our heads straight around. And we need you know, it's not to say that institutions don't become corrupt. I think they do, and and I'm quite worried that, you know, both about the loss of trust in our institutions and the fact that trust has eroded for good reason, right? That they have become less trustworthy. You know, they've become infected by, you know, political ideologies that are not truth tracking. I mean, I worry about all of that, but I just think we need institutions. We need to rebuild them. We need experts who are real experts. We need to value expertise over, you know, amateurish speculation and conspiracy thinking and just, you know, and bullshit.
The kind of amateur speculation we're doing on this very podcast.
I'm usually alert to the moments where I'm just guessing or where I actually feel like I'm talking from within my wheelhouse. And I try to telegraph that a fair amount with people. So, yeah, I mean, but it's not...
Damn.
It's different. Like, I mean,
Sam
you
Harris,
can
no humor.
invite someone onto your podcast
Shuts
who's an
that joke
expert
down.
about something that you're not an expert about, and then you in the process of getting more informed yourself, your audience is getting more informed. So you're asking smart questions, and you might be pushing back at the margins, but you know that when push comes to shove on that topic, you really don't have a basis to have a strong opinion, and if you were going to form a strong opinion that was this counter to the expert you have in front of you, it's going to be by deference to some other expert who you've brought in or who you've heard about or whose work you've read or whatever. But there's a paradox to how we value authority in science that most people don't understand. And I think we should at some point unravel that, because it's the basis for a lot of public confusion. And frankly, it's the basis for a lot of, you know, criticism I've received on these topics, where it's, you know, people think that I'm I'm against free speech, or I'm an establishment shill, or it's like I just think I'm a credentialist. I just think people with PhDs from Ivy League universities should, you know, run everything. It's not true, but there's a ton of there's a lot to cut through to get to daylight there, because people are very confused about how we value authority in the service of rationality generally.
You've talked about it, but it's just interesting, the intensity of feeling you have. You've had this famous phrase about Hunter Biden and children in the basement. Can you just revisit this case? So let me give another perspective on the situation of January 6th and Trump in general. It's possible that January 6th and things of that nature revealed that our democracy is actually pretty fragile, and that Trump is not a malevolent and ultra competent malevolent figure, but is simply a jokester, and he just, by creating the chaos, revealed that it's all pretty fragile. Because you're a student of history, and there's a lot of people like Vladimir Lenin, Hitler, who are exceptionally competent at controlling power.
No way does Harris believe that Trump is some competent political mastermind, right?
Controlling the generals, controlling all the figures involved, and certainly not tweeting, but working in the shadows, behind the scenes, to gain power. And they did so extremely competently, and that is how they were able to gain power. The pushback with Trump, he was doing none of that. He was creating what he's very good at, creating drama, sometimes for humor's sake, sometimes for drama's sake, and simply revealed that our democracy is fragile. And so he's not this once-in-a-generation horrible figure.
Would you feel confident in a debate or discussion where you have to defend the corporate finance industry?
Corporate finance is complicated, but like generally when I have these types of conversations, I need to find a way more rhetorically to do this. The reality is that most people just aren't qualified to have those conversations. I'm barely, like in a qualified arena, I would just shut the fuck up because I don't even know enough. But like when I was talking about what like ESG scores with fucking, not Matt Walsh, who's the one guy who he's actually decently smart. He was a decently smart academic, and then COVID and Trump broke his brain. Who am I thinking of? Not Elijah. James Lindsay. Yeah, that guy. When this guy starts talking to me about like hedge funds and ESG scores and everything, and I can tell he like doesn't even know probably like what is a stock. But he's giving me like these hardcore finance takes. I'm like, this conversation is silly. It's like, or like when sometimes when Republicans or conservatives want to argue about like taxes and shit, and they don't even know how to like file like a simple I was gonna say simple 1040 easy, but I don't know if we have those forms anymore. But like they wouldn't have been able to file like a 1040 easy or explain like what a W-2 is. Like, why? Like, are you really giving me your complicated like tax takes right now? Like, is this really happening? Like, I don't know.
I think he's a truly scary, sinister, Putin-like, or Hitler, much less Hitler-like figure. Not at all. I mean, he's not ideological. He doesn't care about anything beyond
except his
himself.
ego.
So
yeah.
It's not. No, he's much less scary than any really scary, totalitarian, right? I mean, and he's
more Brave New World than 1984.
This is what Eric Weinstein never stops badgering me about, but he's still wrong, Eric. I can, my analogy for Trump was that he's an evil Chauncey Gardner. I don't know if you remember the book or the film Being There, with Peter Sellers. But Peter Sellers is this gardener who really doesn't know anything, but he gets recognized as this wise man and gets promoted to immense power in Washington because he's speaking in these kind of in a semblance of wisdom. He's got these very simple aphorisms, or what seem to be aphorisms. He's just talking. All he cares about is gardening. He's just talking about his garden all the time. Yeah. But he'll say something. But in the spring, the new shoots will bloom, and people read into that some kind of genius, insight politically, and so he gets promoted. And so that's the joke of the film. For me, Trump has always been someone like an evil Chauncey Gardner. I mean, he's. It's not to say he's totally. Yes, he has a certain kind of genius. He's got a genius for
just charismatic,
creating a spectacle around himself. Right? He's got a genius for getting the eye of the media always coming back to him. But it's a kind of self-promotion that only works if you actually are truly shameless and don't care about having a reputation for anything that I or you would want to have a reputation for, right? It's like the pure pornography of attention, right? He just wants more of it. I think the truly depressing and genuinely scary thing was that
it worked.
We have a country that, at least half of the country, given how broken our society is in many ways, we have a country that didn't see anything wrong with that. Yeah. Bringing someone who obviously doesn't know what he should know to be president, and who's obviously not a good person, right? Obviously doesn't care about people, can't even pretend to care about people really, right, in a credible way. And so, I mean, if there's a silver lining to this, it's along the lines you just sketched. It shows us how vulnerable our system is to a truly brilliant and sinister figure, right? I mean, like, I think we are, we really dodged a bullet. Yes, someone far more competent and conniving and ideological could have exploited our system in a way that Trump didn't. And that's, yeah, so if we plug those holes eventually, that would be a good thing, and he would have done a good thing for our society, right? I mean, one of the things we realized, and I think nobody knew, I mean, I certainly didn't know it, and I didn't hear anyone talk about it, is how much our system relies on norms rather than laws.
This guy's definitely a DGGer.
Yeah,
he must be.
Like
he's got to be.
It's quite possible that he never did anything illegal, truly illegal. I think he probably did a few illegal things, but like illegal such that he really should be thrown in jail for it. At least that remains to be seen. So all of the chaos, all of the diminishment of our stature in the world, all of the opportunity costs of spending years focused on nonsense, all of that was just norm violations. All of that was just all a matter of not saying the thing you should say. But that doesn't mean they're insignificant, right? It's not that it's not illegal for a sitting president to say, no, I'm not going to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. Right? We'll wait and see whether I win. If I win, it was the election was was valid. If I lose, it was fraudulent, right?
But aren't those humorous perturbations to our system of civility such that we know what the limits are, and now we start to think that and have these kinds of discussions?
But that wasn't a humorous perturbation because he did everything he could.
Yeah, he was serious.
Granted, he wasn't very competent, but he did everything he could to try to steal the election. I mean, the irony is he claimed to have an election stolen from him, all the while doing everything he could to steal it, declaring it fraudulent in advance.
Saying the mail-in ballots
to not be counted as the evening wore on, knowing that they were going to be disproportionately Democrat votes because of the position he took on mail-in ballots. I mean, all of it was fairly calculated. The whole circus of the clown car that crashed into Four Seasons Landscaping, right? And you got Rudy Giuliani with his hair dye, and you got Sidney Powell, and all these grossly incompetent people lying as freely as they could breathe about
an impossible moment in American history.
And all these things are getting thrown out by largely Republican election officials and Republican judges. It wasn't for want of trying that he didn't maintain his power in this country. He really tried to steal the presidency. He just was not competent, and the people around him weren't competent. So that's a good thing, and it's worth not letting that happen again.
But he wasn't competent, so he didn't do everything he could.
Well, no, he did everything he could. He didn't do everything that could have been done by someone more competent.
True.
Right, but the tools you have as a president, you could do a lot of things. You can declare emergencies, especially during COVID. You could postpone the election.
Right.
You can create military conflict.
Damn, can you postpone the election as president?
Postpone the election. There's a lot of ways.
But he tried to do things, and he would have to have done those things through other people, and there are people who refused to do those things. There are people who said they would quit. They would quit publicly, right? I mean, you start again. There are multiple books written about the last hours of this presidency, and the details are shocking in what he tried to do and tried to get others to do, and it's awful, right? I mean, it's just awful that we were that close to something.
Did I just lose a ton of Rangers?
To a true unraveling of our political process. I mean, it's the only time in our lifetime that anything like this has happened, and it was deeply embarrassing, right? On the world stage, it's just like we looked like a banana republic there for a while, and we're the lone superpower. It's not good, right? And so we shouldn't. The people who thought, well, we just need to shake things up, and this is a great way to shake things up, and having people storm our Capitol and smear shit on the walls. That's just more shaking things up, right? It's all just for the lulls.
For the lulls.
There's a nihilism and cynicism to all of that, which, again, in certain people, it's understandable. Frankly, it's not understandable if you've got $1 billion and you have a compound in Menlo Park or wherever. It's like there are people who are cheerleading this stuff, who shouldn't be cheerleading this stuff, and who know that they can get on their Gulfstream and fly to their compound in New Zealand if everything goes to shit, right? So there's a cynicism to all of that I think we should be deeply critical of.
But what I'm trying to understand is not, and analyze, is not the behavior of this particular human being, but the effect it had, in part, on the division between people. And to me, the degree, the meme of Sam Harris's brain being broken by Trump represents, you're like the person I would look to bridge the division.
Well, I don't think there is something profitably to be said to someone who's truly captivated by the personality cult of Trumpism, right? Like, there's nothing that I'm going to say there's no conversation I'm going to have with Candace Owens, say, about Trump that's going to converge on something reasonable, right?
You don't think so?
No, I mean, I haven't tried with Candace, but I've tried with, many people who are in that particular orbit. I mean, I've had conversations with people
tell me he's not a DGGer.
Won't admit that there's anything wrong with Trump. Anything.
So I'd like to push for the empathy versus reason. Because when you operate in the space of reason, yes. But I think there's a lot of power in you, Sam Harris, showing that you're willing to see the good qualities of Trump, publicly showing that. I think that's the way to win over.
But he has so few of them. He has
That's
fewer
true.
good qualities than virtually anyone I can name.
Probably,
right?
yeah. But he's a pretty fucking horrible
he's funny.
person.
I'll grant
Okay,
you
there
that
you
he's
go.
funny. He's a good entertainer.
There's others. Look at just policies and actual impacts he had.
I've admitted that. No. So I've admitted that many of his policies I agree with. Many of his policies. So probably more often than not, at least on balance, I agreed. So I agreed with his policy that we should take China seriously as an adversary, right? I think, again, you have to. There's a lot of fine print to a lot of this because the way he talks about these things and many of his motives that are obvious are things that I don't support. But take immigration. I think it's obvious that we should have control of our borders, right? Like I don't see the argument for not having control of our borders. We should let in who we want to let in, and we should keep out who we want to keep out, and we should have a sane immigration policy. So I didn't necessarily think it was a priority to build the wall, but I never criticized the impulse to build the wall, because if tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are coming across that border and we are not in a position to know who's coming, that seems untenable to me. So and I can recognize that many people in our society are on balance the victims of immigration, and there is in many cases a zero-sum contest between the interests of actual citizens and the interests of immigrants, right? So I think we should have control of our borders. We should have a sane and compassionate immigration policy. We should let in refugees, right? So Trump on refugees was terrible, but no, I would say 80% of the policy concerns people celebrated in him are concerns that I either share entirely or certainly sympathize with, right? So that's not the issue. The issue is
a threat to democracy in some fundamental way.
The issue is largely what you said it was. It's not so much the person, it's the effect on everything he touches, right? He has this superpower of deranging and destabilizing almost everything he touches, and sullying and compromising the integrity of almost anyone who comes into his orbit. I mean, so you looked at these people who served, as his chief of staff or in various cabinet positions. People who had real reputations, for probity and
Giuliani
and level-headedness, whether you shared their politics or not. I mean, these were real people. These were not, some of them were goofballs, but many people who just got totally trashed by proximity to him, and then trashed by him when they finally parted company with him. There's just people bent over backwards to accommodate his norm violations, and it was bad for them, and it was bad for our system. But none of that discounts the fact that we have a system that really needs a proper house cleaning.
Oh my God, he rejects so much HP.
Bad incentives and entrenched interests, and I'm not a fan of the concept of the deep state, but because it has been so propagandized. But yes, there's something like that, that is not flexible enough to respond intelligently to the needs of the moment, right? So there's a lot of rethinking of government and of institutions in general that I think we should do. But we need smart, well-informed, well-intentioned people to do that job. And the well-intentioned part is hugely important, right? It's just give me someone who is not the most selfish person anyone has ever heard about in their lifetime, right? And what we got with Trump was literally the one most selfish person I think anyone could name. I mean, and again, there's so much known about this man. That's the thing. It's like it predates his presidency. We knew this guy 30 years ago, and and this is what, to come back to those inflammatory comments about Hunter Biden's laptop. The reason why I can say with confidence that I don't care what was on his laptop is that there is, and that includes any evidence of corruption on the part of his father. Right now, there's been precious little of that that's actually emerged. So it's like there is no, as far as I can tell, there's not a big story associated with that laptop as much as people bang on about a few emails. But even if there were just obvious corruption, right? Like Joe Biden was at this meeting and he took, this amount of money from this shady guy for bad reasons, right? Given how visible the lives of these two men have been, right? I mean, given how much we know about Joe Biden and how much we know about Donald Trump and how they have lived in public for almost as long as I've been alive, both of them, the scale of corruption can't possibly balance out between the two of them, right? If you show me that Joe Biden has this secret life where he's driving a Bugatti and he's living like Andrew Tate, right? And he's doing all these things I didn't know about, okay, then I'm going to start getting a sense that, all right, maybe this guy is way more corrupt than I realized. Maybe there is some deal in Ukraine or with China that is just like, this guy is not who he seems. He's not the public servant he's been pretending to be. He's been on the take for decades and decades, and he's as dirty as can be. He's all mobbed up, and it's a nightmare. And he can't be trusted, right? That's possible if you show me that his life is not at all what it seems. But on the assumption that having looked at this guy for literally decades, right, and knowing that every journalist has looked at him for decades, just how many affairs is he having? Just how much, how many drugs is he doing? How many houses does he have? Where, what are the obvious conflicts of interest? You hold that against what we know about Trump, right? And I mean, the litany of indiscretions you can put on Trump's side that testify to his personal corruption, to testify to the fact that he has no ethical compass. There's simply no comparison, right? So that's why I don't care about what's on the laptop. Now, if you tell me Trump is no longer running for president in 2024, and we can put Trumpism behind us, and now you're saying, listen, there's a lot of stuff on that laptop that makes Joe Biden look like a total asshole. Okay, I'm all ears, right? I mean, it was in 2020, it was a forced choice between a sitting president who wouldn't commit to a peaceful transfer of power and a guy who's obviously too old to be president, who has a crack-addicted son, who lost his laptop, and I just knew that I was going to take Biden in spite of whatever litany of horrors was going to come tumbling out of that laptop.
And that might involve so the actual quote is, Hunter Biden literally could have had the corpses of children in the basement. There's a dark humor to it, right? Which is, I think you speak to. I would not have cared. There's nothing. It's Hunter Biden. It's not Joe Biden. Whatever the scope of Joe Biden's corruption is, it is infinitesimally compared to the corruption we know Trump was involved in. It's like a firefly to the sun, is what you're speaking to. But let me make the case that you're really focused on the surface stuff, that it's possible to have corruption that masquerades in the thing we mentioned, which is civility. You can spend hundreds of billions of dollars or trillions towards the war in the Middle East, for example, something that you've changed your mind on in terms of the negative impact it has on the world. And that, the military-industrial complex, everybody's very nice, everybody's very civil, it's very upfront. Here's how we're spending the money. Yeah, it sometimes somehow disappears in different places, but that's the way, war is complicated. And everyone is very polite. There's no coke and strippers or whatever is on the laptop. It's very nice and polite. In the meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of civilians die. Hate, just an incredible amount of hate is created because people lose their family members, all that kind of stuff. But there's no strippers and coke on a laptop. So
but it's not just superficial. It is when someone only wants wealth and power and fame, that is their objective function, right? They're like a robot that is calibrated just to those variables, right? And they don't care about the risks we run on any other front. They don't care about environmental risk, pandemic risk, nuclear proliferation risk, none of it, right? They're just tracking fame and money and whatever can personally redound to their self-interest along those lines. And they're not informed about the other risk we're running, really. I mean, in Trump, you had a president who was repeatedly asking his generals, why couldn't we use our nuclear weapons? Why can't we have more of them? Why do I have fewer nuclear weapons than JFK? Right, as though that were a sign of anything other than progress, right? And this is the guy who's got the button, right? I mean, somebody's following him around with a bag, waiting to take his order to launch, right? That is it's a risk we should never run. One thing Trump has going for him, I think, is that he doesn't drink or do drugs, right? Although there's people allege that he does speed, but let's take him at his word. He's not deranging himself with pharmaceuticals, at least, but apart from Diet Coke. But
there's nothing wrong. Just for the record, let me push back on that. There's nothing
wrong with Diet Coke. Yeah,
I consume a very large amount.
I occasionally have some myself.
There's no scientific evidence that I observed the negatives of all those studies about aspartame and all of that. No, I don't know.
I hope you're right. Yeah, I mean, everything you said about the military-industrial complex is true, right? And we've been worrying about that on both sides of the aisle for a very long time. I mean, that's just that phrase came from Eisenhower. I mean, so much of what ails us is a story of bad incentives, right? And bad incentives are so powerful that they corrupt even good people, right? How much more do they corrupt bad people, right? Like, so it's like at minimum, you want reasonably good people, at least non-pathological people, in the system trying to navigate against the grain of bad incentives. And better still, all of us can get together and try to diagnose those incentives and change them, right? And we will really succeed when we have a system of incentives where the good incentives are so strong that even bad people are effortlessly behaving as though they're good people because they're so successfully incentivized to behave that way, right? That's, and so it's almost the inversion of our current situation. So yes, and you say I changed my mind about the war. Not quite. I mean, I was never a supporter of the war in Iraq. I was always worried that it was a distraction from the war in Afghanistan. I was a supporter of the war in Afghanistan, and I will admit, in hindsight, that looks like, at best, a highly ambiguous and painful exercise. More likely a fool's errand, right? It's like that. It did not turn out well. It wasn't for want of trying. I don't. I have not done a deep dive on all of the failures there. And maybe all of these failures are failures in principle. I mean, maybe that's not the kind of thing that can be done well by anybody, whatever our intentions. But yeah, the move to Iraq always seemed questionable to me. And when we knew the problem, the immediate problem at that moment, Al Qaeda was in Afghanistan, and and then bounced into Pakistan. Anyway, so yes, but my sense of the possibility of nation building. My sense of insofar as the neocon spirit of responsibility and idealism, that America was the kind of nation that should be functioning in this way as the world's cop, and we have to get in there and untangle some of these knots by force rather often, because if we don't do it over there, we're going to have to do it over here, kind of thing. Yeah, some of that has definitely changed for me in my thinking. I mean, there are obviously cultural reasons why it failed in Afghanistan, and if you can't change the culture, you're not going to force a change at gunpoint in the culture, or it certainly seems that that's not going to happen. And it took us, over 20 years to realize that.
That's one of the things you realize with the wars. There's not going to be a strong signal that things are not working if you just keep pouring money into a thing, a military effort.
Well, also there are signs of it working too. You have all the stories of girls now going to school, right? The girls are getting battery acid thrown in their faces by religious maniacs, and then we come in there and we stop that, and now girls are getting educated, and and that's all good, and our intentions are good there, and I mean, we're on the right side of history there. Girls should be going to school. Malala Yousafzai should have the Nobel Prize, and she shouldn't have been shot in the face by the Taliban, right? We know what the right answers are there. The question is, what do you do when there are enough, in this particular case, religious maniacs who are willing to die and let their children die in defense of crazy ideas and moral norms that belong in the 7th century? and it's a problem we couldn't solve, and we couldn't solve it even though we spent trillions of dollars to solve it.
This reminded me of the thing that you and Jack Dorsey jokingly had for a while, the discussion about banning Donald Trump from Twitter. But does any of it bother you now that Twitter files came out? That, I mean, this has to do with sort of the Hunter Biden laptop story. Does it bother you that there could be a collection of people that make decisions about who to ban and not, and that could be susceptible to bias and to ideological
hyper-naivety and indulging
Well,
hypothetical conspiratorial fantasy that might
it
justify
always will
supporting
be,
Trump.
or in the absence of perfect AI, it always will be.
And this becomes relevant with AI as well.
Yeah,
because there's some censorship on AI happening.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting question there as well.
I don't think Twitter is as important as people think it is, right? And I used to think it was more important when I was on it, and now that I'm off of it, I think it's. I mean, first let me say it's just an unambiguously good thing in my experience to delete your Twitter account. Right? It's like it is just, even the good parts of Twitter that I miss were bad in the aggregate. In the degree to which it was fragmenting my attention, the degree to which my life was getting doled out to me in periods between those moments where I checked Twitter, right, and had my attention diverted. And I was, I was not a crazy Twitter addict. I mean, I was probably a pretty normal user. I mean, I was not someone who was tweeting multiple times a day or even every day, right? I mean, I think I probably averaged something like one tweet a day. I think I averaged, but in reality, it was like there'd be like 4 tweets one day, and then I wouldn't tweet for the better part of a week. But I was looking a lot because it was my newsfeed. I was just following 200 very smart people, and I would just wanted to see what they were paying attention to, and they would recommend articles, and I would read those articles, and then when I would read an article that I would thought I should signal boost, I would tweet, and so all of that seemed good, and like that's all separable from all of the odious bullshit that came back at me in response to this, largely in response to this Hunter Biden thing. But even the good stuff has a downside, and it comes at just this point of your phone is this perpetual stimulus of, which is intrinsically fragmenting of time and attention. And now my phone is much less of a presence in my life, and it's not that I don't check Slack or check email. I mean, I use it to work, but my sense of just what the world is and my sense of my place in the world, the sense of where I exist.
Okay, Sam, we're good on you. Fuck, I have so much shit. How to detect a narcissist. For our good friend. Well, anybody. Nobody in particular.
Another episode about me. It is. This is the Psychology in Seattle podcast. I'm your host, Dr. Kirk Honda. I'm a therapist professor, and I believe I'm about a 5% on the narcissism scale. Berto, who are you?
My name is Humberto Castañeda, and I sell feline defense equipment.
So I wanted to do an episode on this. I did a deep dive, a 8 or 9 hour deep dive on narcissistic personality disorder. If you want to listen to that, become a patron of the podcast. And you get to hear that whole 8-9 hour episode in which I go into full detail on history and presentation and diagnoses and research and terms and how it comes about and blah, blah, blah. But I just thought we'd do a real quick episode on how to just some tips on how to spot it in the real world, because I feel like people have some kind of simplistic ideas about what narcissism is and why it exists and how it might manifest. But first, a caveat is that I find that a lot of people refer to narcissists as this uniform character profile, which I've never met 2 narcissists or people who are on the narcissistic personality scale who were similar.
I see.
They might have
Speaking
similar
of number
traits,
of tweets,
but really,
James Lindsay needs to be institutionalized.
Wow.
Every individual is different, and there's just a ton of variation between those people. It's like saying everyone who is tall has the same personality, or everyone who likes soccer has the same personality.
If I understand you right, it's like narcissism is like one of millions of dials in the person's personality.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you can have an introverted narcissistic person. You can have an extroverted narcissistic person. You could have a likable narcissistic person. You have a very unlikable. You could have a criminal. You could have a murderous narcissistic person. You have a
I want to be the likable
person who would
narcissistic
never
person.
harm a fly. You could.
Yeah,
have,
I'm like the
you know,
chill
anyway.
narcissist.
Yeah,
So-
president. It could be anything.
Right. And there's lots of spectrums too, that there's not like either or. There's, in my conceptualization, there are two kinds of people. There are people who are not on the spectrum, and then people who are.
Right.
And the people who are on a gradient.
Like Rick Sanchez is like on that gradient highly.
Yeah.
You know, hey, Morty, it's all about me.
Right, exactly. So
Good one.
And I believe
Any
I'm
other
like 5%
Rick and
on
Morty
the
fans out
spectrum.
there?
Berto,
I was graded at like what, 18% or
15.
15%.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
And there's lots of spectrums within narcissism too, so it's you know, that has to do with that variation. Also, that as we go through these different signs of how to detect narcissism in other people, not everyone is going to have all of them.
Right.
So some people might have different combination of them. And also that when we talk about narcissistic personality, we have to recognize that these are not scientific, hard science things.
Makes
Yeah,
me
you
hard.
can't like test their blood for it.
Right. And it's highly, and as a result, you'll see that different people will disagree. Like someone will look at Trump and say he's the most narcissistic person they've ever seen in their life. And someone else will say like, I don't know. Right. So, and both are right because it's not a real thing.
Right.
You know, you can't look at gravity and say, well, I agree with gravity because things fall to the earth. And like another person comes along and says, well, I disagree with gravity. I don't think things fall towards the earth. Well, one's wrong, one's right, because in the natural sciences, when it comes to things like gravity, we can actually measure it and test it from various different angles.
As opposed to the shape of the earth, for example.
Yeah. For example, whereas the notion of narcissistic personality is a
Destiny exposed by Sulaiman Ahmed for saying worse things online than Andrew Tate.
Someone did a poll for women and said, at what age did women start ogling you and flirting with you? Courtney replied, 10. And then our friend Destiny replied, you were hot at 10? And any pictures? And then she replies, check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad. So, pedophilia.
If you just,
Pedophilia.
just because you molest a child doesn't
I
make you a
don't disagree
pedophile.
with
That's
her.
not.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Here is another video. What did he say? Just because you molest a child, you are not a pedophile. Again.
And again, like some of it, I guess, sounds uncomfortable. I love the 3-second clips. It's like a greatest
I
hits.
don't think there's been a person
Some
in
people
human
like
history that lies with that velocity. Hi. Have you met Lav?
Nice. If you're being real, like a 21-year-old, 22-year-old, like there are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older.
Here he says, oh, there are 15-year-olds that mature faster, and he finds them hot.
Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS kid. That's a guy. That's one of the people. Like legitimately, like I was so you.
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh my god! Do you think this guy's working with Mr. Girl?
You have no like. It's actually kind of scary, like how close I was to getting people together to go down.
Why is
to
he
his
obsessed
house
with
to
you
kill
over
him
one
and his
debate?
family.
I don't know.
Or it would have just been him and his father.
I just have this effect on people, you know.
I don't because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it, but I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of
murdering these motherfuckers.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out.
We were ready to go.
You had no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in like owning a weapon. I got permits on the gun and everything. Holy.
This for me is horrendous. So this guy
Yeah.
not only planned to murder and kill another human being, he also wanted to murder and kill his father, who had nothing to do with the situation.
Why? You can't even do like the most basic of fucking research.
He planned it. He prepared it. He even bought a gun. And the only thing that stopped him was that he was making a lot of money on Twitch, and therefore he decided against it.
Red pill rants. Nice. Did you see Hassan defending iDubbbz? Oh. Now, if that kid would have drawn a picture of Muhammad, he'd be on a different side.
Construct. That's the term we use. Right. It's something that we have socially or professionally or academically constructed as a concept. It is not an actual thing. Okay, so to begin this off, it just the main conceptualization that I have and Kernberg has around narcissistic personality is that because people are mistreated and or neglected as children, they early on at the age of 3, 4, 5 will develop a defensive structure that props up a false self that is grandiose to mainly protect the self from acknowledging that they are nothing. They believe they're nothing because they were treated like they were nothing.
Base.
And so as a way of protecting themselves against that, they prop up this false grandiose self.
I see.
And they also need other people to believe it, because if other people don't believe it, then they have to question themselves whether or not they are that false self. But it all begins, the only reason why they do that is because they were mistreated, which led to them feeling as though they were nothing on the inside. And they might even lack a self, which is at the extreme ends of things, that they have no way of soothing themselves because they were never given a chance to do that, and or they were never soothed when they were children. And so they defend against that by propping up this false self that, one, is so good it never needs to be soothed, and two, is so superior.
Murdering people is obviously only fine when they commit adultery or are gay. Dosing someone is a little light, to be fair.
And as we go through these different markers, these are mainly people that are high on the spectrum. So, Berto, you and I might have some of these in some ways, but really, if you're going to look at people having a lot of these, you're probably talking about people at the 50, 60, 70, 80, and above percentile on the spectrum.
Right.
So, Berto, can you think of someone, don't name them, that you think is high on the spectrum? Do you
Yes.
do you have that person or set of people in your mind?
Yes, based on my understanding about it. Like when we went through the categories in the live show, and I know there wasn't all of them, but we went through a lot of them. And if I think of those categories, I certainly know, I don't know, probably a couple people in my life.
So think of the worst one, or if you need to think of two people, think of them as we go through these criteria.
Okay.
And by the way, do I know these people? Or don't say if because people might hear this, but I'm just curious if I know these people.
He's asked.
I don't know if you know or don't know.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Good. Okay. That's
what are these guys'
answer.
qualifications? One is that doctor guy, the psychotherapist dude that we listened to on Brittany's stream yesterday, I think. Dr. Kirk Honda and Humberto.
Okay, so one sign is that everything they do is awesome. For example, they might say something like, "Oh my God, I went to Paris and this hotel I went to was just the best hotel I'd ever been to." Or, "Man, I had this steak the other night. It was the best steak I'd ever had." Or they might say something like, "Oh my God, I met this new girl. She's so hot and she's so good in bed. And she's smart. She's just amazing." Now, that's not necessarily narcissistic.
That's just one drop in the bucket.
It's
yes.
one data point that adds to an overall presentation.
And it's probably part of a pattern, because if one, you can get back from a trip and say, like, "That was the best trip I've taken."
Right.
Okay, fine. But if you're always like, "These are the best shoes. This is the best watch.
This is
this
the
is
best
the
stream."
best shirt."
Right. And the deceptive nature of this is that they're not grandiose about themselves. They're grandiose about things that are associated with them. And so it might actually look as though they're not narcissistic because they're propping up other things. But they're only propping up things that are actually related to them.
Because they ate the steak.
Right.
They were stayed at the hotel room.
Right. And it's the girl they're dating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So are the people like this at all?
Yes.
Interesting. Like how? I mean, without revealing.
It's just, okay, so as an example, how are things going?
Yeah.
Amazing. right? Like,
Amazing.
oh yeah, well, what ended up happening
Must
with
be
that
a
thing
narcissist.
you were gonna do? Oh, it blew me away. It was like the best.
Yeah.
But like that's always the answer.
Right.
It's never like actually I had a really hard. It was a little disappointing. It was
Right.
you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Another one is they might actually really be in love with you. Is another deceptive quality. People high on the spectrum, when you give them their narcissistic supply and you don't challenge their narcissistic supply, they might actually become extremely open about their preference for you.
Oh, interesting.
They might even see
Oh,
your
true. I
relationship
always
as
do say
quite
I'm feeling
special
great
if
and
it's
amazing.
like a romantic relationship.
Uh-oh.
They might be like, "Oh my God, you're the best, and our relationship is so good. You know, our relationship is no one else is as close or as sexual or as interesting as the two of us are." Again, it's deceptive because it's not them talking about
Right.
themselves, but it is talking about things that they're associated with. Are they like that?
I don't have that direct experience.
Okay. Well, so it's often considered manipulative by people. They'll be like, that they're trying to.
I'm the
seduce
most
you
charitable
into their
streamer.
world by being really nice and by doing these kinds of things. But that's not how I conceptualize it. It's not a conscious thing. They're again defending against a deep sense of nothingness. But they're also really desperate for relationships because they were mistreated when they were young. They, as anyone would, deeply want attachment, and so when they actually find some attachment, it's similar to borderline. And narcissism and borderline are very close to each other, and people can actually have basically just you can basically be on a spectrum between borderline and narcissistic.
Interesting.
But they're so neglected and so desirous of some kind of secure attachment. When one presents itself, or the beginnings of one is happening, the narcissistic person will feel just overwhelmingly happy about it, but they don't know how to frame it because their defensive structure sees the world through superior lenses. So instead of saying things like, "Oh my God, I feel really good in this relationship. Oh my God, this relationship makes me feel really safe, and I feel love."
Maybe even like, "Wow, you are really helping me."
Yeah.
Or whatever, like
exactly
giving some credit to the other person.
Right, but that is not how they're used to thinking. And
Right.
so instead they say, our relationship is the best relationship in the
Our
world.
stream.
And
Our viewer Collins.
Our love, and because you're with me and because this is happening, there's something really glorious and amazing happening right now. They see it through the grandiose
Our cult.
comparison lens, Okay, number 3, they make you feel uneasy. So this is a big one, is that they will often, for me, this is the kicker. This is the thing I always notice with borderlines and with narcissistics, is I will feel scared for almost no reason. I'll just know.
Scared?
Yeah, I'll just know that I mean, not like, when I say scared, I'm more talking about a fundamental fear of just nervousness, general unease, when I don't really know why I feel that way. And because I've done a lot of work to become in tune with my body and emotion, I know that I know exactly how that feels. It feels like a sort of flutteriness, butterflies in my heart,
Yeah.
And when
I know that feeling.
And so it's similar with borderline, antisocial, narcissistic, and histrionic. With all those kinds of people, particularly people high in the spectrum, within a pretty short amount of time, I will start to feel uneasy around them. Do you feel uneasy around those
That's
people?
interesting. With one of them, I can certainly relate to that, but I've known them for a long time, and so maybe the way I feel has changed over time.
Well, let me ask you. So one way that this manifests in today's world is they text you or they email you or call you or something, and as soon as you notice it's them, you might feel a little nervousness, like there's you can.
Oh my
feel
God! Like when I tab out to look at chat, and you're worried someone's gonna get banned.
Your alert goes.
Yes.
Okay. So that's fear.
Yeah.
That's that fear.
Yeah.
Now with other people, they text you and you're like, huh. You're either indifferent or you're just like, ooh, I wonder what they're saying.
Right.
But with people that are narcissistic, when they contact you after you've had a relationship with them long enough, because they've subtly punished you for narcissistic supply issues, there's an injection, or they've given you the impression that they will punish you.
Right.
You'll feel afraid. You'll say, oh crap, they'll just, even though you might at the same time be excited that they're texting you. Number 4, they will seem very emotionally strong, as if they don't need anybody's help. Are they like that at all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely that one.
Yeah, these people are really starting to be narcissistic. Is it me? Just joking.
No.
Number 5, they make you feel worried about being rejected. When someone bothers them, they're quick to sort of reject the person outright. Like they'll just be like
straw man at home.
You'll be like, whatever happened to your friend Bob, and they'll be like, oh.
He was a
guy.
backstabber. Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't believe what he did. He
You
did
wouldn't
this and this.
believe it.
And when you're listening to it, if you really
Right.
just look at the data, you're like, that doesn't seem that bad. And then they'll just be like, I'm done with that person.
Yeah. No, so I've definitely observed that behavior. I don't personally worry in this case or these cases.
But you've seen them do that.
But I've seen them do that.
Yeah. So they also sometimes will have a very clear inner circle, or they'll sometimes have
The
very clear
orbiters.
circles to their world. The inner circle of Trump's life, and then you'll know when you're there. There's very clear delineations that you'll get from them, like, oh, I'm now in the inner circle, or oh, I'm not in the inner circle, or that person was just put out of the inner circle.
I've seen that as well. Yes.
Interesting. I can't wait to find out who these people are. Number 6, they don't seem to really care about your life, or not like you being alive, but like the details.
Yes.
The details of your life.
Yes.
True.
Oh, interesting. Wow. They don't ask questions really, and when you talk about yourself,
They ask questions that vector back to themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Wow. Number 7, they might make you feel special just to be around them.
Oh my God.
You know what the thing that resonated the most is
I
you
think
said,
I know who you're talking about.
They said like, oh, our relationship is so awesome, all that kind of stuff. Now that I think about it, that's definitely the case. But they do make it sound like I'm part of the equation.
Yeah.
In other words, in this case, it's not, you're so lucky to be around me. It's, although I guess that does get sort of said too, but a lot more of it is like, wow, we just have the best relationship. When you first brought that up,
Wow, I'm just
I
the
said I couldn't
best
relate to it because
dreamer.
you made it romantic. In this case, it's not a romantic relationship.
Okay.
It's just friends.
Yeah.
But I can relate to that.
Right.
Like, this is the best friendship.
Right. And they'll make you feel special by making sure that they do things that are cool, like
Yeah.
they'll never do things that are boring or something, or the things they tend to talk about, like, oh man, you and we got to go. I have a special VIP pass. We can get in this one thing.
I am the VIP pass.
Maybe we can do that tonight. And you just get this sense like, ooh, I better stick around this person. 'cause
I see.
This person, this person knows people. They know all the cool things. And so there's that. Okay. And again, often this is conceptualized as a manipulation or a seduction, and pulling people into your world. But in my experience, it's not a conscious, malicious act. It is a desperate act by a desperate individual who is in terrible pain and fear, and is trying to gain attachments in the only way that they feel like they can, which is by acting like they are cool. Because they actually believe that if they didn't do that, no one would like them.
I am cool.
Number 8, when you give constructive feedback, criticism, they don't react very well, and they might even get hostile with you.
I mean, I don't need
sometimes
criticism
they
for
might
anything.
get hostile in a very cool way because they're
Like,
used
let's
to
debate?
that kind of rage. But at the very least, they don't react very well to criticism.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, interesting. Number 9. You might often feel stupid around them, or not very good looking, or not very fashionable, or your tastes might not be up to snuff, or your opinions might not be refined enough, or you might feel lower class than them.
Definitely.
Anything like that?
When I was younger, if this other person that I just thought of is like that, then yes.
Now you're confident enough.
It's just that's one of the things I'm very proud of myself about is it's pretty hard to rattle my ego nowadays, you know? Just I guess like I know what I'm good at, what I'm not good at, what my failings are and stuff like that. So if you want to point out my failings and I like, yeah, those are failings, like fine. If you're just gonna like, you know, brag about something you've got or things like that, that just doesn't affect me, you know?
So before you had that self-confidence, if you were around these people, you might have felt less than.
Yes.
Interesting.
And I specifically remember being a teenager and one of these people directly criticizing me and my personality and me really like sort of like, oh wow, what is there? And like I couldn't quite figure it out. I was already fairly self-confident to not let it just like devastate me, but it still took its toll. It was like, oh, is there something wrong with me? Like, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay, great. So the rest of these are not as common. The ones we've talked about so far are much more common to people high on the spectrum, but the rest of these are a little bit more subtle and might not present with everybody. Number 10, when something goes wrong, they reflexively, knee-jerk reaction, blame you or just someone else.
It's not usually my fault. I mean,
of course. I wish I could just like frame all the texts or things that was like, yep, that's exemplified.
Yeah. Right, and it's like, it's comical. It is. It's unfortunate, but it's comical. It's like they'll, you know, they're driving the car and they'll get a flat tire.
Yes.
And they'll just look to whoever's in the car and they'll be like, what did you do the last time you drove this car? You know what I mean?
Okay, so perfect example. Absolutely, yeah. Like that's so here's a perfect example. I had a text message stream with this person, and at one point, I was the last one to send a message.
Okay.
And then we stopped talking for several months, many months. And then all of a sudden, we started talking again. The narrative was why I stopped communicating.
Oh my God.
Even though the last communication was from me.
Right.
And I was like, well, no, I didn't. Like, we both sort of stopped. I was like, no, you stop. It's you. It's your fault.
Right. And so in the same vein, number 11, they, especially people really high in the spectrum, will never apologize.
Right.
People lower on the spectrum might apologize sometimes, but it's extremely difficult for them to apologize. One, because for them to apologize, they have to admit that they did something wrong.
Which I never do.
Which completely dismantles their defensive structure, and then they have to fall into the abyss of their nothingness of their ego. And two, they have such a propped up, grandiose sense of self that they constantly prop up that the notion that they did something wrong is almost impossible for them.
At least you dodged the fashionable narcissist bullet.
Plus,
I wonder where
they
peasantry food
feel
palette lies.
superior, and so if something went wrong, it must be someone else's fault.
Right.
It can't possibly be my fault.
Right.
And so they will, they just don't apologize. Does that ring?
Yes.
Yeah. And that can be very frustrating to.
Well, specifically, I have directly complained about something before. Like said, this is a moment where you did not have empathy for my situation.
And I
Crickets.
need you. And yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, right. And again, the way people look at this is, oh, it's a manipulation. They're choosing to see things selfishly, but it's not. They're only doing it because they're terrified of what is, the tip of the iceberg is the apology, which leads to them admitting they have flaws, which leads to them thinking maybe I'm not all perfect, which leads to them having to face the fact that they feel like they're nothing.
Damn.
Number 12, when they watch people with fame, they compare themselves to them. Like they might say things like they might go to a comedy show or something and they'll be like, oh, I could do that. Or a sort of lesser version of this is, as they're watching the show, they'll be like fantasizing about like how they can do the same thing, even though they're not necessarily directly saying they're better than the comic or better than the singer or better than the actor. They're compulsively wanting to be on stage, and so they can't tolerate just being an audience member, if that makes any sense. They might,
yeah, totally. I've seen that I can think of one of the people. Man, I'm realizing there are more people than I thought that I've known, at least on the spectrum. And some of them definitely higher than others. But one of the ones I'm thinking of, I now realize that there were moments where they were watching someone, like you're saying, that's famous, and instead,
they were jealous.
I get this too of like, oh man, I wish I was famous too,
Which is why, you're
that's
15.
why I became a streamer.
Right? But instead of that though, because one is like, the desire of like, I also want, right?
Right.
It was more of like, sort of anger, like
I got 12/12 on test, a perfect score. I really am the best.
That's someone higher on the spectrum.
Which, by the way, I don't relate to that.
No.
And so that one, but I've seen that. I've seen that.
Right, because it's the envy. Again, it's not because of evilness. It's because the notion that they are an audience member. They're a lowly audience member, and they're watching someone with fame and with glory on the stage means that they have to face the fact in a very strange roundabout way, but reasonable when you consider where it comes from, that they're not perfect.
Although actually I can relate to it in maybe a more localized way. For example, when I was in school, especially younger grades, I really felt like I had to be the one to get my hand up and answer the question, because I hated the idea that someone else was answering and getting kudos about it, right? Or at work, where someone is, like you said, on stage or getting an accolade or doing something cool, and I'm like, God damn it, I should be the one. I have felt that.
Okay.
But maybe that's because it feels more within reach, whereas I haven't felt I'm at the concert watching Jay-Z and I'm like, well, this is fucked. I should be the one in front of the stadium right now.
Well, and you're only on the 15%.
Right.
Number 13, they might make you feel invaded, like through various means, but one common way is they'll ask you overly personal questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, totally.
God, I can't wait to find out who these people are. Yeah, they just, and this is another subtle one. They might ask you questions about your sexual life, your personal life.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but it is evidence of one, that they want to assert power in some ways.
Yep.
But they also feel superior to social mores. So
I see.
They feel like, well, I know that society has these.
Okay, I've done that too.
That society has these rules, but I'm better than that.
So I definitely do that.
What if you actually are better though?
I have.
What if you are better than
that
society's
feeling
rules?
About being maybe less. Everything I say is always now less than I used to be. But I certainly can relate to feeling above social mores, social rules. I felt like, why should I have to stand in this line, or those kinds of things? And also, the thing you were just saying, I know it's not okay to say, but like I'm gonna say it because I'm above that. Right. And I've definitely asked inappropriate or even very personal questions
a live
to
session
people
with these guys or
at time.
pre-record
We're done with this,
merely because they exposed the facts. You have to be suspicious of those who hate the truth. Furthermore, if he's a great debater, why couldn't you show up and just destroy them in person since you're so intelligent? Oh, I see. They pulled your card. Now you're emotional. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
House Party, fucking Yuri, and there was some other fucking loser, and then whatever.
He called Trans Phone House Party.
Trans Phone?
Real name is House Phone. He called him House Party. He thought that was funny. I actually think that's funny too. Shout out to Molestin. He got a good joke on
Molestiny. Dumb fucking chick. I will never be able to show with any of those 4 or 5 people. I will commit them to memory and never show up. It is insane how.
Hey, shout out to the person who made this title right here. It reads, "Blue-haired internet dweeb, super cuck, threatening to have people killed over his wife. Laugh my ass off and laugh my ass off too. This is good.
Vicente sent tuition.
Shout out to Vicente. Now, the funny thing too is this title is so apt because it says blue-haired internet dweeb. And when I think of an internet dweeb,
I think of Destiny.
Molestiny is really the archetypal internet nerd that you just don't want to be. Now, the sad reality is that they've all gathered together, so it's like they feel safe in their weirdness, you know. It's strange. Like, these are the kids that when you would go to high school, like you wouldn't like, you look at them funny, but you wouldn't say anything because Columbine happened and that was just in recent memory. You feel me?
Jesus
and
Christ.
so you'd be looking at them like, man, I know one of y'all Columbine some shit ASAP. I ain't saying nothing to y'all, but y'all weird as hell. I wish I wasn't here. Yeah, he one of them kids. Carrying on.
Oh, unbelievable. You think you could be
mad
towards somebody's wife.
Big mad.
That shit.
It's not your wife, bro. A wife is when she's in a relationship with just you. You know, it's called a holy matrimony. And we all know the origins of marriage itself comes from religion.
Thank you.
You are the opposite of what
Praise
religion promotes, my dear boy.
be
In
to
fact,
Allah.
there's capital punishment for your behaviors.
Capital punishment.
I think
He's saying I should
probably
die.
a hater, but
Mm-hmm.
he said, when are you going to private this one? So if you want to let them know where they can get access to all of your videos.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Yes. If you would like to watch any video I've ever made, you can become a member at marquettism.com or a member at patreon.com/the Saint and the Sinner. All right. And we welcome you. Carrying on. Boy, man.
It is wild. Oh, so wait, who did we just watch? Oh, the Suleiman and now this guy? Dude, I need to figure out what I have. I got this effect on people. When I interact with them, they just get obsessed with me. What? This guy's obsessed with me now. And he's like, we interacted one time, bro. It's okay. Like, you can let it go. It's over. I'm not going to hurt you anymore. He's obsessed with me. Like, if we were on, like, some honor culture shit, like, I would be shoveling money to have these people killed, all right?
Yeah.
Whoa! First off, your wife,
as a
she's
Muslim,
for the
I feel very
streets.
frustrated,
She's
and
like
I
a
really
doorknob.
wish I could provide a more
Everybody gets a turn.
level-headed discussion.
Everybody gets a turn.
Because you humiliated
She's
him?
a cold slower,
Yeah,
my
yes.
boy, and you're mad that people are talking about her? Those are mere words. They say sticks and stones may break your bones, but your wife is taking everybody's bones. They breaking her back left and right. And you're mad from somebody having words about it? Hey, it's the truth of the matter. And how could that be your wife when it's everybody's wife? Maybe it's not your night tonight, little buddy. He's an angry guy. This guy's talking about murder.
This guy
He
has voices and
emotional
everything.
issues. Little Columbine kid here.
Okay, Dave sent a super chat last night as we were ending. He did
Okay.
respectfully ask for me to address it. So
Sure.
he said, do you think it's possible to incredibly reach success without neglecting other aspects of your life, such as family?
Ideally, you should work with your family. If your family members are good people, that is to say honorable people and intelligent, then you should be able to collaborate with them. They might be some of your angel investors and your friends and family around if you're building a corporation.
Your angel
They might be some
investors?
of your volunteer
How
workers.
rich is
They
your
might be your
family, bro?
collaborators, those who introduce you to other persons and other opportunities. So your family should be supported. If your family is not in any of the aforementioned categories I just named, that means they're probably dim-witted or not good people. Then they don't matter. You dig? And if you ever really
You
want
dig.
something like success, you know that you're foregoing another opportunity when you hyper focus on one thing. So if you want success, it doesn't matter what else you don't get as long as you do get success. Thank you for that question, Saint.
On PayPal, we have Elias said, Marquette, do you think dating today is more competitive and difficult than it ever has been before due to social media and simps inflating women's egos? Or do you think dating today is easier and has lower competition due to the pussification of men in the West?
This man that created him a polysyllabic term. Dating is not more easy or more difficult than it has been in the past.
It just
is different.
Yeah.
What you really would well apply that criteria to, or of it being easier or more difficult, is securing a woman who is worthwhile, a woman that you would want to be with long term. That is exceptionally difficult today because culture
Women
is
are
broken down
trash.
around the world. Women are subject to a multitude of influences, most of which are negative. Women have been misguided in our culture in the West and as well as in the Orient, being focused on being a career woman
Orient?
and things like this,
Jesus.
which basically takes them outside of their biology.
What year is it?
Causes them to display a lot of masculine characteristics, which makes it harder to get along with them and build families with them. So the hard part is getting a good woman. Dating is easy, and in some cultures, dating has never been a thing. In the Islamic culture, you're not even supposed to date. In many other traditional cultures, dating is not even a concept.
Okay, we have Sosa Inspire says, peace to the saints. Thank you for pointing out that molestiny is a pseudo-intellectual. Lots of goofs out there who view this as intelligent.
Yeah, it's comical. And not only is he extremely dim-witted, unlettered, unsophisticated, inexperienced. That's a really big one that people ignore. He's inexperienced. He's not done anything in his life. It's if you were to sit down with a guy like Molestany and have a conversation, there would be no content to the conversation. He could not reflect on his experiences as a man, but rather only what he's observed through a digital screen. His whole life has existed on the screen. And so he's merely a reflection of the experiences of others who are actually living life. He can't tell you any idea he's discovered. He can only, regurgitate something he's heard someone else
Wikipedia.
say. He's extremely unsophisticated. He's not diligent. He has very little merit. The only reason he's popular is because human society has reached such a low level that the other losers look at him and they can identify with him. We're in such a low era where people don't look up to a Superman or a Batman and say, oh, I want to be Bruce Wayne. I want to be cool like James Bond. They say, I want to be like the blue-haired guy who lets his wife get railed and his body looks like a goddamn half-empty water balloon. I want to be like that guy because they have low self-esteem and low standards, and that's attainable. And they think, I don't have to change. I can be the same slobbing, the poorly dressed, smelly little cuckold that I currently am. I don't have to improve. I don't have to become
This
greater.
dude's brain is broken.
What I am
Holy
today is
shit.
good enough, and it makes him feel, confident for
Like
once in
destroyed.
life. Who I am is good enough.
Keep in mind, this is the guy that made a fake documentary about himself, saying that he was what? Did he say he was a black James Bond or something? What was his?
I want to be like Molestany. It's great.
Okay, we have on PayPal, Romario said, big up, Quet, peace to the saints, support for the work.
I appreciate that. Thank you to those supporting the work.
We also have,
And keep on supporting. Let the trolls see what it looks like when you have a real community.
there's lots of them here too.
Yes, keep supporting the work. Let the trolls know what it looks like when you have a real community.
Okay, we have Mario came right back. He said, Quet, how do you retain a female after getting her number when you know you're not available to meet in person for some time?
What?
Well, that just is what it is. You don't want to expend too much time. If she's interested in you and she's available when you return to her locality or when you become available, then you go ahead and start increasing the communication as the time is nearing. But at the end of the day, you're dealing with circumstance. The circumstance if she might meet a different guy or fill in the blank. But if she's initially interested and you don't make any missteps and you just reach out periodically, when you're coming back into town, hit her up. And if she's interested and available, it's going to go smoothly. But one thing I want to encourage you is while you're not around her, continue the game. Don't ever let the game slow down or stop. And this pertains to every game, whether we're talking about your finances, we're talking about your self-education, we're talking about
always
your health.
hustle.
The world's going to continue spinning. And also don't over-invest. The problem is that too many people, they over-invest in individuals. They over-invest in moments, which is to say no one person, no one moment will define your life. No one person, no one moment will oh, my life is ruined. No, it's not. That's one person or one moment. The show must go on.
Okay, we have Gabriel said, I'm the coolest. His girl's a prudish individual, but this nut about to get busted like a bad criminal. You probably should have read that one.
Bars.
Repeat it for me.
This isn't Courtney. Wait, this isn't the Courtney Ryan girl talking, is it?
Coolest.
On his stream?
This girl is a prudish individual, but this nut about to get busted like a bad criminal. Bars. I'm your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. Huh?
Okay, we have Brandon got the boxing gloves, which you can get at the Assassin brand or theassassin.com.
Hello.
Hello.
Get the link for him since you're messing up the URLs.
Isn't it his girlfriend? Oh, I wouldn't think he had one of those.
Look at you. All right. Let's carry on. Let's work.
Like if we were on like some honor culture shit, like I would be shoveling.
Whoa, that's strange. You just heard a dude that calls himself bisexual. Now, mind you, this is so shameful. We know this is shameful because in Atlanta, they call those guys down low brothers, which is to say they cover over their filthy deeds. They hide their sexual deviance because they know it's despicable and embarrassing. So how is it that you have a guy who engages in sodomy talking about if we were an honor culture? You could never be an honor culture because you're not a man, that's a basic, and you're not honorable, and you're not an honorable man. Hence, you could never be an honor culture. Furthermore, you're talking about getting someone killed. Bruh, you ain't never been in a fight. You ain't never beat up nothing except beating your meat on the nights when your wife is out with some other dudes, okay? Now, you know this dude has went off the rails as a psychopath where someone says something and all of a sudden he's talking about killing him. That's a
Didn't
bit
these guys threaten to kill me first?
Little devil you.
But okay, interesting.
We have Justice said peace to the saints. Facts.
Indeed. I have nothing other than that. I appreciate that.
Only facts here.
Carrying on. The boy said, if we were on some honor culture, you're not honorable. You're a sodomite. Nowhere in human history has that been viewed as honorable. In fact, it's illegal and can get you killed in many countries to this day.
Someone wants to know if you're wearing a beanie because you're bald.
I'm the bald head lover. What are you talking
can
about?
purchase the beanie. It's linked in the description.
Yes, indeed. The Coca beanie, all white, white on white, MDB label. You dig. Go ahead and peep it. Also, if you would like to see my bald head, you can follow me on Instagram. Drop my IG link in there for the
Drop my IG.
these weirdos. You dig?
You
they want to
dig.
see the bald head lover. They want to see the LL Cool J hairstyle. I'm the coldest bald brother since Michael Jordan. Come on now. It actually happens to be a little bit chilly. That's when it's cold, people wear beanies. I'm also wearing a sweatshirt, long sleeve, which would indicate that it's chilly. Now, what you might want to do if you need to warm up, you can get this fine sweatshirt here at mdblabel.com. It's actually linked below in the description. You know what I also like? I really like, I appreciate these compliments. I take these as compliments, and I'll tell you why. Saints, pay attention to this.
Saints?
He writes, I don't want to wear it. I just think it's funny when you guys hide, when guys hide, he's using the wrong form of there. It's supposed to be not T-H-E-R, it's supposed to be T-H-E-I-R, right? Yes. You need English lessons, my
Love
boy.
to
It's
see
okay.
English of yes, this dude.
See, this is the problem. You
That'd
have
be
so many
epic
people
because
who are
you know
low
it'll get degenerate
IQ,
real quick.
and the problem with being stupid is, as a condition of being stupid, you don't know you're stupid. In other words, you're too dumb to know that you're stupid. So this person can scarcely write English, and so they've used the wrong form of there. And
Damn.
furthermore, they don't realize that in the great majority of my videos, my head is out and it's shining. It's shining like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond. But yeah, I'm the bald head lover. You dig? Tell your bitch, come rub a nigga's head. Might give her good luck or a good fuck. Who knows which one? Might get both. Carry on.
We have Liam said, bless up, brother. I was looking at your merch and really like your shirts and wanted to know. Oh, okay. They sent money. Here we go.
Yeah, read it. And wanted to know if you'll be restocking it. You know what? Actually, we haven't, but it's something I would consider in the future. It's something I would consider in the future. And if you're interested in making NFTs, we actually do have a conference footage that you can purchase at marquetism.com, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
And you can figure out how to make NFTs from scratch. You can figure out how to make your own crypto token. So it's some great education, very technical stuff. And I think a guy like this would probably be able to figure that out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So check it out. Marquetism.com. You can get some technical education.
Jay Smooth said,
I'm here to help. I'm here to help.
Jay Smooth said, peace to the saints. Is it time to get back into crypto?
Well, it depends on what the market is looking like. I haven't really looked deeply into it in a long time. When I was looking into it deeply, there were only really 3 coins that I liked. And what I always appreciated about crypto, not from a utility standpoint, but from an investment standpoint, I would never call it an asset, even though it's been kind of viewed that way by government circles. But I like the volatility. And when you were seeing those kind of 30% swings during a day, 24-hour period, there's a lot of money to be made on that. And so that's what I used to like about crypto. I also had the good fortune of hearing about crypto many, many years ago by a guy named George. He was actually an Australian national. He lived in Hong Kong. He was really early in fintech and really sophisticated financially. And he had told me about Ethereum like right at the beginning. And so some good opportunity there. Personally,
buy
if
any?
you plan on like day trading and things like this, you want to trade things that have an underlying asset, paper assets, stocks. If you guys were paying attention, I recently did a live on the Saint channel. It was Sunday night, and I told you what to do the next day. And the very next day, I executed on the recommendations that I gave you guys in terms of buying stock. And I think I was able to sell those at 130%. Yes, 130%. So if say you spent $100,000, you would have had $230,000 by the time you were done utilizing my advice. It's extraordinary the opportunity that was there.
Wow, you must have made millions then, huh?
Super chat read. They are $6 and up to be read. If not, they're not read out loud.
And that's a favor.
Stated all the time.
Yes.
Here's another hater that thinks they're funny. That said you spelled molestny wrong, but it's a word that you made up. So how do they know the spelling? So they said, are you in a position to
That's
call
good.
anyone low IQ?
That's very good. This is funny. Again, I repeat, people are so dumb, they don't know that they're dumb. It's almost like, you guys ever seen a person that's suffering from mental retardation slobbering on themselves? Now, if you were slobbering on yourself, you'd be like ashamed, but they're so in that they're unaware. For example, this dimwit, he doesn't realize that when we write molestany, Mo is a name. It's a proper name in the English language. It's a given name. You see Mo, M-O-E, it's a given name. So when you write molestany, it kind of seems more like an actual name. So you're too stupid to actually understand that. And as far as language goes, I happen to be pretty good with language. So just carry on, little buddy. But remember this, you are my inferior. And I appreciate you being here, because you only verify that I'm an important person. Because when you go on and do whatever you're going to do today, I won't be there. I won't be watching. I won't be around. But thank you for being here, watching me and validating me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Dave sent an additional $5 to have this read. He said, peace to the Saints. I've watched plenty of YouTube videos, but you're the best educator. I would love to see a sit-down conversation with you and Coleman Hughes.
Okay.
Add that to the list of persons I should look up. I appreciate that. We'll have to see who
And here's
Mr.
his
Hughes
additional
is.
super chat. We
Shout out
don't
to
play
Dave.
favorites.
Right.
Okay, we have Rando said, do you have any advice for spitting game to a girl in class? I can't talk during class, so my only opportunity is at the end. Any good openers?
Number one, is it high school? Is it university? Is it grad school? Is it trade school? That context is important. Number two, you have to ask yourself, am I about to try to spit game at her? Number one. Or number two, am I about to try to convert her contact information? Or number three, am I about to try to convert this moment into a date, time to hang out? If class is just ended, I highly doubt that you can spit game. Spitting game requires some time, some downtime where you guys aren't moving. When class ends, people are generally leaving. That's number one. And in as much as if it's high school, if class ends, she might be going to her next period. That's why I asked. So my best advice for you would be, in an ideal circumstance, if class just ended, I would ask her like, hey, what are you about to do? You want to go get a smoothie, or, whatever the most proximate opportunity is, or, stroll with her. If she's heading to class, stroll with her for a little bit and get yourself a little bit of airtime, and then decide
smoothie
if you want to
time.
ask for her contact information. Then move from there.
Okay, we have El 28 said, I'm trying to write this super chat, but I think Google is censoring it
Yes,
because I
probably.
can't send it. I'll write it in the chat instead. So here it is. He said, men who practice sexual deviance often turn out to be extremely disturbed, weird individuals. This is why bisexual women often never mess with bisexual men.
That's correct. And in addition, as we know, these guys are very mentally unhinged. That's why you have so many of them who purport to hate me, but yet they're here watching. That's very sick in the mind. It's self-torture, you see. Like, I would never take out time to watch someone that I don't find interesting.
Oh, he finds me interesting. That was like a stealth
bisexual
compliment because he's
male as
watching
well,
my
of course,
videos.
The homosexual male, and truth be told, there's no such thing as a bisexual male. You're a closeted homosexual. Just come all the way out the closet. Don't inch out. Just get all the way out so we know what you are and we're aware of the filth that you engage in. Now, females, even who engage in bisexuality, as they call it, these are confused females. These are attention-seeking females. They don't want to deal with bisexual men because they know that these guys have stuck their penis into a shithole, okay?
Ooh.
And that's disgusting, and it stinks, and it's filthy, and that's why Molestany, we've nicknamed him Captain Stinky Cock. And also, if these guys ever had the opportunity to have intercourse with a woman, which they probably won't, they know that if you have fecal matter on your penis and then you put it into a vagina, you'll cause some issues with that woman's biology.
Okay, we have 678 Cannabis said, do you think it's unwise to date a woman that has
Jesus.
been sexually abused in her past? Am I setting myself up for a failure dealing with a woman that has childhood trauma? Peace to the saints.
You don't want to discard human beings, but you certainly want to go in extremely cautiously, knowing that you could meet a woman who's experienced no trauma in childhood and she would still be a lot to deal with. But when you're involved with a woman who has that known baggage, then you really are signing yourself up for a more difficult path. And generally in life, I always try to,
take the easy road.
if I'm going to make $1 million, I could do it the hard way or I could do it the easy way. You could grind or you could glide. I'd rather glide. That's just me, though.
If you want to talk about disgusting people, here's the next one.
Uh-oh.
It says, is the necklace guy out of the hospital? I'm still waiting on mine. First off, I'd like to say everyone has been reached out to about it, and the necklace is down. But Marquette can share with you where the necklace guy is.
The necklace
Right.
guy.
I think this is probably just
It's a troll. Yeah, it's disgusting fans.
Yes. And this is a good example of the type of fans that Destiny has. These are sick people, and this is why they should all be eliminated. Number one,
Jesus.
the necklace guy, as you call him, Daniel John, he's now deceased. He actually passed away due to complications of the cancer.
I'm sorry. I just
And
didn't
so
sell
that's
enough
number one. And then
necklaces.
number two, he's such an honorable man that even on his last day on Earth, he was actually responding to customer service emails. He's a much greater man than you'll ever be.
Wow.
And
Was,
lastly,
right?
you spew your evil under a fake name with a fake photo. This is the kind of person that you are.
And making
low
lies
person.
because you're not waiting on one because you
And-
can't afford it.
Right. And then the last
Do you think he killed off this person, this character, so that he didn't have to fulfill the jewelry sales or whatever? Holy shit.
that we should understand about Destiny fans is like these are evil, hateful sodomites. These are demons, and that's why we should expect this kind of thinking and behavior from them. And there's only really one
This
solution
guy,
for this type
dude.
of person. You can't reason with them. They're generally low IQ, so they won't understand.
Uh-huh.
They engage in filthy behaviors, and you can never undo certain things once a male has crossed a certain line. And the last piece is they're generally racist. You can't imagine how many of them have called me the N-word on my DMs, which doesn't bother me at all because it's not surprising me. I expect them to say these kinds of things.
Okay, we have Infinite Slick said,
I'll be anonymous here, and I asked. Oh fuck! I'd have to dig really far back through my DMs. I think I asked a guy for proof of this. I think he showed me, but there was a guy that reached out to this guy to make fun of him in DMs. I don't know if I want to repeat the story because I don't know if the other guy's still going through shit. I don't think he did. There was one of my fans reached out through this guy through DMs. I think to like make fun of him. He called him like a bozo or something stupid. And what Marquette did was he added the N-word to the DM, and then he reached out to the guy's employer to try to get him fucking fired. This guy is actually fucking unhinged. Fuck. If you're that fan and that happened to you, could you reach out to me again? I feel like it'd be nice to get like more verification of that or see how that like turned out or whatever. But I feel like somebody told me about this was like 3 or 4 months ago whenever I interacted with this guy last.
peace to the saints.
Oh, and by
Steven,
the way, support the work to show these haters. They matter not. They matter not.
he said, Steven is a real G. This is a hater too, but we're going to read it. He got with not so
Erudite. Uh-huh.
And Farha.
I don't know who that is.
Also, Cutie Cinderella. He gets mad 16-year-olds, no cap. That's facts. Okay, we have Mobile Minds Network said, Saint, please keep applying pressure to these weak degenerates.
Yes.
Also, do you plan to break down the Silicon Valley Bank collapse? I work in.
I did. I actually broke that down on Sunday, as I'd mentioned.
Is that on the?
That's on the Saint channel. So I highly recommend that you subscribe to the backup channel. Well, not the backup channel, but the other channel.
Are you jumping around to alerts?
Yes, precisely.
I just
If you
click on
look
the
my
map.
page, you should be able to see it. And I went in depth, and not only we broke down precisely why that occurred, what the implications may be for the banking sector, what the possible repercussions may be for the technology industry, namely startups and medical companies. We also talked about how can you make a buck? What are the financial opportunities that are coming out of this? Anytime I speak of the news, I'm not speaking of the news because I care. I'm speaking of the news because I care to make a dollar in getting on the correct side of the dynamic. There's always a dynamic. There's always a winner. There's always a loser. And that's why, like, for example, with guys like Molestany, I'm thankful for his zesty fans, right? Because there has to be a winner. There has to be a loser. you can't be the apex predator without having the beta male. You can't be the winner without having the loser. So this is life is complete.
Okay, we have people that met Daniel in real life.
Yes.
Dylan, R.I.P. St. Daniel.
Absolutely.
And we have Dedrick, who also met him. So he's a real person.
This dude
People
is
have met
not
him.
a real person. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Demons Row.
When you get a chance, drop the link for the other channel in there.
Okay. Demons Row said, "Peace Saint, this blue-haired dude talks to a fan base of majority gamers, aka kids pushing blue hair and bisex lifestyle."
Sad.
He gets co-signed his crazy. I'm not sure what that says.
I think it should have been how he gets co-signed is crazy.
Gotcha.
Yes, well, that's because he is a representative of the sick agenda that is afoot right now, being pushed by the LGBTQ, being pushed by big tech. So he is a mascot of all of the things that they want to forward. And the great comedy is that when you observe his fan base, you're observing the
degeneracy
sewage of humankind. The kind of male that is so weak and so incompetent that they can't go outdoors. I don't know if they have agoraphobia or what. They can't go outdoors and meet a woman, impress the woman enough such that they could lay down with the woman. And so in their inability to secure a female,
they got to become
they lay
gay.
down with their buddies
Their
who they're playing video
bros.
games with.
Bro job.
It's quite sick and sad.
Bro
Hey man, you
job.
guys tired of playing Call of Duty? Let's play Hide the Salami. I got the salami. Hide it in your butt. Come on, the police are coming. Hide the salami in your butt.
This guy is gay 100%. I don't think there's any straight dude that is this obsessed with gay people. Didn't some conservative shit come out recently where like fucking oh no. I don't realize how much of this I've heard behind the scenes. I've heard a lot of stuff about a lot of famous conservative dudes being kind of gay. Some black famous conservative guys being kind of gay. I don't know what I can say about. I've heard about it. The quartering might have gotten into fights about it. I don't know what's public on Twitter or not though. Fuck, forget I said anything. But I feel like there's a lot of gay people out there.
These people are sick, man. They're sick.
I just posted the Saint channel in the chat for anyone.
If that one dude actually died,
make
post his
sure you
obituary.
subscribe to that one because we have excellent content there, all clean content, very informative. You can watch it with your children, your family.
Okay, we have Joel Lacuto said, "Would you ever engage in a dialogue with Destiny on FNF? I know you don't care about views, but a large audience that would tune in could create a viral moment for the assassin."
What I realized with the
damn, he's so
first
scared
skirmish with Destiny when he was blown out and embarrassed, what I realized is that there's no crossover audience.
He's so scared.
Any person who would listen to Destiny could never understand or live by the ism. It's impossible. Like, for example, we're civilized men and women. You saw one of his fans call me Nigger. What? They're racist.
What?
Additionally, you have another fan that they're sodomites, and he tries to make jokes about a kid in his early 20s dying of cancer. These are evil, sick people. There's no crossover.
Kid in his early 20s dying of cancer. Wait, who's he referring to? Is he talking about his imaginary scam friend?
So if I ever were to show up in person, it would be probably to teach him a primitive lesson. You did teach him a lesson in a primitive way, shall we say.
God.
He don't want that. And I promise you, I bet your life, he would never show up. But here's the most important thing. I'd be more than happy to host Destiny. If he ever wants to come to Saint City, I'll host him in studio and we
What
can
is
have a
Saint
debate
City?
In person.
Is that like slang to refer to some popular? I have no
Top
idea.
Shelf said, "Coming through to support a real one. These evil alphabet folks will never win. In the end, peace to the Saints."
Peace to the Saints.
Shots
Las Vegas?
said, "Be honest, was there some sword-on-sword action going on between you and the necklace guy? It sounds really sus between you two."
Oh, is this the...
It's a different person.
This is a
There's
different
multiple
one?
people making fun of a
It's,
dead
it's
man.
true. It's true evil. It's true evil. This is actually, gentlemen, if you ever wondered what evil looks like, this is it. And of course, it appears faceless. And what I want you to further understand, the leftist is such a sick liar. These people are low. They like their dogs more than they like other human beings. I'm be curious as to the kind of bestial things they engage in with their dogs. But understand this.
Whoa,
the leftist
we got a
makes
dog
no
warts
sense.
enjoyer.
For example, these are the people who say that they care about the environment, but then they pushed over the COVID hoax on us all, and they had all these disposable masks, these one-time wear masks. Where did they go? Into the drains, into the sewage, into the ocean. These are the same people, the leftists, the government right now, Joe Biden, leftists. They're stoking war in Ukraine right now, which is causing human death. So they don't care about humankind. They're making the war go long. It would have never even occurred. It would have been the shortest war in history because Ukraine is a retrograde economy with weak leadership and insufficient population, natural resources, and economy in terms of competing with Russia. It would have been a short war, would have been done over immediately. Wouldn't even have been a war, would have been a special operation as it was so aptly named. But understand this. These people purport, the leftists, they claim they care about the environment. You tell me, surface-to-air missiles, helicopters, all of these different weapons of war.
Not very environmentally
You don't
friendly.
think they're polluting the environment by blowing up the earth? You don't think is depleted uranium good for the environment? Huh? Are these new weapons of war, these wonder weapons that Russia's exposing, you think those are good for the environment? Oh, and all the tanks that the United States and Germany are sending over these liberal countries, they're sending tanks over to create more death. These are warmongers. Consider this about the leftists and how dishonest they are. Are those tanks, are those Tesla tanks, are those electric tanks? Furthermore, last point before I finish with these idiotic leftists.
Idiotic.
How is it that the leftists promote electric vehicles so much, but they don't realize where do you get the batteries? From? How do you source the batteries? And then where does our electricity come from? Is our electricity all coming from solar and wind? When you actually do the math on it and the research, you find that electric is actually less
Dirtier.
environmentally
Oh my
friendly
God.
than gas cars.
Never heard
And I
this
could do
one
a
before.
whole lecture on that, but I won't. Do your own research. That should just let you know those 5 points lets you know how idiotic and disingenuous the left is. They don't care about human life. They don't care about the environment. They're virtue signaling. They don't even care about themselves. They mutilate themselves. They sodomize one another. Come on.
Okay, we have Andrea said, as an older woman, I cannot tell you how proud it makes me to see young, strong men standing up. Society needs you. I appreciate you all very much.
Thank you very much. That means a lot. I do appreciate it.
Romario is back on PayPal, said more tuition for the haters.
he pro-Russia?
Excited to meet up with some of the Saints in San Antonio this next upcoming weekend. Hashtag Sassin or nothing.
Or nothing.
And on Cash App, we have Rich Forever Way sent tuition.
Shout out to Rich.
Rich.
Go. We have 4 Cute Cats said, I thought you were a technologist. Why does your website look like my first HTML project?
I am a technologist. I'm many things, actually.
Thank you for visiting the website.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. I think he probably went to marquettism.com or thesasn.com. So I'm many things. Some call me the big homie, the one and only. Some call me your favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. Some call me Attila the Hun. Some call me the idol of James Bond. Some call me Fax Kellerman. Some call me Stephen A. Pimp. Some call me Pimp Bayless. I go by many names. I do many things. I have many hats. I shouldn't even take out too much time to tell him all the businesses that I have that he could possibly patronize. Since I know that he has the internet, he could utilize it to go to manandwomanbrand.com, which would be perfect for a sodomite, because manandwomanbrand.com is something that might help you kind of get back to the natural
order
affair of humankind.
Yeah, true.
Okay, we have Teddy Fresh sent $50
Baller alert.
and said, Peace Saints, been MIA, exercising, meditating, traveling, developing relationships, and actually going outside, unlike these virtual betas where they sit inside and live on the internet all day. This is why U.S. society is full of weak males.
Extremely weak. Extremely. And the funny thing too is I know every now and then I see these guys probably out in the world somewhere. They're probably like parking my car at valet, or they're cleaning up the bathrooms when I'm urinating, or they're like serving my food at a restaurant.
No shot. Oh my God. Please don't make me redo this whole fucking mission.
Their mom is probably massaging me at the wind spa. Something like that, right? When I see these guys out in the world, or rather when they see me, I don't see them. They're invisible to a boss. You dig?
You dig.
They probably look at me like mad and they want to say something and do something, but they're scared. I've never been confronted one time in my life by any of these internet nerds. Isn't that funny? It's ironic. They're terrified.
Dylan has a nice point.
He says they hate you, but they have time to watch. They have an infinite amount of time because their life has no meaning. There's no content to their life. Yes, indeed. Stalking from a gaming chair.
Drug says, peace to the saints. These people really getting OP in these comments. I'm not sure what that means. They really are mentally ill. They need the pistol quet. Don't make no sense. All 10 assassin or nothing.
In a real way, yes. They need their teeth smashed out of their face. Indeed. And there will come a time. There will come a time. Absolutely.
Okay, we have S said, peace to the saints. I'm about to buy the super villain sweatshirt, and I was just wondering how it fits. What size do you wear, Marquette? I'm the same height as you and have a similar build. Thanks.
I can tell you specifically if you shoot me a DM, but I probably wear a size medium. If I did not mark specifically on the item runs small or runs big, if I didn't mark that specifically, then it fits pretty standard, meaning I wear a size medium. But also on all of my products, you should see a size guide that'll tell you how many inches or centimeters each part of the garment is.
We have Philip says, peace to the saints tuition. Thank you for the absolute pure knowledge and game.
It's truly a pleasure. Thank you for the support.
On Cash App, we have Amir said, peace to the saints tuition. Keep spreading that ism.
Sir, yes, sir.
Saint Flo sent more tuition.
Boss up.
And Robert says, peace to the saints.
Do you think we can do this? Is it possible to stop them from blowing
And on
this up?
PayPal, we have EJ said, may all the saints keep winning. Peace to the saints.
We shall. We shall.
Carry on.
Back to the blue-haired, booty-banded, butt-buster, little buddy molestiny.
Insane.
Read this one.
How?
We got a good one. All right. So this one says, the Carter Dutton.
He's for you. He's not a hater.
He writes, I tuned into Destiny's live right now to see what he's up to, and he's gaming. What a surprise. And he also burst out laughing when you mentioned Daniel died of cancer.
Wow.
That is sad.
Very sad.
That is
Fucked
really
up.
sad.
True.
That's sick and sad. Saints, I want you guys to know, if anyone ever figures out where he is, let somebody know. You know, if you see something, say something. Let somebody know.
Okay, Windwalker is back. Said, thank you for spreading education and making sense of the crazy world we live in. Shout out to the Dogwarts animal.
Fuck me ever getting banned on any platform ever. When these guys like actually like make like just blatant homophobic and death threats constantly. I don't care about the death threats. I think it's bullshit that I get banned over some fucking stupid jokes. And these people like carry on. See, on some wild shit too, on Mr. James Bond over here. Jesus. Where does this guy live? I don't know where Gay City is or whatever the fuck he said he was part of. Magic Town?
Shelter in South Beach, Miami.
Carry on.
Oh, unbelievable. You think you could be towards somebody's wife. That shit is wild. Like,
Bro, how do you feel like men can't talk about your wife, but you allow them to fuck your wife? What planet is this ball on? And Saints, I got some great footage for you. Stay tuned. Please do stay tuned.
if we were on like some honor culture shit, like I would be shoveling money to have these people killed. All right, that is.
Oh, he's mentioning murdering people for talking about his whore wife. That's horrible. That's a horrific thing to do to somebody. Molestiny. That's terrible. He'd be shelling out money to have them killed. That's funny. You ain't never killed nothing but time, my dear boy. This guy's a real funny fella. And Saints, indeed, if you ever see him somewhere or you know he's going to be somewhere, let somebody know. Because one thing I'm a big believer in is, if you talk about it, you should be about it. And where I'm from, people make fun of you.
Where I'm from, what, like spoiled, rich, mommy, daddy, like never done shit in your entire life? Like where I'm from there? Doesn't this motherfucker have like a master's degree in English? Like actually, like his real name's Clarence, okay?
The dead homies, we don't really condone that. So if you see something, let somebody know, Saints.
Some wild fucking shit. You think you can go on a stream and say that? To be clear on everything, I'm not talking to Adam. Be like, fire these guys. I don't know what in terms of them solving their own shit out. But no, I would never be on a show.
He think he got power. Just to be clear, I'm not talking to Adam like fire these guys. You gotta love the Aryan Alliance there, right there. You gotta love. He's like, I'm not gonna talk to Adolf 22 like fire these guys. Do you have power like that? The Aryan Alliance is strong.
Oh, I have to redo this whole mission. Oh,
with any of these
kill
fucking
me.
people.
Oh my
It's like an
God.
unbelievable thing that you think you can go live for 3 or 4 hours dragging my fucking wife, who is
Bruh, your wife is a dirtbag. She's trash. What you mean dragging your wife? She drags herself. Come on now. He writes, how you let dudes smash your wife, but you're mad about them talking about her. Oh, I agree.
Do you even care about this guy? Why are you watching him? I don't know. It's just another guy whose brain got broken on one debate, basically. You can always tell when somebody is like kind of outclassed is when they don't have shit. He can't even say shit about me, aside from, I guess, like obsessing over like my sex life, which is kind of weird. But they have to go to like making fun of like the people around me, even because they're like so desperate for content that they have like nothing else to say. But
suck him off, but talking about her is crossing the line. Exactly.
WTF, he wanted to invite you to his studio, and now he's death threatening you. Stay safe.
nothing to do with anything.
He's mad. Why?
And like bringing her Instagram up, that shit is insane.
He said that's insane. Bro, you got blue hair.
hold on one sec.
You got a
And then we'll watch
grown
the ABBA
man
video, I
with
guess.
blue hair
Listen
on
to this,
calling things insane.
Listen to this booty pirate.
I don't know why the fuck you think you could like. Yeah, so no, fuck that. I won't ever press him because I will never be in the same room as him. Okay, I don't even want him to get a.
Now here's the funny thing. He says, I'll never press him because I'll never be in the same room as him. Well, no, you'll never be in the same room as him because you're scared. Now that you've spoken up about him like this, now you're scared. You see, that's why you'll never be in the same room as him. You see, you've also said some things that I hope some of the Saints take great offense to, and I hope you receive some justice when somebody sees you. That's why you never be in the same room, because you've allowed your mouth to create obligations that your heart cannot handle.
A whiff of my fucking clout. Okay, he can fade off into whatever random irrelevant loser fucking shit he's destined for. Okay, fuck that shit.
Did that means I struck.
Now, you know somebody's just tremendously mad when they curse that many times. Like, good Lord. Whatever happened to being happy? Like, this man is not happy.
That means I struck a nerve. That means I got you.
That's the
I
truth.
see where your sensitive is. I see where it's at. I see where your trigger point is. Now, oh, it's your girl.
But the fact that he went back and forth.
Very insightful. And that lets you know that Destiny is not built for war, for he has exposed this flank. We know where he's weak, and it's that little whore bitch, that little piece of trash bitch that he has. And we're gonna take a look at this little slut in a second, okay? And the funny thing too is that Destiny is a very quintessential cuck beta male simp, all rolled into one. And we know that he is that because what a simp does is that he acts like Pepe Le Pew. You get the girl and you hold on so tightly to her. Why? Because you have low self-esteem and you know that in reality you're a loser. Being that you're a loser, you don't think you can get another girl of that caliber, so you overvalue the girl. If he was a big deal like he says he is and he actually felt that way, he would never, ever, ever have to hold on so tightly. And you know that that's not his girl, because if she cared about him, she wouldn't want to lay down with another man. She looks at Molestany and she says, you I use for a green card, you I use for financial support, and I use other guys for all of the other needs I have, the need of physical satisfaction, the need of love, the need of attraction. Because let's be clear, this boy ain't attractive. He looked like Al Bundy. Tell me the truth. If Al Bundy had hair, he looked like an Al Bundy with hair.
Someone's saying that they can beat you. You tell everyone where you're located.
They can beat me at what?
They said they could break you in half, medium wearing little B, and
Oh.
said, let's meet. Where are you, tough guy?
I'm outside all the time. All the time. I am in Las Vegas, and I promise you, if you came to Las Vegas and you reach out to me on Instagram, video call, hey, Marquette, look, I'm in Las Vegas, and you show something in the background that indicates that you're actually in Las Vegas, bet my life, I'll show up. Matter of fact, I will show up quicker than a Jehovah's Witness. I will show up quicker than a pizza from Domino's. I will show up and deliver like UPS, my dear boy, but you'll never do that. I like you guys. I like these guys. They're funny. They've never been through anything in their whole life. Comical. But yes, if you guys ever show up to Las Vegas, give me a ring. Give me a ring. Funny little people, huh? You gotta be entertained by the sodomites. I mean, these are people whose favorite food is Fruity Pebbles. How your favorite food, fruit snacks, but you think you can fuck with me? This shit crazy. Come on now.
Was writing tweets and doing that, I think he got a little more trigger.
Nope. Wait, what's going on here? Why did the thing stop? What did it do? What? Video unavailable. Fuck, I'm redoing this whole mission. The private of the VOD. Forsen's on the run.
That rocking chair would look great in our new house.
Oh, a new house, eh? Well, you should definitely see how Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Nice tip. I'll give you $2 for the chair.
2? That's a Victorian antique.
All right. How much for the recliner, then?
Wait. How did that get out here? That is definitely not for sale.
Is this a yard sale?
If it's in the yard, then it's for sale.
Here we go.
Geico. It's easy to switch and save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Am I retarded? A little bit.
Game is frozen LUL.
No.
Game is frozen LUL.
4 blocks
Who the fuck is Razor Fist? I have no idea who this is.
Destiny can dispose of the guy who tested it if I actually want. A direct harassment theory until people stop crying over DGG.
Game is frozen LUL.
Wait, why do you think?
Game is frozen LUL.
How is this the run?
24. In this direction, yeah. But we
Game is frozen LUL.
40, so we actually need to do this.
Game is frozen LUL.
Okay, this is perfect actually. This was actually perfect.
You guys think he's actually gonna be in the portal room? You really think he's gonna be in there, guys?
Game is frozen LUL.
Okay.
Game is frozen LUL. Crafting. Crafting.
Ready?
This is it.
Zoomer Slowlolio leveled up.
Oh my god.
Welcome badges to the app.
Okay, this
Game is
the
frozen
starting
LUL.
staircase, right?
Oh my god.
2. Okay, I'm not gonna make the mistake holding left because it's less likely, but Forsen's law still applies.
Snitch the bugs.
1, 2.
Oh no.
3. Okay. 2. 3. I'm doing left. 4.
Game is It's time for Send CD.
5. 6. 5. 4. This is ravine. It's not good. This is library. 5. 4.
Oh no.
Is this
Game
4 or
is
3?
frozen LUL.
Is this 4 or 3? This is 3. 1, 2. I opened that. 3, 4. This is 4. 4. This is 5. This is 6. This is 7.
Oh my god.
Could technically be here, but it's not. 6, 5, 4, 6.
No shot.
Crafting.
Wait.
Crafting. Game is frozen LUL.
We told you. Bro.
Why did he do it with 5 rods?
Look at the fucking time. You look at the fucking time right now. Right now. Alright. I would have to wait 20 to 30 seconds for another wave. Okay? It would literally be impossible then.
Hey Bottom, remember when you promised to be a climate leader? So then why did you just approve the Willow Project? You just effectively lied and slapped the faces of millions of young people who voted for you, who put you in office. Good luck gaining our trust back after you just approved the biggest oil project on federal land in history. There are consequences when you underestimate young people. The Republicans found that out in the midterms last year, and now the DNC and the Biden administration is going to find out what happens when you fuck around with my generation.
Okay.
Oh, man. I think it's a cry for help.
You think Sneako's lost? Or like
There's
lost
some.
his mind?
There's something going on.
If you guys aren't aware, Sneako's upset. Guns were pulled. Fights were issued. Call for helps were sent off in Discords asking for information.
Yes.
And dirt on Abba and Preach.
Yes.
A lot of stuff happened. He's spiraling a little bit. But anyways, why don't we play the video?
It was on us that the dirt was.
Yeah, he says Abba and Preach. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh.
What do you think of the Willow Project? I don't know anything about it, but if we're talking about drilling on United States, like federal lands, bro, I'd rather fucking drill for oil here than import it from somewhere else. I've never heard a good reason against that, but that's just me.
I'm so sick of Abba and Preach. Send me clips and all the memes of all the retarded shit they've said. I don't know. He started talking about, he's talking about. Hey, you guys can see it on the screen. But anyways, why don't we play? And I'll be honest with you, I'm just watching this all from afar. Feeling like Nostradamus a little bit. Predicting the downfall, watching the descent.
Listen, my dude, I already told you numerous times. Numerous times I told you that shit. I told you, you're a wizard, Abba.
To be fair,
some wizard shit.
This wasn't wizard shit.
No, I get.
I saw Sneeko driving on the highway with his feet on the steering wheel.
driving with his feet on the steering wheel and his girl was fucking in the back.
Jesus Christ.
I could just see Sneeko in a retirement home for like war veterans. And then like all the old people just twitch it, be like, Iraq, Vietnam. And then Sneeko's just like, cock.
3 bullets in. Ah! You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was...
Alright, anybody who owns a gun, please keep your fucking finger off the trigger. All this like stupid beef aside, like if you own a gun, be smart about how you handle it. Because seeing how stupid he's behaving right here in this video, I wouldn't be surprised if there's one actually loaded inside. So like if you doing that and you pop off, you might kill the neighbors below you, above you, and you catching one of the dumbest manslaughter charges possible.
So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneeko's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips.
Oh my God, are we about to watch it again, guys?
What is it with them and self-snitching? What's up with that? Yeah, I'm gonna come to your house and then wave a gun and then film it and broadcast it. Then you're gonna blame the Matrix. That's what boggles the mind. You're gonna blame the Matrix. Yo, the Matrix this, the Matrix that. You get the platform off the Matrix, and then you try to go back to the Matrix, and then you snitch on yourself. And then you're gonna blame the Matrix. Yo, God damn, my dude.
Red pillars really be like, the Matrix. Nigga, I just watch it. The Matrix. That's you.
And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here.
Low-key, pull up, nigga.
Yeah! Yeah!
Low-key!
Yeah.
Low-key! Pull up there. I'm in Tampa. Stand my ground and you will come through and I will show you mags instead of clips.
We out you.
Pull up! No, we in here waiting for you.
No, he's been asking specifically Moist to have a boxing match.
This guy wanted to be a comedian. He then gets mad because Charlie says he's buffer than Sneeko. So Sneeko, being the brave man that he is, wants to fight 5'6" Charlie.
I'm not calling him small. I'm saying he has no muscles.
Yeah?
But hit the gym. Andrew Tate preaches getting a better physique.
You really body watching right now? You're body shaming, but you can't fight, pussy? Chat, I'm not reacting to a stream. This guy's pissed me off, and you could tell him this. I want to meet him in person. Monica, I just want to take your bun in a fist and then slam it down like I'm mashing butter. Your dumb mouth that I want to, that it's something. And smash her head up and down like I'm mashing butter onto my crotch. Angela Wallace, you got me feeling some type of way, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Those glasses, this one little bit. I challenge you. You wanna box me, bro? Let's do a 1v1 boxing match. You say I belong to the streets. Yeah, I belong to the streets. We could rock this out on the streets or we could do it in the ring, bro. Let's box. You fat lying piece of shit. I would beat the fuck out of you, Ethan Klein. If you said that about me, you lied to my name, to my face. Let's get in the ring. Stop talking shit about me and let's box.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneeko, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes.
Mind you, this Brandon Buckingham said he wanted to run a train on Sneeko's girl.
Sneeko would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
That's because you know you might lose. People are quick to call out people to fight when they think they're gonna win. And that's what I think happened with our people, Fresh and Fit. I don't want to bring that back, but that's what happened when they challenge me because they think I'm fat. Because of the way we film, they think I'm fat. Most of y'all think I'm fat. Sometimes you send me some fan pictures and fan arts that you send me, and you depict me I'm fat. I don't take no offense to that. I don't care. I like the fan art. It's pretty good. And when you did that and I said I accept, you got a little, ooh, what's going on? Why would he do that? Huh? And then people of our fan starts, that's what I think happened, start to go in this DM and be like, yo, this guy's a bouncer and he does martial arts. You might not want to do that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure after they challenged you, you offered to fight both of them back to back.
Yes, I did.
Right?
I did that.
They was talking crazy. You offered to fight both of them back to back, and what ended up happening? We actually offered to pay them to show up, and it wouldn't be on YouTube.
Not even on a clout thing. No cameras, nothing. It was a one-on-one thing. It was not even to put out there. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you get me? I'm not here to brag or whatever, whatnot. But fighting one person in fighting another person is.
Jeez, I don't know if he has I don't know if he has any like shirtless pics anywhere. He does kind of just look like a chubby fat dude on the thing. I just checked the Instagram because I was curious now. He does look a lot different when you get like a fuller body shot. I don't think he's like necessarily shredded, but he looks pretty big. Big enough to box. Sneeko and Preach need to get in the ring.
Something that I had to do numerous times in my life, not because I wanted to, because that was my job. A lot of these people are going to challenge people that they know they think they can beat.
They think. Because you end up watching these people fight. Here's the thing. If you've ever been in enough street fights, you know that shit's not something to play with.
Nobody knows how to fight.
Like
you take some classes and then you realize that you don't know shit about fuck.
People that train are generally the most humble when it comes to violence because they understand its ramifications. And if they receive the training, they also understand it comes with responsibility. You're not supposed to be out here talking crazy to civilians and trying to fight them all the time.
And a lot of people, when they train fight, the first thing that they tell you in a fight, the first thing that you can do is flee.
In a self-defense situation, if you are a big monster human and you want to fight me and you square off with me, guess what I'm going to do? Run away. Because I don't want to get involved. Even if I see skinny little Lex out on the street and you start yelling at me and saying you want to fight me, I don't want to fight you. It doesn't matter. I don't care if I can beat you or not. What if you stab me? What if you sue me after I get done throwing you onto the concrete? There's a million bad things that can happen and almost nothing good. My first self-defense is my feet to get away from you.
Leave. That's your first move. It's just because they challenge people. I see this thing happen a lot. I'll fight you. That's
you not being able to control your ego. You know, it's funny that these red pill dudes want to talk about discipline and all of this stuff. They can't control their emotions. You know, like Sneeko want to call himself a comedian. Anytime people joke on his name, all of a sudden he wants to pull out guns and fight. This dude is a clown trying to be out here telling, I can lead men. Again, watch the pattern. You notice this because if you've ever been someone who followed great leaders, they don't look like these guys. They don't behave the way that they do. Want to know why? Because if you follow these kinds of men in life, it would lead to your death. If you had a commander or if you had a leader who basically got hyper emotional when insulted or let his ego get in the way of making all the smart decisions, your unit's not going to survive. And so that's why when I listen to this kind of guy, I'm just like, bro, you're a clown who's basically cosplaying as some kind of masculine leader. But then every time people poke, they see there's a bunch of chinks in your armor.
That's insecurity. I'm deeply afraid of somebody calling me a pussy.
You're a pussy. There, I helped you overcome your fear.
If that's all it takes for you to start challenging people to fights, you're not ready to be a man. You're a boy. If you get that antsy at the slightest provocation, you're not ready to protect a family. You guys understand that restraint is oftentimes the biggest thing that you can do to protect your loved ones? You know, if somebody looks at your kid and says, oh, whatever, they say something, you think your job is to just go out there and start punching them in the face? How are you going to protect your family when you're in jail?
Peep game.
Stupid.
Peep game.
How are you going to protect
On
your
the moment.
wife
On
or
the moment.
anybody or provide for them when they're going to be destitute or whatever financial situation when you are in jail, stupid?
Not even in jail.
Stupid.
On the moment. Guys talking while I challenge a guy, I'm with my wife and kids. I'm like, yo, want to do this? Want to do this? He decks me in the mouth. I'm out cold. What happens to my wife?
What if he has a weapon? You know, like, I'm not saying there's not a place where you defend the people around you. Absolutely, that always comes in time and place. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course.
But you got to also understand restraint. You got to do a bit of risk assessment. You got to be able to keep your cool so that the people around you can stay safe. That's what it means to be a man. Not be, oh, you want to see my clips? And I'm just telling you, all these red pill dudes, a lot of them start self-exposing, right? They start self-reporting. They start self-snitching. Anytime you start to pressure them a little bit. Want to know why? Because underneath whatever facade they put online, this persona, what you realize is that underneath it all, it's a soft little boy whose inner nerd who got bullied has never actually outgrown that.
I'm certainly not one of those good people. Matter of fact, I'm straight up kind of an asshole. I'm an extremely self-involved, insecure, and overcompensating wannabe that constantly speaks about things I barely know about. And when people speak to me, I don't listen, I just wait for my own turn to speak.
All right, well, at least you know, bro.
And look, people want to have sympathy for him, all this other stuff. Oh, I feel bad. He's a young man, you know, give him time. I question, does he even show a modicum of respect or sympathy for others going through any kind of struggle?
Anybody.
This is D'Angelo Wallace, who took a break from YouTube after going through some stuff.
I haven't found a way around it.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
I search for ways around it.
Oh.
I do everything I'm supposed to do, like, you know, therapy and taking care of myself and all of that stuff.
Oh, no.
But the truth is, I have really severe anxiety.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm not laughing at this. Farah got the email. The one. Sorry. It's not related to this. I wasn't laughing at this guy. My bad.
And depression.
Oh, yeah?
And it often leads to ideation.
Oh, no. Yeah. Maybe you stop thinking about that shit, right? You know, matter of fact, fuck your mental health. Your problems are so easy. I'm set. Get the fuck over it. This is a perfect example of somebody who needs to get the fuck up over it. Get over it. Get over it. Woo!
That was his response. Get the fuck over it. Sneeko, I think it's time for you to get the fuck over the fact that you're a cuck.
Sorry.
Get over it. You are a cuck. It's okay. It's what you are. No matter how much you cosplay as some conservative red pillar who's found God and does all those bullshit, meanwhile, you're still having all the premarital sex, drugs, and booze, and all the kind of hedonism you want.
So you think all guys cheat?
Every guy cheats. Every guy wants to cheat at least. No guy is naturally monogamous. We just like variety.
It's okay. You're a cuck. That's what everyone's always going to see you as. Even though you hate that moment, even though that's what you're going to be seen as. That's what you are. You need to go to some therapy and get over it. Have some self-acceptance. The only reason people can use this against you this aggressively is because they know it makes you uncomfortable and you're ashamed. Personally, I don't care that you're a cuck.
Nope.
I don't even give a shit that you're doing all this weird stuff sexually. That's your life. Go do that.
No business.
I just think it's funny how sensitive you get about it when people mock you for it. Meanwhile, you want to judge everyone else based off of these Judeo-Christian values that you yourself don't live by. The hypocrisy is what I'm laughing at. I don't care that a man sleeps with another man. What I think is hilarious is when you're a pastor who does anti-gay sermons and then behind closed doors, you taking dick from Tyrone every other Sunday.
Like the miles of dick that you took in your ass, I don't want to walk them.
Right? You want to talk about everyone else's sexual activities and how not straight these guys are. Meanwhile, you had a dude tickling your balls while you were smashing a girl. That's pretty sus to me. I mean,
what other straight guy has so many half-naked photos of himself? He was jerking off in front of a male photographer, laying next to another man's ass. As a kid, he wore his sister's dress. Did I mention he was touching his peener in front of a male photographer?
And so while I'm like hitting it from the back, he lays down on the floor and starts licking her. Think about the logistics, like his head is like
Jesus
under
Christ,
is like 6
dude.
inches. Like
I feel like this fucking interview was like the defining thing for Sneako's entire life was this fucking interview. It's got to be like his biggest regret. And the thing that sucks too the most about this is that like it took a lot. It's like really brave what he did sexually, and then for him to come out and talk about it, like he was such an insanely open person to like have two guys, black dudes in this community talking about this is like, it's actually such an insane thing for him to be brave enough to do it. And now he's just like completely programmed. It's like the destroying moment of his entire existence was this, but
his eyebrows are like tickling the bottom.
I'm not gonna lie, the stuff that's in this video is probably some of the gay shit I've ever seen a dude potentially do. Most of these guys online who do this stuff on the red pill are overcompensating.
For some shit.
Yeah, they will be like, oh, I think you're gay. What? Bro, you got pictures of you laying in bed with another man, and you got a picture of you kissing another dude. Like, y'all really can't say much. And I don't care that you have these things. I just think it's hilarious when people throw stones from glass houses.
You try to call out everybody, but that's what you do.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You have a problem. You guys are the Derek Jacksons of the South. That's what you are. Talking one shit and putting down other people for the same shit that you do. We do not care that you do all those things. I don't care that you go out with ass workers or people or sugar babies or this and that or Instagram models. That's you. But when you put down other people and you look at other people, you're really talking about yourself. You're really talking about yourself.
He's said multiple times that he wants to be the next Andrew Tate.
I'm trying to be that. I want to be the top G one day.
When the Tates got banned off YouTube, Tristan passed the torch to Sneako, and he completely creamed himself.
I'm gonna continue living the life. So, Sneako, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message while it's still relevant to talk.
Tristan Tate said he passed me the torch. It's not gonna be easy, but what you really want is a good man to fuck. Yeah, come here, shut the fuck up with your feminism. Shut up, Chad. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. That's what you need. You need that.
Do I feel bad for this guy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nah. I don't feel bad for none of these dudes. These guys are poison.
Yep.
They're a poison in society.
Pretty much.
So yeah, if people want to exercise them for the internet, I ain't got no problem. Get the filth out. That's what I think. Anything else you want to say?
Nah.
damn.
So yesterday was an insane day.
If government can protect kids from the sick radical left, shouldn't they? If government can protect kids from the sick radical left, shouldn't they also protect kids from hunger? Wouldn't it make sense to strengthen food stamps and have school lunch be free, since some kids are in school lunch debt? Well, I mean, if you are a parent, school lunches are not going to solve the problem of child hunger at any serious level. If there is a problem of children actually starving, that is a child endangerment scenario to which CPS needs to be called. If you're talking about like actual child starvation, the truth is it does not take that much money to feed a child. I know I have 3 of them. You should be feeding your child before you feed yourself. It's that simple. There's a much deeper problem at work than school lunches if kids are legitimately starving.
I don't know. This is like the easiest thing in the world. Like, it's like the easiest thing in the world. Is like, if we could feed our kids a good lunch at school, ought we do that? Like, of all the things in society that we could argue or debate or pontificate or fight, it's just the easiest thing in the world. Like, why would we not? You can guarantee some baseline of nutrition. We've done it before. You can guarantee that everybody's eating. You can do that as well. I also think that one thing, and probably when you come from filthy rich backgrounds, like every single one of these motherfuckers on the internet do, one thing that people don't realize too, as sad as it is, and as fucked as it is schools can be like homes away from home when you don't have all the bare necessities at your house. There were a lot of people over the COVID pandemic, and I know these fucking losers know it because I know they memorize the talking points because they download that shit every morning before they come out with their programming and they say it. There were a lot of kids during the pandemic didn't even have access to the internet. because they didn't have it at school anymore. Some people only access the internet at school. Not as many, but depending on the poor neighborhood you are, that might be you, right? Sometimes school might be the only place where the fucking heat is on. Sometimes school might be the only place where you can hang out with friends and chill. You might be taking showers in the locker room because for whatever reason, yours doesn't work. You don't have water at your house. But like, there are a lot of things you can get at school, like basic necessities, that if your home is fucked, at the very least, you provide some bare level, like, services at the school. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, it's what it's there for. It's just such an easy no-brainer. Like, it's so easy. Like, tax me $100 more, you know, a fucking year, and give my kid fucking lunch at school. Like, why not? Wait, is he actually against school lunches or saying that it's not enough? No, fuck you. Republicans do this shit all the time. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. So what? So you don't do anything? You would never use that defeatist mentality at any other point in your life. I want to go to the gym. Well, did you start when you were 9 years old? No. Oh, guess it's not enough then. Don't bother, right? I want to hustle. I want to grind. I want to start a business. Oh, really? Do you already have the funding for it? Well, I got a little loan from, oh, well, not enough. Don't bother, loser. Like, you would never say that at any other point in life. Oh, it's not enough. What this stupid straw man that conservatives put up is like, oh, I'm sorry. Your issue doesn't solve every single problem that exists in society today through implementing this one simple change that might marginally improve the lives of everybody affected. Sorry, not enough. Not going to do anything. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Well, trying to think if we have anything else on the docket for today. DJ Ack and Sharp. Hello?
Hey, somebody hit me up and they said you disagreed and you thought that Sneeko was brave.
Oh, at the time he did that video, yeah, I thought he was super brave, but obviously it's come back to bite him in the ass now.
Yeah. Why do you think it came back to bite him in the ass?
Well, because he became a bot, right? I feel like Sneeko's early life was like a brutally honest look into the mind of a growing young man in America, a growing young black man in America, even to some extent. And I think you got a really raw, really honest look into somebody's brain that was like very open, very engaging, did some wild shit, admitted that he was vain, admitted that he, you know, needed compliments, admitted he did dumb things, tried crazy sexual things, like all these things. And it was just like a super raw, honest, but now he's like an ultra insecure, like trapped in the matrix, like bot. So it's like now all of it obviously comes back to bite him in the ass because it betrays his current programming, you know?
Yeah, I think the stuff that he said in the past would never have been an issue for vast majority of people. Had he not become what he is today,
yeah.
Which is like he became the very thing that he claimed he detested before. I think there was a clip of that too. There's like this clip of him as a kid who's like, "I hope I never become this super judgmental, whatever, this and that." And I just think I see him now, and that's all he does. He tells people they're disgusting for having a girlfriend who isn't up to his standard, or they're not manly enough, or for whatever reason, like he'll complain about people body shaming him, but he'll body shame fat people all the time. It's just, I don't know, it's just so crazy to me that you've said all these things and you don't recognize your own hypocrisy in all this. So was it brave at the time? Absolutely. I don't think I had an issue with him admitting to that, because I think there's a lot of people who do the whole cucking thing, and if you want to be into that, like, do you, bro? Like, I don't care. But it's just crazy that you're like, oh, I'm a Christian, and, you know, Christianity and Islam is the truth. Meanwhile, like, y'all own webcam businesses, or you're cucking on the sides. Like, yeah, people won't use that against you, you know?
Yeah.
You gonna save him?
I mean, I don't think I can. I'll just be here to chill. But I think that, like, I think that the way the world works today, once you get captured by an ideology, you get expelled so hard by the competing ones or the contrary ones. There's almost like no way back. You'd have to be like the Pope. You'd have to be like somebody with such high moral character to actually make your way back from Because once you've been accepted by one side, they'll embrace you and they'll support you and they'll give you everything you need, and the other side will like demonize the fuck out of you. So I mean, like, look at the rewards he's gotten for being on his side. He got to talk to Kanye West, proximity to Donald Trump, got to go to Dubai, friends with Andrew Tate, right? And then the other side, you know, calls him a Nazi, calls him a cuck, bans him on YouTube. He's like, fucked, right? So I think it's just further accelerated constantly. And then he accelerates as himself,
that a meme,
right?
though?
Isn't what?
Isn't that a meme that like lefties who became righties is like a big selling stick? Like, I feel like that's not necessarily true. Like, just because you're on one side doesn't mean you can't switch. I think right wingers especially always accept left leaning people who convert.
No, I mean you can. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it takes a lot. Like, it feels like people don't tend to switch, but more that they're driven to a side more than anything else. So when I think of like lefties being driven to the right, I'm usually thinking of somebody that had an idea that wasn't 100% orthodox, and then they got kicked out because they didn't conform completely as they were supposed to. And then that's...
Wait, when you say it takes a lot, what, it takes a lot of self-work, or it takes a lot to be accepted by the group?
If you're going to switch back, in contrast to people on that side shitting on you, it takes a lot of introspection. It takes a lot of self-work that most people I don't think can do. To get pushed from one side, though, is pretty easy. That's the natural human path, right?
Okay.
If everybody,
I feel acceptance from a group actually comes pretty easily, in my opinion. I think from what I've seen, like if I came out tomorrow and I said, actually, I'm super right wing, or if like a lefty did that and they start disavowing most of the stuff on the left, I think the right will be very quick to embrace them. In fact, they'll go an extra mile to embrace them because they're like, look, look at this lefty. He's realized the truth or whatever. Am I incorrect?
Yeah, that's probably true. But like, do you think that the left would accept like Sneeko back? If Sneeko's like, guys, I shouldn't be insulting people, I'm making a change or something.
I don't think it happens as easily the other way around. No, I think it happens one way very easily. I don't think it happens the other way around.
Yeah, I think it's also hard too because the enforcement against Sneeko right now is like institutional, right? Like he's banned off of real channels. It's not just a matter of being accepted; it's a matter of being like punished. You know, like here, here's something. Yeah, exactly. Like here's something that like, and I don't know how this would go for sure, but like, let's say there is a path before Sneeko where he could like kind of mellow the fuck out and calm the fuck down on everything. But also at the end of that path, there was a guarantee that like if he kind of came back in line a little bit, that like his YouTube channel might be there for him, right? I think it would be a lot easier for him to contemplate the switch back. But right now, he's like, think about it. He's on Rumble. His audience is all extremists. He was friends with Fuentes and shit. Like, if he switches back, he's lost everything, right? Now he doesn't even have his fucking Rumble audience. They're all gonna think he's a fucking loser. So he's like fucked, you know?
Yeah, from an institutional standpoint, there's an advantage in being on the right. He's incentivized.
Where he's at now, yeah, because he's already banned on YouTube, so.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I'm not necessarily like blaming you guys, because I understand you guys too. Because like, well, at some point, like, because like, especially for the Charlie shit, like, bro, if you're gonna go after his fucking girlfriend, like, in my opinion, you're kind of at no holds barred at that point. That's like making fun of like a dying person or making fun of somebody's kid. Like if you're going after significant others, like now it's on.
I mean, even beyond that, even the gun stuff was crazy to me. Like, there's no way you could ever be on any platform other than like the crazy right wing ones, waving a gun around and saying, "I'm going to come find you."
Yeah, that's pretty stupid too.
Like, am I crazy for saying that? I don't think so. Like, I don't think you could ever be on YouTube saying that kind of stuff.
No, you can't even show guns live on YouTube. Yeah.
Right. So it's just one of those things that you watch the behavior over and over, and I'm just like, bro, what am I seeing? So I don't know. I don't think it's just the significant other stuff. I think it's just his behavior in general. It's like, you know, I played the other clip of him saying you want to take that girl's head and like slam it on his crotch area to shut her up.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing? You know? Yeah. And so on one hand, you want to give people a chance to grow. Mm-hmm. On the other is like, how many chances do you give? How long does it have to go?
Yeah.
And how much does the company have to tolerate before the person learns? You know, because not everyone his age is doing this kind of crazy, like retarded shit. So why are we giving him such a deference? Like so many other people his age are able to be much more mature or like sensible about toning things down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also hard. It's kind of like dealing with mentally ill people. Like, we should be really patient and kind and do what we can to help mentally ill. But if you've got, like, a mentally ill homeless guy about to beat the shit out of you because he's, like, on a fucking episode, I mean, like, the time for being nice is kind of like, at that point, it's too late. Like, I'm sorry, like, you have to do something, you know? And so, when people like Sneeko, like, I have a lot of sympathy for him and shit, but, like, when you start, like, attacking, like, family members and shit, like, yeah, like, people are gonna, like, you're an adult, like, sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna say one thing, bro. What he did with your girl was kind of really cringe.
What he did?
Yeah, that was cringe. That was cringe.
Wait, which thing?
Editing that conversation, and then making it seem like she was in your DMs. I don't know why, but that shit just that didn't sit like.
I didn't mind initially because he DM'd me and he asked me about it, and we fucked around like that, and I'm like, okay, fuck it, go for it, knock yourself out. If he's asking permission first, it's fuck it. The only thing that bothered me was he brought it up on a show 3 days later when he was in Dubai, because some guy brought up me as like a blue-haired feminist or something, and then he was like, oh yeah, his wife is in my DMs, and I'm like, really? You're really gonna do that after we like joked around? Okay, but yeah, but
first off, that's super weird, and I understand people are very open-minded with their relationships, and like you're kind of not territorial in that regards. But I don't know. To me, that's super weird. And what I think really also annoys the shit out of me is if you would have done something eerily similar about him and his girl, or if you had insinuated some kind of lie that wasn't true, you know he would be super butthurt about it. That's the other thing. It's like this whole like, oh, it's just jokes, man. We're just comics. It's like, yeah, that's fine, but you got to be able to take it too. And I don't think he's that kind of person at all.
Yeah.
So I thought that was weird. Just like, oh yeah, his girl's in my DMs. I don't know. Are you really okay with that, even if it is a joke?
No, wait. Have you read the DMs?
The DMs were innocuous.
No, yeah, she was just because Melina likes to do edited content, and we watched some of his videos, which are they're really cool. So she wanted to ask him if he wanted to do a stream, like going over, like I guess how he used to like put together some of his older videos. Like that's it. But he's trying to make it sound like she's like they're like trying to fuck or whatever.
Well, I mean, you could easily make that case. It's not a hard case to make because in a vacuum, if I just saw those DMs, I wouldn't think much. But if someone frames it as like, oh, they keep messaging me and they want more, I could look at those messages and see why that would be true.
Well, but that wasn't the case. I think she sent him like 2 messages. And then a couple of
I think it was like 3 and then with some eyes at the end.
Yeah, but I mean, like he was reacting to every message, but he deleted the reactions before he posted it.
The way that picture looked, it looked like she was actually based off of what I see. There was no reactions apparently from the one I
yeah, because he deleted the reactions to the text before he fucking posted it.
That's cringe. That's just cringe. I don't know. But hey. Yeah.
But I mean, like, I'm in an open relationship. I don't care about jokes about it. Like, that doesn't bother me. But like, if he's trying to use it to build like serious credit or some shit, then obviously it's a little bit different because now you're like, why are you being malicious about it? You know. But
yeah, I think it's not just social. Yeah. Like, yes, you're in an open relationship, but I don't know. Someone just claiming that they were sleeping with your girl, I don't know. Even like if they didn't, then I think that's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just making her seem like she's thirsty for one of Steven's friends, which maybe you don't care about, but the fact that it isn't true and he's framing it as if it is, I don't.
No, yeah, there's a lot of weird games where people play like it's one of those things where, like I don't even think how these people care about fucking. It's all just like status and shit to them, and it's like like who can I fuck and who can I like get my bed nudge count up with, and like can I fuck over Destiny with it or something? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, but
okay. Listen, open relationships is something I don't really completely understand the way some people explain them to me. As I understand, you guys are free to kind of fuck whoever you want. I'm sure there's probably stipulations in there. But when it comes to people you guys both mutually know, or like friends, like let's say it's your friend and then you introduce her to Melina and they want to. Am I asking weird questions? Because I feel like this is
ask whatever you want.
Okay.
Wait. Let me give it. Hello. I do have to go to the gym in 1.5 hours, though. Okay. So if somehow this conversation drags out and I have to leave suddenly, don't think I'm mad. Okay.
Okay, I'm actually so curious.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, because I know me and he.
Wait, can I say something?
Yes, I wanted to ask you questions.
The eyes was the reaction to him deleting a message that he was back in town.
Oh, see, that context changes it, but without that, it looks crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, what's up? What's your question?
Hold on, I'm actually curious, Melina. How do you feel about it?
See, I think he's selfish. And I feel like he cares about things that he should be caring about. Probably. Pretty shitty.
Could you explain?
Like I think Steven has been really, really good to him. Even though they disagree on things, and then he decides to like suck some other guys' like cocks off by saying things that make him look good and make us look bad.
Do you vibe with that?
I'm just listening because this is your experience, so I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. What was your question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say, Melina?
Yeah, I don't know. What else am I supposed to say?
I don't know. You guys went through it, so I don't know how you guys feel. But it doesn't seem like it's that big of it's like you guys are like, oh, I don't like it, but
I don't know how much is jokes or not. That's the thing. At this point, I don't know what is a joke.
Okay, so when he went on the podcast, you're like, maybe he was still joking.
I just saw a little bit of it. I didn't see like the entire thing, but it kind of just looks like it's just trying to look good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just like shitting on us, either because he doesn't give a shit, or he thinks that we're like fine with it for some fucking reason.
No, I don't think he thinks that. I think he just wants to look tough in front of his like red pill friends.
Yeah, but that feels really shitty to you because I feel like you've been really nice to him. It's like another situation of a shitty friend. But I mean,
true. Yeah.
I think it's so awkward. I think already joking about another man's wife on a podcast is weird enough, even as open as you guys are. But to do it the way that he did it was just extra cringe.
why am I always?
But I appreciate that you guys are very charitable about this whole thing. I don't think I could.
Would you get mad?
Well, I'm framing it from a more heteronormative, monogamous relationship. So probably, I think most people would get extremely mad by that. Yeah, absolutely. And I probably have a more normie position on that. Yeah, like of course, some dude is pretending like my wife wanted to smash him, and he's going out there and publicly saying that shit. Like, bro, kill yourself. Like,
I feel like even though he deleted stuff, I still think that it doesn't look too weird. I don't think
Well,
so.
it depends on how you read into it.
Or like all the emotes or whatever.
For me
Like,
personally,
is that-
and people call me Coomer, I don't give a fuck. For me personally, the eyes means we're fucking. That's the only thing
Yeah.
the eyes mean.
That's what it looked like too.
The eyes are always. Anytime I got the eye emote, that means I'm fucking in. Okay.
Okay, I gotta use my emotes. Okay, the lobster was better. That's what you're saying.
Yo, listen, the eyes means like, yo, what you
The
say? Like,
lobster.
you getting this popping? The eyes are definitely not a minor thing. Like,
But it
and
was
for-
just the reaction of him deleting something. Like it's kind of like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
I think
Yeah.
with that context is different. No, most people did not know that. So most
Fuck!
people
I
thought-
wish I would have fucking screenshotted that. I didn't think he was gonna delete it.
I've had women message me before. They've never said a word to me. They just sent me eyes, and I already
Yeah,
knew
bro,
that
you're
that's a
already
little close.
in. It's like, what do you want to meet for
right.
drinks? Do we
That
even
means they
need
looking.
to?
And they're not looking because they looking for a reason. The
Yeah.
eyes is definitely we fucking.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why when you sent it, I'm like, oh, she really thirsty for Sneeko. That's what it looked like when you
No.
framed it that way.
I just
Hold
wanted
on.
to-
No, wait. There's no Melina. You didn't know that. That's how almost everybody interpreted those messages.
No, like when you see like the spam thing, yeah. But I was like joking. I was actually on stream during this. I bet my mods could actually find me because I was just like talking to chat. Was like, oh, he's like deleting messages and liking my emojis. So, like, what should we send next? And then I just started sending like random shit for fun because I thought it was so weird that he was like deleting stuff and I didn't give a shit. You can actually look this up on like this happened on stream.
Got you. Okay, so how do you guys? Maybe it's because these open relationships are just different. So I'm trying to see things from a different frame. How do you guys navigate these kind of situations where you guys know all the parties involved, and this is so fucking weird. I don't know. I don't have a question. I just don't understand it. I think that's what I realized. So I don't think I have.
Can you try to figure out a better question?
I don't think I get. I just don't understand like this. Just the idea of my homie. Like even if I'm in a relationship, I feel like I would prefer
to the Minecraft Steve mechanism since he converted.
Like if
But I'm
my
not
girl was
saying
gonna smash somebody, like I don't know, I don't think I could have. Like if I was gonna do, I'd be like, yeah, okay, but it can't be my homie.
Yeah,
'Cause I
but
feel
I'm
like
not
that's
doing
weird.
that. Am I trying to fuck his homie? No.
What? Okay, is that a rule you guys have?
I don't think it's a
or
rule,
like-
but I don't think it's ever happened before.
No, or like it
Okay,
sounds super
okay.
dramatic, kind
Okay,
of. Right?
It would probably get like super dramatic, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so like I feel like that's just like an unwritten rule that we just don't like because why? Like it would be kind of retarded.
Okay, cool. All right, that helps out a lot. I didn't know if that was the thing you guys do. Is there any other rules that you guys have?
I don't know, Melina, is there?
I don't like to see people that is disrespecting any of us as an example.
There you go.
It's probably well,
What do you
yeah.
mean?
Like if let's say that I'm hooking up with someone that like hates Steven and is like getting off to like him getting like cooked or something, that's like really fucked. Or if he's seeing someone that is like obsessed with him and is like trying to date him, like that would make me feel really weird. Also, like why are you spending time with someone like that?
All right, so it's got to be people who are mostly like on a physical tip and understand what it is. It can't be.
I feel like as long as me and Steven are like talking and like we're on like we feel like we're on the same team, I don't really see like much issues with much no, because like you're on the same team.
Right, absolutely,
Right.
absolutely, yeah. Steven, you would consider yourself pretty open-minded, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
Have you ever just laid in bed naked while your girl was getting smashed in front of you on the same bed?
No, not yet.
No. We haven't seen guys together.
What was that?
We've
haven't
never
seen
done like
guys-
a male threesome. We haven't never done
Never
that
done
before.
that.
Okay, gotcha.
Because like most gays are either like full on gay or they're straight.
Gotcha. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, well, listen, you guys taught me so much, so I really appreciate.
Yeah, you know.
How's the milking going?
Milking's going good.
Careful, hold on. We don't want Sneako's gonna be farming those for his next video.
You know what's cool? I don't mind because that stuff is not something I'm ashamed of. So I don't mind.
Talking about milking?
You know, I think people can only really use that stuff against you if you really feel weird about it. Like I know some black dudes. If you
Careful, that's probably what he felt about that about the cock video.
No, I really don't mind. It's one of those things like,
No,
yo,
no.
listen, having a girl.
Video about
They try to say that. They're like, oh, having a girl eat your ass is gay. And I'm like, okay, sure. I'm still going to do it. And I don't give a fuck. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But I know some guys who would feel really ashamed if that ever was exposed and it was put on blast. So this is one of those things where it could only really bother you.
Wait, they are bothered? Wait, they don't like to eat their girlfriend's ass?
No, they don't like getting their ass eaten. They think that shit's gay.
Oh. Well, they're missing out.
I agree. But hey, I don't go prescriptively telling people to go do it. But, you know, for these guys, I think that's like a big dunk. Like,
I think everyone should go.
Abba likes getting his ass ate. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And what? That should me feel good. Like, what you want me to do? Want me to be ashamed of some pleasure? Like, no. But I get it. They're looking for anything, so they're pretty much just, you know.
I think they probably like it. That's why they have such an issue with people that can do it and open about it.
I feel like a lot of these guys might be gay. I don't know, man.
I think so too.
Yeah. If we're memeing, yes. If we're not, I think it just really comes down to, you know, some guys really want to prove they're masculine, and I think anything relating to anuses is like seen as feminine.
Yeah, but for some of these guys, like I can't imagine thinking about gay people as much as some of them do if you weren't actually. Like, wow, like it's so weird. Or have like people that are just like, oh, like so many people talk about. I just watched this Saint Sinner guy do more videos, and he's like, oh yeah, like Destiny, this guy's booty pirate. He needs to come out of the closet. Now you're fully gay. I know. And it's like, bro, you're so into it, like. Or like there was a guy like people are drawing fanfics of Melina fucking like a BBC guy and like me crying getting cucked, and I'm like, bro, are you okay? Like, do you think about this enough to draw pictures of it? Are you getting off to this shit? Like,
Wait, why do you not show me this shit?
I think I responded to a guy on Twitter that did it.
Well, I don't really look at your shit all the time, okay? I don't watch you stream
That's
constantly.
like you missed out. That sounds like a you problem.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, be a supportive wife. Follow the Twitter.
True.
Get the BBC.
But I can't look all the time. I'm fucking busy.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, especially for, like, I don't know, more from a religious background. I don't know. I think it's just as a black dude, I see it all the time.
Yeah.
Is like they don't want to be on that gay shit, right?
True.
So they go the extra mile to seem not gay. Like I think the pause stuff is funny. Like I like saying it jokingly, but someone's like, "Yo, you're gay." I'm like, whatever, man. It is what it is. Like if you think that's cool. But some dudes will fight somebody if they really think that or say that because I think it's a deeply shameful thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so they weaponize that any chance they get, and it works well with their audience because I think a lot of these audiences are like, you know, hyper masculine, overcompensating groups where if there's anything gay about you, they pretty much.
We should try to make them play gay chicken.
What was that? Oh wait, is that where you like? Would you be down to do something gay and then whoever backs out first is the chicken?
Yeah, like you're about to like make out, pretty much, or like kiss each other, and then if you chicken out, that's a game.
Yeah, that's the most sweetest shit I've ever heard, bro. That shit's
No, I actually got told by an American from Texas, and he's like in his 40s. He did this, or he was watching his friend do this with a bunch of guys at the bar, and he won every single one, and it was funny.
That's called.
Yo,
that's
that is
called
the widest. That is the widest, gayest thing I've ever heard. Hey, listen. I think black dudes sometimes do too much, like to prove they're not gay, but then the white dudes do the most to prove they are gay.
Isn't this this is actually legit like the way to fucking get guys? I guess if you want to make out with dudes, you just do this game, and then if they chicken out, they lose, and you win every single time. And then if they're not chicking out, you get to make out. Giga Chad, that's a good move.
True.
Well, I'll tell the ladies to go do that. I don't know.
You mean your gay homies?
Steven, we should do this.
I'm good.
Who would win? You're Abba. Who would win?
Steven would 100% win. I'd be backing out every round. What you talking about? Yo, hold my hand, gay chicken. I'd be like, bro, this shit's a wrap already. I ain't holding Steven's hand ever.
Wow.
That is.
How do you feel about that, Steve?
Pretty well.
Feels kind of sad.
Are you around a lot of people who are sexually fluid, Melina? I feel like you are. I feel like you go to parties.
Sexually fluid, like sexually open?
Yeah, like dudes, like a lot of bi dudes and shit like that.
No. I wish.
Do you?
Yeah. Of course. Well, it's fun, but a lot of people are like so suppressed. I feel like.
How come you can't find these people? So you do so much traveling and all this fun shit. How come you can't find them? Why are they so far to find?
I feel like I just work all the time.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, listen, guys. I'm gonna head out. This is a good chatting, good to learn about open relationships. But I'm glad you guys are not too bothered by everything happening. So
be careful out there, dude. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. That video, that hit piece.
Hey, listen. You got Islam. You got No Jumper crew. You got a bunch of people trying to murk you. You're the one who needs to be careful, bro. Every time you pop on No Jumper on the stream, I hear more folks want to kill you. The Muslims are coming for that booty. Yo, you got to leave the Kaaba alone. Why you keep talking about? Why you keep playing Minecraft with them?
It's all good. Don't worry. Everything's chill now. I didn't mind anything. All right. We've left the Muslims alone. That's why I went on my pro rape arc. So now they all love me again. So we're good.
Yeah, and now the feminists not fucking with you, right? Because apparently somebody clip-chipped you and made you look like a rapist.
Yeah. Or no, just somebody that like supports rape. You know.
Steve, you know that I can't like ever IRL stream again if I go to Europe. Like that's just fucking not happening.
You'll be okay.
Wait, why?
She thinks that like, people are gonna remember the picture of my wife like a year from now or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, what you think you're gonna get? You think somebody's gonna do a jihad on you in Sweden?
Nobody's gonna do a jihad on you in Sweden.
I mean, listen, there's people who've been jihaded in Sweden. That's facts. I think you brought it up in the stream when the dude was talking about like, oh, it creates violence against Muslims. So you're like, you're gonna talk about the Muslims that Swedish Muslims are doing against other people? Yeah,
wait, I actually thought about it. Like, Steve, if I actually get killed, what is your reaction?
New wife.
You're insane.
Goodbye, Mel.
That's a wild response. Hold up, you wouldn't feel really bad if like somebody jihaded her?
Yeah, I feel pretty bad. No shit.
Okay.
Because of your Twitter. That was worth it? Was it worth it, Steve?
Oh, hey, listen, they were good tweets, okay?
Are they better than having a wife?
Well, I mean, if they kill you, obviously I'd make more tweets to make it worth it, right?
Facts. I think in her, you got to go full Charlie Hebdo and do that whole thing.
Yeah, of course.
You know, I will say during the stream, you actually repeated some of the Muslim jokes that you said, and the guy in the bottom left corner started laughing.
Oh yeah, I remember one. Oh shit, which one was it? Was it the picture or was it the?
No, it was the pronouns. That shit killed me, bro. I looked at like the Qatari guy, whatever, the one with the helmet. He was mad as shit. And the dude at the bottom left started laughing.
There's some good tweets, okay? What am I supposed to do, man? Listen, comedy's how we all come together, okay? I'm a comedian now, you know?
That shit was fire. But anyways, man, I'll let you guys go. Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, bud.
Bye.
Where's your stream at, Mel?
Yeah, I'm only ready to stream for 3 hours today.
Only 3 hours? Are you retiring or?
No.
Oh, you just don't give a fuck.
I'm just doing other work, okay?
Uh-huh.
Why are you trying to force me to stream all the time? Kind of reminds me of someone.
Yeah, you're supposed to be doing 15 hours a day, but you've been slacking.
You know that streaming is not going to make me more rich or anything. I don't know why you want me to stream so much.
It makes you more relevant, so you get rich on your other things.
Yeah, but I am literally streaming.
Well.
I don't have to stream 10 hours a day to stay relevant.
Okay, I'm just saying. You gotta make enough every month or else you're getting your pay docked, alright? You know the deal we made. If you ever want to get that passport back.
Steve.
Well.
Dream harder. Yeah, he probably wants me. I haven't even gotten a hot tub. How do you feel about that?
You haven't even what? Gotten a hot tub?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't need it.
Wait, don't we have a hot tub?
Like outside. It's
Yeah.
not mine. It's other people in it.
Well, go use
But you
it.
know how the girls do? They have like hot tubs inside of their homes, and then they sit in those.
Damn.
Yeah. But I don't even need that, okay? I get my viewers anyway.
Wow, good job.
So how's your stream going today?
Okay. Watch a lot of fun videos. About to go EM.
Right, when? And like soon?
Yeah. I don't think I have much else to do, so. Does V only do fin doming streams now? Is that true? Everybody keeps saying that.
She got bad.
Yeah, but she was back today.
Yeah, but I don't think she's doing it anymore.
Are
It
you
actually
sure?
works though. I tried it one time, like very slightly, and it actually works. Here's the thing. I feel like it's like, how do I say this? It feels better to be dominant and sexual, because you don't necessarily have to be super sexual. Like you don't have to say like super sexual things. You're just like doming them, and then you're making them do things. I feel like if you're being the submissive person, I feel like that's like a lot worse. It feels like it's a lot more sexual because you actually have to do like sexual things, and then you have to like be pathetic, kind of, or like vulnerable. But if you're doming someone, it feels a lot more fine. So like, let's say that you just like bullied your community, or like your entire stream is just like bringing people on to bully them.
That's
and
what
then
I
you're
do.
making money from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So isn't that kind of the same? Like, where's the line?
True.
Almost, yeah. So I feel like getting banned for something like that feels a little crazy because you're not necessarily saying like that they have like a pathetic dick or something. You're just like telling them that they're not being a good boy, not giving enough money. Like that's all you say. He's a Brady knows, by the way.
Yeah, I bet he does. What are you doing tomorrow for stream?
Tomorrow is like a hectic day. We have to get up really early in the morning.
Oh, never mind. Don't remind me.
Yeah, and we have to get up early in the morning. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but then we're probably gonna drive back. I feel like I need to go outside and get some sun. But then I think my sister is gonna get here pretty late too, unless she doesn't get into the country.
Wait, tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's why I asked you if you wanted to watch The Last of Us.
Tomorrow. We're not gonna do it tonight because we have to wake up tomorrow at like 6 a.m. So.
What? Is it 6 a.m.? Are you serious?
Because isn't the appointment at like 7:30? And you probably have to be there like 30 minutes early or else they lock you out and make you come back in 6 months.
7:30.
That's what I thought.
Holy shit. Okay. Fuck. Oh, and honestly, we're gonna close the relationship if we have kids. I think we should just get a guy and a girl that can like be the parents that we're also fucking. So it's not really like we're closing in that case. We're just getting 2 extra parents.
Adopt the parents?
No, we're getting like 2 extra parents.
Okay.
And then we don't have to close the relationship.
Wow.
And then they can take care of the kids.
Sounds based. So many parents.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Sounds super fun. Imagine if we had 4 awesome parents.
Wow. Or 4 fucking crazy parents.
And we have to pick like good. So you can't pick, I pick.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. 'Cause you're fucking taking the worst ones all the time.
I always pick the most exciting ones, okay?
Wait, we should actually do it for fun. We should do like a sex slave nanny, like edition.
Yep, do it. Do it as part of your fans or whatever.
No, I will do that as like YouTube content.
Okay, good luck.
I'm gonna pick the apartment. He has a great apartment, right, Steve?
Yep.
Yeah, shut up, chat. Okay, so what's your plan for the year?
For the year?
Mm.
I don't know. I got a fuck ton of events coming up next month. See what we haven't had like any big political events much happen this year yet. Let's see. Presidential election is until next year. I don't know. We'll see.
Wait, next year's election in the U.S.?
No, it's like the year after. No, yeah, it is next year. Yeah.
Wait, what? I feel like it just happened.
Nope.
Okay, so have you talked to Zerka? When is he getting here?
I don't. Nothing. Unless you like see tickets, I would never assume he's got like any concrete plans.
Hmm. What do you think about him?
What, like in general, or on No Jumper, or what?
In general?
Oh no, it's Zerka. Same as always, right?
Do you think he's a good friend?
I don't know. He's unreliable for anything. He's not like a bad friend. He's just like a very unreliable person.
Hmm. Do you think he has a lot more potential than he is doing?
Yeah, for sure.
So why do you think? Why do you think it's not happening?
He just has no discipline for anything at all. Like, and he takes huge breaks, right?
Hmm. Do you think you could? Do you think he's possible to tame?
I don't know actually. If you had somebody that was like really willing to sit down and like figure it out, probably. But he needs like a babysitter basically, like almost like a live-in manager to like make sure he wakes up in the morning and do everything, you know.
Do you think that's like a really negative aspect of someone, or do you think that's fine? Because you're a little bit of like similar to that, right? A little bit. Like you could probably, if you had someone push you, you can do better.
Yeah, but that's probably true of everyone. I think I do quite a bit on my own, but.
You sure about that? No, I was kidding.
Yeah, I'm sure about that.
Sure. So you think that okay, wait. Do you think it's, wait, I'm actually curious in that case. Do you think it's easier to do someone else's work? Because like what kind of person are like the managers? Because they can actually like figure all of this out, right? And then they get a percentage. Do you think that's like an easy job?
It's just it's just another type of job. Right? Like some people could never, like Zerka could never be a manager ever. And there's a lot of good managers that could never be funny in front of a camera ever, right?
But they can have like the brain for like how everything works, but they just don't have the charisma for it.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do you find those?
What, managers?
Yeah.
I don't know. Any manager school?
Hmm. Is that like business school? When people say, I go to business school.
No, I don't know. You hire people, you try them out, you see who works, and you just go through people that way.
Hmm.
But that's basically all you can do.
Okay, so no upcoming fun projects, just everyone else's projects that you're gonna be doing?
Yeah, other shows and podcasts and shit, I think, yeah.
When are you gonna do your own podcast?
I don't know yet. Erudite said she maybe would. I don't know. I just don't know if I could do something of my own. I'm not sure yet.
Like you wouldn't want, like you would not be able to sit down with someone and talk, or like figure out questions, or like
I just
do
don't
research
even.
on it?
I don't know. I don't know what I could do on my own. Like what I would want to do on my own.
Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah, a
Have you
little
ever
bit.
sat down
But like
and thought
doing
about-
something like the Majority Report, where you like sit down and like talk about the news, it just sounds like the most boring fucking thing in the world to me. I don't think I could do it.
What about like if you had a podcast that's kind of just a bunch of like random people coming on, like pretty like close
Joe
to like
Rogan.
because yeah. Like, do you not think you could be able to, because you're pretty good at questioning, you're pretty good at like getting like interesting stuff out of people, and you can talk about like a lot of different things. So if you would have someone on that does music, you can just talk about music for a shit ton, you know, or you can probably get into a lot of different things. Don't you think?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
No, why not? Because you do like to talk about, like, it's not just like you only do politics. You do like a lot of different things.
Yeah, but it has to be like interesting people. I'm not sure.
Yeah, of course, but you can probably reach out to almost anyone. Because
Maybe.
you've already been on other podcasts and stuff like that. You're probably like, you're well enough. And right now, I mean, you should just try to do it. Like, I think you would have fun with it. I think you would probably learn things from it too, because you would get like interesting people on, I bet.
Maybe.
Yeah, why don't you just try it? Do something new, interesting, exciting.
True.
Oh, August supports. I think it should. I think he would be so good at it. I'm gonna say something really bad, okay?
To me or what?
Yeah.
Are you trying to trigger me or?
No. I'm just trying to get you to be better.
What, you're gonna
Are
say
you
something
into it?
really bad where?
No, I just know that you're probably not gonna like what I'm gonna say. But okay, what I'm gonna say is, do you remember what you said a few months ago when you said, like, let's say that Einstein didn't get pushed in the direction that he was getting pushed to, and he would have just ended up doing something else?
Yep.
That would have been pretty bad. Do you think you're really living out to your full potential right now?
No, because I'm not jamming StarCraft yet.
Okay, cool.
I'll get there though. It will happen, okay?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that, right?
Helping me get to GM? Probably not.
Do you need like 5 hot truckies or what?
Good question. Don't worry, once I move over to kick, okay? I don't know what, but something will happen.
You're gonna do that?
I don't know, maybe. Is that a problem?
Wait, are you gonna give up your YouTube channel for that?
No, I would never go full.
Just dual stream, pretty much?
Probably, yeah. Or some like on Kick and some on YouTube or something like that.
Wait, what's the rules of Kick? You can watch porn. Can you like do porn?
No,
you,
I
like,
don't think
stream?
you're ever supposed to be able to do that. That was people that were hardcore taking advantage of Train to do dumb shit.
Jesus. So what's like the rules, do you know?
I don't know, but I imagine they're probably like Twitch, just like more chill basically, probably.
Yeah, Steve, you're supposed to pitch the Train's idea, okay? Be a good friend. Pitch it. Like, what is so great about Kick that is not Twitch, you know?
The freedom to do content and not get banned for everything, okay?
So you can make porn.
I don't know if you can do porn, Mel. Is that the content you really want to do on Kick?
No, I'm just trying to figure it out. Because if you say you can do anything, you're not gonna get banned. Then it's like, wow.
Oh, no. Like, if I wanted to watch, like, a documentary about, like, COVID stuff or something, I could do that without worrying about getting banned. Like
or if you want to
copyright
talk to someone. Yeah, or if you want to, like, listen to music, or if you want to, like, do some stuff that might be bannable, you can just do it there. Why are you not doing porn?
We need to get more shredded first.
And then you will.
Yeah.
Poggers. Are you guys gonna watch that in chat?
Oh, they'll watch.
Are you trying to become Max or something?
Yep.
They're gonna be like, that's my dad. Or...
Based.
Okay, what else? What else is on your mind nowadays?
Orbiter panel with Wick? Wait, what's going on? I don't know. Things are kind of slow right now. I started mini fights with a lot of people. It's kind of boring. Yeah, I don't know. World's pretty dull right now. Or it feels like it at least.
Hey, but just make it fun. Just don't wait for people to entertain it. You gotta be the entertainer, you know?
Sometimes.
No. Like, 50% of the time at least.
Yeah. What are you doing to make the world entertaining?
I post pictures online that people like.
Yeah.
And then I entertain myself in different ways. And I entertain my friends and my family, which is entertaining for me too. Then I paint. That's fun. People like my paintings. I like working out. as entertaining, and people find entertaining when I look better every day. And then that's it. No, I actually do paint. Okay, what else should I do, chat? What else could I possibly do? Like right now I'm trying to figure out how I can make videos. That's what we want to do. So I want to like take more time off stream, and then I want to like take the money that I made through Fansly, that I made very easily, and then I'll try to take that money and make time so I can make videos. Like the ones that I edit myself.
Wow.
Why do you guys pay an editor? I mean, yeah, I think I need one editor that is getting paid, but then I also do want to edit myself because I went to film school and I think film is really fun. And right now I feel like whenever I stream, it's just grinding. It's just like soulless grinding. Like sometimes it's fun because chat is fun, but when chat isn't fun, it's very boring. So I want to do something more creative. That's why I asked Nico about editing. What the fuck?
I gotta find a streamer house, Mel.
No. What kind of videos? I want to do, like, vlogging would be fun because in that case I could, like, go on trips and make it, like, an entire thing, and then I can save my memories, which would be really cool. I really want to do, like, music videos. And, like, ask people that I know makes music, and then, like, I can try to, like, make a video about that. That'd be really cool. And then it would be really fun to make comedy skits. But I need to, like, find someone that I click with, and, like, that has the same kind of humor as me. Because I used to do this when I was younger, and it was really fun. What? I can make vlogs, okay? You guys will watch them. Comedy? No, I promise you, I promise you. Living comedy? You guys are fucking crazy. I'm funny, okay? You just don't know.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm not gonna listen to them, okay? I'll prove you guys. Save this clip. I'll prove you guys I'm funny. And bring this up, okay? When you guys are lolling, okay? Okay, what else? So I can't say just a joke like that, okay? I can't do that. But I say funny shit. You guys are lolling me all the time, okay? Yeah, look at this, Obama.
Good one. The pinnacle of
they're all
humor.
going up, okay? It just worked, okay? See, I told you. Okay, yeah, but that's my plans. That's what I want to try to do. That'd be fun.
Wow.
Wow. Are you gonna do more photo shoots with me?
Yeah, if you want to.
Oh yeah, I do want to do that too like, this year. Like a lot more with the photographer in New York because he was so good.
Oh yeah, he was cool.
Do you remember the mermaid thing that I wanted to do?
Mm-hmm.
That was cute, right? We're not gonna tell about that, but
Yeah,
it's
if you do.
super cute. And Steven, you can be a part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to stream. No, I don't want to stream all the time. I can't. It just kills my life. Okay, I can't stream all the time.
So ungrateful. Wow.
Someone said he can be Sebastian.
Who was that? Was that the little yellow fish or was
He's
that the
the
lobster?
crab.
Oh,
He's the
crab.
crab.
Nice. Good one, Mel.
Okay, what are we gymming today?
When are we gymming? Probably like 20 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay, soon. So just 20 more minutes of this.
20 more minutes.
Who Who's funny, you or your sister? I don't know if Ember's funny. No, Ember's pretty funny.
Isn't Ember just mean?
Yep. She can be like, she's like Lab, literally. She's like exactly like Lab, very, very similar. She's like calmed down now. It seems like she's calmed down, but she was like exactly like Lab.
Lame.
That's why I got so triggered when I heard Lab talk. I was like, shit, she's like exactly like my fucking sister that I had to grow up with.
Do enemies ever come from up here, guys? There's no way, right?
So when is the Max Manifesto coming out?
He said this week, but who the fuck knows?
What day is it today? It's Wednesday. We're almost like halfway.
Listen, he's an artist. And an investigative journalist.
Hmm.
I'm starting to wonder more and more how much of his like career is like on that article though. So he like releasing it is gonna really suck. There's probably like a decent chunk of his fan base right now that's just waiting for that, and then once it drops, it's gonna be kind of eh.
Oh, you think that the article is going to be bad? Nothing like too crazy or exciting is going to happen, and then he's probably going to lose his fan base?
Well, I mean, he's already walked back like all the most salacious claims, right?
Do you think there's anything that he could say that would actually make you look bad?
Yeah, there's a lot he could say in terms of like me like raping somebody, but in terms of like has there been actually shit that's happened? No.
Mm.
Yeah, he'll probably write a part 2 about the harassment he received writing the article to draw it out more. Like his Patreon has been slowly dropping off over time, so he's probably feeling some kind of pressure. The ironic thing is I don't actually think the manifesto is even good for him career-wise, because he does have the capacity to make good content, and Rumble is doing okay. It's not like a totally destitute platform. So if he just focused on his like going back, like when was the last video that he made? Like if you go back to like doing the video content and shit he did before, he could probably be okay. He could etch out a living. But he's just kind of obsessed with me right now. So what are you gonna do?
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Nice.
Seems like everybody I argue with or get into a fight with becomes permanently
Yeah,
obsessed
but how
with
do you
me.
feel about it?
I don't know. Kind of weird, I guess.
You think it's weird that there's some people that are obsessed with you?
Oh, I'm a main character, you know, in my world. Manic Pixie Dream Boy, you know.
Okay. Why do you think people get obsessed with you?
So I'm fucking cool.
And that's why they hate you?
I'm too cool.
Can you actually answer?
I feel like I've had this conversation a lot before. I don't know, I'm probably a really unique person for a lot of people to get to interact with. And I think I probably interact with a lot more people than someone in my position usually does. Like, famous people usually only interact with other like people of the same level of fame, but I'm willing to interact with anybody, so maybe people feel a little bit weird interacting with them. I don't know, there's probably a bunch of different reasons why.
Or do you think there might be a thing that like your sort of personality is attracting the craziest people? Or do you think you're driving the crazy out of people?
Probably a combination of both.
So, hold on. What do you think is driving the crazy out of them in that case? If you're saying that you make them like you and stuff, what do you think is driving them crazy?
I don't know, I'm a really emotionally tense person to be around, so when they get that for a little bit and then I pull back, they probably lose their minds a little bit. That's my guess. That's what happened to your mom.
Oh, so... So you're saying that you're giving a lot of yourself and then you stop doing that and then they get like addicted to it and then they get desperate.
Maybe, I don't know. It's a guess. It's one possible guess.
What do you think you pulled back?
I don't know. Usually we run out of stuff to talk about or I get bored.
Do you think there's anything that you can do to make that not happen? Or do you think you don't care enough?
I think I'm probably gonna start having explicit conversations with new people that come on stream where I'm like, listen, my community is gonna attack you and shit on you and destroy you, and you need to tell me right now that you're okay with this or something. I don't know. So people can handle at least like online hate or something.
Do you think it's about... No, go for it.
Yeah, I think dealing with like the feedback from like audiences is also a big factor too.
Do you think it's the biggest one?
I don't know, probably. There's probably different reasons for different people.
Or do you think it's do you think it has to do more with like that they care about your opinion about them, and then when your community is not liking them, like they care a lot more about it because it's your community?
That probably hurts a little bit too, yeah. Or
So,
people
like, even though
oftentimes
you-
think that my community's opinion sometimes reflects mine. I think people get stuck in that state of mind a lot.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What?
I'm yawning a lot.
What about people that you don't bring on stream?
That's probably more the personal emotional thing, probably.
So you just think that you run out of things to talk about, and then you lose interest in them, and you've like given them quite a bit of attention, and then you stop doing that, and they get really upset.
Probably a little bit, yeah. Seems to be the pattern.
Do you think everyone does that, or is it just you? Or is this like a common thing that everyone does?
I don't know. Everybody's got their own struggle, Mel. Their own problems.
I'm just curious, because I'm curious why this is the case with you.
I don't know. Why do you think? Why don't you tell us, Mel? You're in the unique position. It's my wife. Wait, fuck. I need to drink a Red Bull. I'm gonna fall asleep at the gym. Ah.
The wife that's been with him for 4 years. I'm just here for a green card. I'm just kidding. Haha. That was funny, right? Totally. Okay. Why do people get obsessed with you? It's probably the case that you give quite a bit of yourself to like a pretty crazy degree, and then you get bored.
Think so?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out if that's okay. Because I feel like mostly with people, I don't think people think too much of like giving another person a good experience. I think you're very, like you care about that quite a bit. I don't think people mostly care about that. So I feel like people naturally kind of just, like if the relationship dies off, it dies off, kind of. But for you, like if you've given like 100% and you gotten everything you want, you probably just drop it because there's nothing else to like reach, and then that feels really weird for the other person.
Wow.
What do you think?
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you have orbiters for your stream yet?
Where does my stream? I mean, I have like chatters that are famous in my chat.
You need
I would say.
streamers. You need the Melina universe. You're just like a meteor right now. Wait, are meteors bound to solar systems or not? I forgot.
No, am I not your hold on. No, I'm like I'm gonna have my own universe, okay? Okay. No, I think this is what I think. I feel like the things that I do work really well.
I'm thinking of
And then
comments. Sorry, go on.
What? Okay, I don't think that the things that I do on stream works really well with other people.
What, don't you normally just chatting?
Yeah, but I think like the entire thing about that is like talking in chat or like telling stories.
Oh, never mind.
Usually if I talk to someone else, it's gonna be like
they
about
get upset and shit.
Yeah, like either chat gets upset or the person that I'm talking to gets upset because I'm talking to chat.
Mm-hmm.
So there has to be like a really fine balance. Like you ignore your chat, right?
Yeah, fuck them.
But they're used to it. My chat is not used to it, so I would basically it's just not my content. What I can do, I can make videos of doing things and record it. So like one plan that I have to do is making underwater videos with another streamer that lives here.
Oh yeah, am I invited to that?
Huh?
Am I invited to that?
You wanna come see her?
I don't know, send me your Instagram.
She's cute. But yeah, so she seems down to like do outdoor activities and like film it. So I'm like, okay, I can make videos that way. That sounds kind of cool. And it doesn't necessarily have to like be really well or anything. But in that case, I do have content for Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube if I have recordings of stuff. So that's cool. I don't think she's crazy. She fucking swims in the ocean. She's like a fucking mermaid. That's who she is. But then like I have other friends that are also not like public people at all. They don't do any like online stuff at all. And they're also like down to like do projects. So like videos or photography. Like I have friends that does photography that I can fly to or whatever and like come up with like cool things and just do it because it's fun. And then I can like sell it. It's pretty easy.
Wow.
But like sitting and like having orbiters is probably not really my thing. But I have chatters that comes into chat, like other streamer girls or like mods or whatever that are known. So I guess that's kind of similar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say shatters, I said chatters, bitch. I do have a lot of streamer girls in my chat, okay?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Well, if you want to join my adventures, you're very welcome to, okay?
Are you talking to me or to chat?
You.
Oh, cool.
Maybe I should make a podcast because I like to talk.
Do it. What are you going to talk about?
Maybe I can just do what I just told you. That you can just invite different people for different topics, whatever. And just do it kind of randomly.
You probably could.
It's called Sex, Drugs, and Travel.
Based.
Translate ending to Swedish. Slut.
Translate ending? Is that what you said?
Or the end.
Oh, like the phrase, the end?
Yeah. Okay, someone posted, it was funny. Someone posted the ending of Finding Dory, the movie, and it was like zoomed out really slow.
The Nemo meme.
And then there's just a fucking text that was slut. But it's because it means the end. I thought it was really funny.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Is this a meme I missed, guys?
Okay. I'm sorry, it's so funny.
Is it funny?
Fuck! Who the fuck sent this to me? Wait! One of the guys sent it to me. Hold on. Guy group chat. Can you please send that video again? So I can link it. They must be here. What the fuck? Did someone find it? No, that's not it, is it? Oh, it is! Okay, someone fucking found it. It's so funny. Wait, it's so good. Look at this, Steve. Hold on. I'll send it. Here. It's so stupid. Okay, I think it's funny with really stupid shit. Okay, that's like not funny, but it's funny because it's so dumb. That's the sort of stuff that I like. So I like this really dry shit. Yeah, okay.
Did you post it in chat or what?
Yeah, you're fucking slow.
Yep.
The Bob 7 humor. Yeah, it's like the stuff that I did with Bob 7 was my humor. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's fucking funny.
Okay. Clicky here.
What?
I'm watching. What does it mean?
You laughed.
Wait, what does it mean?
You fucking laughed. It means the end.
Salute means end?
Yeah, yeah, the end.
Okay.
You thought it was funny.
It's okay.
It was funny. You fucking laughed. Okay, whatever.
It was
Wait,
okay.
What were we talking about before this? Wait, what is the funniest video you've ever seen?
The funniest video I've ever seen. I don't know, guys. What do you think?
They're all lolling, okay? They fucking love it.
Sneeko still wants the smoke. Aiden updates.
So let me ask you: if you saw him walking down the street, what are you doing?
I would walk up to him and
Hold
I
on,
would say the same stuff that you said in your videos. I would look him dead in the eye and say all that stuff you said in your videos. Say it to my face right now, and I know that he would freeze up and not say a word. This is what this is why I'm sick of the internet and why we should spend more time in the real world, because this is garbage, bro. Does anyone in the chat think that he would say any of this face to face, one on one? If I'm looking at Moist Critical, who looks like a fentanyl homeless dude, who looks like he stands at a playground looking at, bro, he looks like he's homeless. Look at him. If he's calling me a pedophile, look at me and look at him. Who's more likely to be on a watch list? Who's more likely to shoot up the school?
Yo!
Would he say this? Come on. Like, let's be honest.
So let me ask you.
Okay. Those Dubai trips are going to his head a little bit.
Wait, what?
Do you know what Moist Critical is?
Yeah.
Sneeko is just like fighting with him like hardcore.
So why?
I don't know.
Wait, haven't they been fighting for months? I feel like they've been fighting.
Yeah,
for
they
months.
take shots at each other. I think Moist covered some red pill stuff, and I think Sneeko caught some strays, and then Sneeko started making fun of his girlfriend, and then they went crazy from there.
Wait, Sneeko started making fun of Moist Critico's girlfriend?
Yeah, he just like held up a picture and he's like, "Look at this girl you're with," or something, and it was like kind of shitty. So.
Oh, I met that girl. She has I think they have a little fucking rabbit or something. They brought the... No, wait, was there a rabbit? I don't remember. They brought it to a party. That's my only opinion.
I don't even think Sneeko would win. I mean, Sneeko's like literally a full foot taller than him. Like, I think Charlie is literally 5'4". Sneeko's like 6'2", I think. Is he 6'2"?
Oh yeah, Charlie's kind of small.
Yeah. He's 5'6"? Oh, okay, my bad, I'm sorry.
Okay, but why... Wait, so Sneeko was the first one to make fun of his girlfriend, and then he started to make fun of Sneeko for being a cuck.
Yeah, because of the video.
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. And then Brittany and Erudite jumped on that and defended Sneeko.
Yeah, but I don't think they should have.
No.
Because I think Sneeko kind of started it. And going after the guy's girlfriend was pretty shitty, so.
Mm-hmm. So, of course, he's gonna, like, point out on something that hurts.
Yeah, of course.
I guess, like, the only thing that's, like, harmful that most critical is doing is probably, like, what if someone, like, what if some of his fans or something are into that stuff and they feel really bad about it.
Yeah, but I feel like I thought about this, but I feel like if you're into, like, those alternative lifestyles, you gotta have, like, pretty thick skin, right? I would hope.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No,
like
no,
technically,
no,
a lot
no,
of what
no.
Abba and Preach said in their last video was throwing a lot of shade at, like, open couples and shit, but I'm like, I understand
Hold-
it. What?
Sure, but let's say, yeah, but, like, the cuck stuff is, like, I feel like if you're into the cuck stuff, you're most likely, like, a bit submissive, and then you're probably, like, into the humiliation stuff. But, like, even if you're into it, it doesn't mean that you are comfortable or, like, that you're confident with it. So if you're, like, a person that likes to think about your girlfriend getting fucked by other people and, like, you're turned on by it, they could still, like, have, like, super, like, crazy, like, depression about that part of them, and they can't, like, do anything about it, right? So there's probably people that doesn't feel too good about it.
Maybe. Milby. I called some guy fat yesterday, like 52 different ways, so fuck him. Did I not?
Yeah, but still, right? You must understand that like if you're doing that social, like it's probably like someone, like there are people that are confident in, like, doing crazy stuff, but like there's clearly people that are into things that they're really like, that they're like also suppressing. It's like all fucked.
Yeah. I didn't upgrade a shocking tower. Am I gonna be able to survive this wave? I should be able to, right?
Steve, do you remember the Melly Mel picture?
Yeah, Melly Mel.
Okay, I can't find that picture of us in Tennessee. I'm trying to find it. I can't fucking find it anywhere.
No proof.
Have you done something with it?
Was it not under the thing?
What thing?
The little fucking demented doll thing you made?
No. Or are you talking about the Polaroid pictures? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this, Wait, did I ever take that shit out? Hold on. Do you not remember that thing that was standing on your desk?
Yeah, the
Like,
Polaroid.
not-
I thought I put it
not
underneath.
Polaroid. You remember when we were you remember when they were doing Fat Mel when I was sitting on that lift?
Oh, that.
I'm looking for that picture.
Oh. I think your mom has it.
Can you just for like one day, please?
One whole day? Do you even know how much you're asking from me right now?
Papers.
Yeah, tomorrow. Those are the important papers.
Today, Steven tried to force me to apologize
Good.
for like 10 minutes. He was trying to torture me.
And?
I told you to apologize, and then he apologized, and then I apologized.
Are you sure?
And then he got bored and left. And I was like, what the fuck?
We're gonna do this. We've got this.
So would you ever be friends with Max again?
I don't know.
You go back and forth on this a lot.
If somebody like legitimately came to me and apologized and they were like, listen, I was fucking crazy, I did some stupid shit, I feel like I'd have a hard time being like, no, fuck you forever. But he did do some really fucked up shit, so. If I want to like stay mad at somebody, I have to remember like the bad shit they've done constantly to like get mad at them in order to maintain that. Otherwise I feel too forgiving.
So you wouldn't be scared of them doing something similar again?
Well, I mean, I would never trust him again with like personal information, so.
Yeah. But like, do you think that you can have a good time talking to someone that you don't really connect with that much? You can still have a conversation.
I mean, I connect with them and that we can have interesting conversations.
Yeah, but you know that they don't care about you.
I don't care. I don't think most of the people that talk to me care about me that much.
Yeah, but okay, do you understand that that is the problem?
I mean, that's human reality so far for me.
You think that everyone, like, not? Do you think I don't care about you?
We'll find out after we get that green card tomorrow.
Steve, it's been 4 years.
Find out what the Melly Mel really feels like. Uh-oh.
Now you're making it okay. I'm just saying that. Like, do you think Dan cares about you?
Probably a little bit. Yeah, I hope so.
Wait. Has he done anything that shows that he doesn't care about you?
Not that he doesn't care about me, no. When I think about somebody that like really cares about me, I'm thinking like who would like put themselves out for me a lot. And I can't think of very many people that would do that. I think you'd do that.
Yeah, Steve, I'm still here, and you're having like the fucking Muslims on you, and like I cannot really go back to Sweden anymore. I left my family for the longest fucking time, and I left New Zealand, and I get to be your wife and excluded from everything, and you know I can do a lot, you know. So yeah, of course I care, because I'm just getting fucked because of your bullshit.
Well.
That's why I did the laundry. I put rocks in them as therapy, and then I sit and listen. That's what I do all day. That's why I don't stream anymore, because I sit and just listen to my rocks in the laundry machine.
Boom. Okay.
Boom.
Boom.
Steve?
Well?
If we had a son, would you name him Stephen Bennell III?
No.
Or would you name him Lawrence?
Lawrence sounds like the most boring fucking name in the world.
What? It's Lawrence of Arabia.
That
The
movie
fuck are
is
you
boring
talking
as
about?
fuck. Any movie made before 1997 is no good.
Lawrence is a Giga Chad name.
Is it though?
Yes. It is. I told my dad that, and he said yes. He said we actually have a Lawrence in the past, hundreds of years ago. It's like, damn. He likes history.
Cringe.
Yeah, and we would call him Larry. Larry! Would you not want to call your son Larry?
No, fuck no.
Larry is probably the most pathetic name I've ever heard.
What the Mel? What about Larry the Cucumber? Oh no, it's Larry the Tomato, fuck. And Bob the Cucumber. No,
I
it was
think
Bob the
that's-
Tomato and
it
Larry the
speaks
Cucumber.
for itself. Larry sounds like a fucking worm. I don't know. The worm Larry or something. That's what it feels like.
That's pretty mean. You're gonna get a subreddit post. Uh-oh.
About Larry? Larry starts with an L, okay? That says it all. Okay, the thing about Larry's though is that it usually is a nickname, right? Hopefully.
Wait, what the fuck is Larry short for? Larold?
Maybe. So they can choose not to be named that. I'm sorry. The best thing
Lawrence.
also-
Oh, true.
Is it Lawrence?
Oh, gross. That's so you want to name your kid Larry?
No.
Yeah.
Lawrence. No, Lawrence.
Larry.
If someone calls our son Larry, I'm gonna fucking kill them.
That's what you want our son to be called.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, little Larry. It's literally what it is. Little Larry the landlord.
What the
That's
hell?
Dan. Okay.
There's not like an Omega Giga fucking stupid swarm at the end of this, is there? Did you read Jesse's article? His source said a kid identified as a helicopter. Some parents refuted his information and denied the claims. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know. Jesse's in apparently a little nervous of a spot right now because he deleted his fucking Twitter, so he must not feel too
Jesse?
good.
Who's Jesse?
Jesse is a journalist guy.
Oh. What'd he do?
Does the last swarm come from east and west, or does it east, west, and north? What did he do? I don't know. He wrote about some trans kids and he got in big trouble, apparently. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
All south. How can I come from the south? Do they come from the ocean?
Wait, you're playing StarCraft right now?
No.
What are you playing?
Some fucking zombie game.
Is it good?
I mean, I think so. I'm playing it, so.
Wait, is there any like really, really fun game that you could play now that's like a story game?
No, my audience always likes to ask me to play those games, but those are horrible. They do horrible for viewership. Nobody actually wants it.
Wait, really? But it's like watching a story. It's like if you would like play The Last of Us or The Walking Dead or something. It wouldn't that be kind of fun to watch?
Nope.
Because it's just like a story.
Nope.
Because I remember I was watching PewDiePie when I was a kid, and I was watching him play The Walking Dead, and that was really fun.
Yep. People always say they want to watch it, but then.
Wait, so have you played all of those games?
I've played a lot of them, yeah.
Hmm. Wait, so you guys don't like this?
They all say they want to watch it, but then as soon as I start doing it, my viewership like completely dries up because they all go away.
Okay, but do you really care about viewership though?
Well, I'm just saying people don't want to watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but do people really want to watch what you're doing right now?
I got 6,700 people here, so apparently they don't all know I'm about to leave. So.
Okay, that's okay, I guess. But like, if you really cared about what they wanted to do, what you to do, what would they say? Like, what would you do?
Probably like debate stuff.
So why no debates? Askers? Where are the debates? August content? You gotta live? Excuse me?
Just not shit going on right now, man. Day 30, day 36. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to debate some guy about Stop the Steal, the founder of the Stop the Steal movement today, but Ethan Ralph just kind of didn't message me at all, so who knows what happened with that. How big are these waves? Are they like hard? Should I? Because I don't like my defense setup is like pretty fucking stupid.
Okay, let's play code names then.
Right now?
We can play them with the most insane people to see what happens.
What the fuck are these people? Who are the most insane people?
You pick. How many people can you be? How many insane people do we need?
I have no idea, Mel.
Can we have Nick Fuentes, Zerka?
Oh, I need to get you don't know who the low tier god guy is, huh?
I feel like I've seen this.
Him and Zerka need to make content. It would be fucking legendary, actually.
Okay, so code names with them.
I don't know if they would enjoy codenames. I'm not sure.
Okay, what other game would they enjoy then?
I don't know. I just need to get them in a room together sometime.
No code names tonight. Guys, we have to get up really early in the morning so I can get my green card.
That's what you think.
If we miss this, what the fuck is gonna happen?
Good meals, chat. there no other fucking stone close by? Ugh.
Wait, why did the last spam even start with me? I feel like I came back one day and then everyone was saying last spam. I don't know why, how that started, where that came from.
I have no idea. Didn't you do it?
No, I didn't. They fucking did it.
Oh, maybe it was the last spam for when you were leaving forever. Bye, Mel.
To remove your emotes, went to Austin for like a month, and everyone thought we were gonna remove the emote. Going to Texas, Steve.
Right. Like this can't hold shit. I don't know. We'll see. The stone in the west is easy to hold. The shocking tower is nice wide arena. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, now everyone is saying whenever I show up. Wait, Steven, you start doing it, but you can't. Wait, can you try to do it?
Nope.
Try. He can't do it. This is why. Try.
Only if I can do your mom.
Do it.
You misplaced the shocking tower up north. It's gonna get smashed hard. It'll be okay. He's a strong boy.
Guys, bully him. Bully him to do it. Do it. Yeah, good job.
Thanks.
The best thing is you can say reaper or you can say retard.
What the hell? Are you allowed to say that on Twitch?
Well, we're not on Twitch, are we? And I can just say I'm someone else.
Wow. Different wife. 2 Melinas.
There's 2 Mels. Did you guys know that? There's been 2 Mels the entire time. Cringer.
Careful.
What?
So spooky
2
word.
Mels. Yeah, 2 Mels. Everyone say 2 Mels. Does Steven need 2 Mels? Do you need 2 Mels? Or do you need 3? How many Mels do you need?
I think 1 is good enough.
Really?
I'm capped on stone so hard right now. 9:53. We've got 7 minutes. Fuck.
Are we supposed to gym or what?
Yep. I think it's once I'm done with this level.
Oh, okay.
I can't pause. Mom.
You call me mom?
Yeah. I can't pause.
I am canon. I am your mom.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, mommy Mel.
Mommy Mel.
You like that?
Mommy
Yeah.
milkers.
Yep. That's why you can't stop touching them.
Milk. Time to milk.
Yeah, that's why you call me milkers. You say mommy Mel. Yeah, I act like a child all the time, play video games, letting me clean and cook.
MVTT losers bringing up Destiny every time. What is MVTT? MVTT Jesus Christ Destiny 4th post. 4chan people. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think I should have tried to expand out and just grab this. There was like no reason not to. Whatever. Baby, 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 Mel. Why'd you make that noise?
I'm reading
Reading what?
messages
Why?
because gotta reply. Otherwise, they think I hate them.
Yikes.
You weren't saying anything anyways. Why are you asking for my attention if you can't even come up with anything to talk to about?
She's being shady. Erudite is? What's happening? Punished mother. Oh, our good friend Merrick. Oh, cute. She actually asked for a fuller clip. Good job.
For what?
There's that clip or whatever, the cut one. Merrick apparently saw it and she's like, is there a fuller clip? Good one.
Oh. But it's because she knows you, right? Or she knows us.
Hopefully. Okay.
Nope, no clip.
1, 2. Infected colony is headed from the south. You're telling me that there's going to be ones to the north as well? Destiny clip. Why do I have zoom blocked over here? Oh, it's gonna be a stupid fucking Vosh clip anyway. Good thing I have you blocked. 1 hour. Okay.
Oh shit, nice.
What?
My mod sent me the clip of me debating on what emotes to send Sneeko.
Oh.
Why would he do that to us? To me? What the fuck?
Sometimes all you can do is mel.
He's not melon. He's fucking sneaking.
Oh god. I'm assuming Pixie just doesn't know the history, but I don't care. She can celebrate that. That's fine. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Wait, what?
Casey Tron was tweeting and Pixie's like, oh, it's really cool when other women get involved in politics. But I guess she just doesn't know anything about her. Casey Tron like obsessively stalks every bit of political news. Wait, are there really things that are coming from the north, guys? It seems like everything's coming from the south.
Coming?
Good one.
What are you doing?
I don't know what the fuck is. Oh, it's not safe for work, so it doesn't show up on this computer. What is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Okay. Stop. Okay, I got 1 minute for this, and then I gotta go gym. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm getting dressed then.
Yeah, you better hurry.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, there's another wave in 10 more days? Bro. Okay, I don't have time to do this mission for us today.
Okay, bye.
Be mellow. Don't melt. I can't tell if this is like a split wave and it's also gonna come up here or... Jesus. Oh, fuck me. No, this is fine. This is easy. Clip of 80 talking about you. Okay.
Authorities in any type of way, if it's any type of hate, I'm gonna speak up against that shit because I'm not gonna be, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit there and not voice my opinion. So the interview happened. Before I even seen the interview, I talked to Van Lathan, a couple of other people in the industry I respected. They were telling me like, hey, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? They were giving me the MO on who he was. And I did a little research on who he was. And I just didn't understand, like, why would that person be platformed? And at least if you're gonna platform him, I get it, Adam, you didn't interview him. But if it's a debate, have a person of color that's there, that, you know what I'm saying, that can show our core values, be able to debate him. No disrespect to Destiny, but he's another white man. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't fuck with. Go ahead, Ed.
Let me ask you this question, because this is abundantly clear to me, but I'm from the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Adam's
authorities any type.
Okay, whatever. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Everyone, dudes. I love you all very much.